Okay. Start the day with. Let's go upgrade. Great bows. It's already broken? What? Oh man. 4. We need 4. Okay. The 7 great bow. Take 1. Oh, it's the wrong one. +8. We got +8. Great bow. And massive difference. Yep. Okay. We got 1. Fuck. Destroyed. Unlucky. We need awakening potion. Awakening potion. Yeah, it's 1500. Farming. Fuck. What a waste. Almost 5K. First of the day. Nice. I got 29 magnifier? The fuck? I shouldn't open it though. A Gira card? The fuck? Oh shit. Freaking pet food. I need to buy pet food. You know what? I'm gonna return it to Egg. David 8839. Oh, haha. Come on, kill every single one of it. Come on. You won't. I wanna Oof. You know what? Let's watch on YouTube. Do I have a playlist?
I recorded like this video twice, and I also wrote a 4,000 word script to go over my experience with Path of Exile 2 and specifically 0.2 Dawn of the Hunt update, and I just wasn't happy with it because it feels like no matter which way I approach this topic, I just end up going into like a disjointed rant of everything that's currently wrong with the game. And that's just to preface the fact that I'm going to do the same thing, but hopefully a little bit more structured and coherent. Path of Exile 2 is a game I really enjoy. I'd even go as far to say as I loved 0.1 of the game. I'd have criticisms, I'd have a lot of negative things to say about the game, specifically the direction and some of the things that just didn't make sense to me from somebody who's looking at it as like a new Path of Exile player, because I wasn't really into Path of Exile 1. So I was approaching the game as, this is Path of Exile 2. It doesn't have to be this, it doesn't have to be that. It is what it is. And there was a lot of problems with what it was, but it was going in the right direction. I played 1,000 hours of this game. 800 of those was on Path of Exile 2 0.1 update, the first launch patch. Within the first 2 months of this game, I had 800 hours.
Yo, Manny, what's up, man? Pixel Manny, how you been, dude? Thanks. Same old day, man. Same old day. Grinding for bows. How's farming, dude? Oh, you saw me today in Ragnarok? Yeah, I just started, yep. I was in Payon, yeah. I was upgrading great bow. They all failed again. I finally was able to buy a +9 jewel with 2 times SS and my boy bought it for 7 million. Holy shit. Nice. Were you finally hitting 100% crit rate? Because my crit rate is like 27%. Oh, it's 40 right now? Still high though. Still good. Like brooches with cobalt cards and crystal shoes. Oh, crystal pumps. Yeah. Brooches. It's about, I don't know, 3 million. 3 million. Cobalt cards. I don't know about cobalt cards. I think it was like 1 million or 800, 900. Crystal pumps around 1 million, 800 to 1 million. So, yep, it's a long way to go, dude. Long way to go. You can farm. Nice, dude. What's your farming spot for? What's a farming spot for assassin? Like level. I'm sure you're level 80, right? Oh, you're 76. Okay. Toy factory with mist boxes. Or EPT. For an hour, how many levels can you get with your current level right now? Let's say you farm for like an hour. How many levels do you get from that? I mean, farming Zenny with grinding XP Ashes 3 mobbing is the way to go, I think. Ashes is good if you have high flee rate. Pretty much, yeah. If you can get to Ashes, that's good, dude. Like, farming XP there is so fast. My flee is a bit high. Yeah, it's pretty high because you're assassin. Yeah. But for now, I would focus on gears and then either UT3 or Ashes. It's one of those. And then once you hit like 97 or 96, try Odin. Odin Temple. You get good loots there too. What's UT3? It's Payon under Payon under Tomb 3. Make sure you do the quests first. Or I mean you don't have to finish it everything, but yeah, do the quests. Go to Payon Stories website and then go to wiki and then there's like a custom dungeon there. Oh, okay. Good luck with the boss. See you next time, man. Alright. Have a good one, man. Take care, dude.
Was playing it, I was mega into the game. Multiple high level characters, running all the meta builds, 10 plus mirrors worth of currency on multiple characters. Like, I played this game to an insane degree. Trade League, fucking 50 tabs open at all times, just playing the market, running the maps. Level 98 character, level 96, 97 character, multiple level 90s, probably like 6 of them or something. I was playing all the best builds. I had all the best stuff, all the hottest chicks, all the hottest guys taking me to the hottest nightclubs, whatever that fucking copy pasta is. And then 0.2 came out, and I'm like, I played so much of the game, do I really want to go back for this new update? Am I going to be burnt out or whatever? And ultimately my brain was like, you enjoyed it so much, you know, it'd be a shame not to. And maybe you'll get another 800 hours of just wasting your life away playing loot simulator game. Little did I know 0.2 was going to be a fucking noticeable downgrade on almost everything that made me enjoy the game. And also, you wouldn't be able to turn your brain off and play 800 hours of loot simulator because there's no fucking loot. So they're basically gone against all the things that was positive with 0.1 and Path of Exile in general, in my opinion, limited opinion, and made 0.2 a worse version of the game and a direction that I can be hopeful because the developers seem to listen and enact change very quickly based on what people are saying. I can have hope in that. But what I can't have hope in is that they saw what everybody said, how everybody played 0.1 and decided this update was it. Like, this update was the thing that they needed to do to make these changes, to alter the game in ways that I cannot conceive in my brain of it being good. And I guess now I'm going to go over some of those things, which again will probably be disjointed. One thing I want to say about 0.2 is the reason it feels like such a downgrade is that for me, in 0.1, somebody who played a lot of the game, it felt like the ultimate ARPG experience, which is, if you conceptualize what is an ARPG, what do you want to do in the game? What I want to do is the power fantasy. I start as a fucking peon. Then I get a little bit stronger as I'm going up my build, and then I get to the apex of my build. But then there's a build that's better. And I sacrifice my currency, I trade my items away, whatever I'm going to do, to move to the next build, and we go from here to here. Maybe we sacrificed a little bit of damage, maybe we sacrificed mobility, maybe we sacrificed survivability, but in these areas we move into something that's ultimately better, and that better will be something that costs more currency, more gear, more items, and we go from here to here. And then we keep farming, and then eventually we go from here to here to here, and we repeatedly do that. And it felt like in Path of Exile 1 there was enough builds and enough diversity and enough really powerful items and ways to play the game that this was entirely possible, and I did it. I went from playing a Deadeye to playing the Gemlin Stat Stacker to playing a Temporalis build that would literally press spacebar, clear the whole screen of mobs, one-shot bosses, the hardest bosses in the game, and I had mirrors upon mirrors upon mirrors of currency into these characters, and it felt like there was always something to be doing, always another dragon to chase, always another incremental update to another build I could pivot into that would maybe be as fast but more enjoyable or easier or whatever it was going to be. And ultimately for me, that's what an ARPG should be, and no ARPG in my experience has done this as good as 0.1. Maybe Path of Exile 1 does, but I didn't play the game, so I can't really comment on that. But this was what I hoped the game would continue to do going forward. And like I said, there was dozens and dozens of viable builds in Path of Exile 2 0.1 update that meant that you could do this in many different ways, and it made the economy vibrant, even though obviously it had like a duping problem and things. And then obviously you get into 0.2 and all of this is gone away. Loot feels unfun and unfilling. Endgame mapping is actually fucking just unfun, is tedious, it's soul destroying compared to 0.1 when you're using that experience of how the game played to how it plays now, even playing the meta build that everybody's playing, because there is no other build that comes close to it. There is no the ceiling of this build is like here compared to the ceiling of other builds in 0.1 that was up here. It seems like there's nowhere to go with this, but this is just the best way to play the game. It seems like they've stripped away the diversity because they're trying to make the game slower, and this is just the one that they didn't hit because it's new. It's the Huntress, the Lightning Spear. They just didn't, have time to nerf this into the floor. And it feels like if this is how they're going to go with the direction of the game, the game's not going to be fun. Like, it's just not. And it seems like this is a problem many people are having, because the core complaints you're going to see from people with the game right now is lack of build diversity, weird decisions with game design, and loot. And if I show you gameplay of me playing the game right now on screen, which you'll probably see some of as we go through this, so it's not just me talking to a fucking camera in a room, in a room with furniture everywhere and stuff on the ground, you'll see that I'm literally pressing one button, running around at mega move speed, clearing the whole screen. If I'm having a problem with loot doing this, as somebody with 1,000 hours in the game, if you're not playing this build, your problem is going to be magnified by orders of magnitude. And I'm juicing maps. I'll be recording gameplay today, and I've already run all my juice maps, so you're going to be seeing me probably running through shit maps to do the tedious element of run through shit maps till you get to an area that has 3 towers that overlap, then put all your best quant towers tablets in, and then run the good maps. And this was what you did in the 0.1, but it was like it was almost easier to do, and you could have like 1 hour of doing this for then 4 hours of really fulfilling, rewarding mapping. But now you have like an hour of doing that, and you're not even guaranteed to get 1 hour of rewarding mapping back from it, and the rewarding mapping is worse than it was before. So you've increased the tedium, decreased the reward, and overall just made mapping, which was the ultimate turn your brain off and just have fun and farm things and just have cool stuff drop and enjoy your time, which is the only thing the game has to offer, by the way, at this stage. It no longer exists. And you see people like Fubgun quitting the game, who is a guy who will sit there for 12 to 16 hours a day running maps constantly for months at a time. He's like 2 weeks into the update and he's like, fuck this, I'm done. It's the worst it's ever been. And I can't disagree based on what Path of Exile 2 is. Obviously he's got, a decade of Path of Exile 1 experience or whatever to draw from, and he's saying it's the worst the game's ever been from both versions, basically. And I can't disagree. Again, from my limited experience with this version of the game, it just feels like with every positive change that they've made, it's 2 steps forward, and then somebody's tied their shoelaces together, spun them around, they're dizzy, and they're fucking falling backwards. And it just, if you ignore the fact that a lot of stuff in 0.2 feel like a downgrade, there's still just stuff in the game and things that they do with the game that feel like we're playing different games to what they want us to play, or we're trying to play the game in a way that they don't want us to play. And things like, I know, by the way, they've just allowed us to respec Ascendancy. When I started playing Path of Exile 2, some shit about the game just never will make sense to me, such as Ascendancy being a thing you couldn't respec in the first place. Because the example I'll give you, the analogy, I guess, is if you go to an ice cream parlor and they advertise the ice cream parlor as having 1,000 different flavors, and you go in and you're like, I want to try all these flavors because that's the selling point of this ice cream parlor. But then they say, oh no, you've actually chosen this flavor now. You can't choose any other until you buy another ticket, go wait in line again. And then when you get to the front, you can choose one other flavor. And that's kind of what the design of the game was, because when 0.1 came out, the cost to respec your normal talent tree was too high, so they nerfed it, which is good. There's more gold in the game now, so respecing your normal talent nodes is not as bad. It's still a little bit shit if you've not got to end game on a character already. But then with Ascendancy, you were locking people into like, oh, the selling point of this game is look at the talent tree, look at all the skills, look at the support gems, look how much gear in the game and the complexity of the gearing in the game, and then how the Ascendancy changes how you're going to play your build. Look at all those things that exist, and then, oh, by the way, if you make a wrong choice, good luck, son, go fucking level again, which most people are not going to do. With something that has that level of complexity, you shouldn't be punished for experimenting. Experimenting should be part of the game. You shouldn't need a third-party app, path of building, to go and plan a build out before you play the game. That's fucking stupid, in my opinion. That should exist. You could argue it should be in the game anyway, or supported by the developers in the first place, which is a thing, you know. Loot filters should also be supported by the game, which we'll get into, I guess, in a bit. But it just seems like a lot of the things with the game is they've obviously now allowed us to respec Ascendancy. It's like, why was that not a thing? Some people don't agree, which is fine. Different strokes for different folks and all that. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm saying that for the majority of people that are going to play the game for what it is and not what, you know, they want it to be, I think allowing people to experiment in a game that has so many variations and so much variety is only a positive thing, and limiting that is confusing, to say the least. It seems antithetical to making the game so complex, especially when you consider casual people are more likely to quit when you inconvenience them, and hardcores are going to play anyway. So it seems like a really weird thing to limit people on, but that's gone now. But that kind of like plays into the factor of like, whenever this development team make an update, I read the patch notes, and in my brain I'm like, I even say out loud to people I'm playing the game with, my real life friends, and say, oh, they're now doing this. I wonder if they'll apply that to this next logical conclusion. It's like A, B, C, but they miss B and C. They just do A. And to give you a couple of examples of why this is, how this plays out, for some reason in the game there is arbitrarily just one quest in the whole game that just doesn't make sense in terms of how they give you the reward. And I'm of course talking about the reward from the Venom Crypts. For some reason in this game, they have like in Act 2, you get those 2 fucking charms and you put them in the thing, and you can go back to Act 2 and change which one you're picking in both cruel and normal, which makes sense because obviously as you go through the game you might want to change the reward you got when you perhaps didn't even know what build you were going to go, and every other reward in the game just gives it you, and you just have it. And then for some reason there's this one quest called Venom in the Venom Crypts where it gives you a choice of 3, and unless I've missed it, by the way, which maybe I have, but Google told me I'm not wrong here, and having leveled 9 characters and never seeing the option, if it is, congratulations, you've done a real good job hiding it. But for some reason this one quest in the whole game, you choose your reward and then you just have it forever. And when they did the update to like, oh, you can change your ascendancy now, in my brain I was like, oh cool, they're allowing us to change everything about our character now when we want, which is positive. So surely they'll let us change that quest reward that you do twice in Act 3 in normal and then cruel. But they don't, and they didn't, and it just confuses me how you could be like, okay, you can change everything now other than this one random fucking quest reward that just exists seemingly in a dimension unto itself. And there's a lot of things like that when they put in the update where they're like, they'll do something that's overwhelmingly positive, and then I'm like, oh, surely they'll apply that to the next thing that just is adjacent to it, and then they don't. For instance, mapping feels unfun because when you go into a map, it's like, kill all the rares, then here's these additional things you have, like ritual and breach and strong boxes, and maybe there's a boss. And when this game is fun, The fun thing you're doing is playing the fun parts of the game, such as I'm running across the screen killing monsters and picking up loot, and that's why I'm playing this game. And then whenever the game stops you doing that, the game is antithetical to what it's supposed to be. It's working against itself, and it's working against the fun that you're having. And when you go into a map and you don't know where the rares are, but you've got to kill them all, and you're planning a route that you can't plan because it's a random layout, with some factor of like certainty, you can kind of, after you've done enough, you can kind of tell where to run around, but not specifically where things are going to be. But what you're trying to do is get from point A to point B as quickly and efficiently as possible. That's how people play these games, because that's the fun element of kill things, get loot, upgrade, kill things, get loot, more efficiently, upgrade, repeat. When you go into a map that's, sometimes some of these maps are dog shit, by the way, they're just poorly designed. Nooks and crannies, running for miles and miles, tiny little corridors, dead ends, things like that. When they then say, okay, we're now putting rares on the map so you can see them, I'm like, surely they'll put the ritual mechanics and the breach and the strong boxes and the boss that you need to complete the map on to show you as well, so you can say, I'm going A, B, C, D, E, F, and then I'm ending there. But they didn't. So now you can see the rares, so you can run around and kill the rares, but until you've completed a certain amount of the map and killed all the rares, you don't know where the boss is. So you still just have times where you're just running around an empty map, backtracking on yourself for one little tiny area that you missed, or looking for like that last ritual, or whatever, or missing stuff if you don't clear the whole map, which there's no mob density in some areas, so you're just running around doing fucking nothing. It just feels like, logically, if they were adding the ability to see all the rares when you zone into the map, you'd also see the other things, because that's the fun stuff you're there to do, but you don't, and they didn't. And the thing that they say is like, oh, we don't want to show you everything. And it's like, why? You know, if the maps were designed better and it was just point A to point B and you just ran in a straight line, I could understand, because then you're just doing the fun thing all the way across. But in a lot of these maps, it's just tedious, and when you add in that there's a bunch of other stuff that's tedious as well, it just feels shit. There's no other way to describe it. You know, we're using colourful language because that's what we do here, maybe harsh language, but it just isn't fun. And maybe I'm wrong, maybe you disagree, but that's just my experience playing it. And this goes into like overwhelmingly very simple and overwhelmingly positive updates that they put in. Like the other day they put in oh, you know, now when you click on a vendor, all the items have got like a border around them that highlights what color the item is, which determines it, you know, denotes its rarity, which is good, because then at a visual level you can just look and see like, oh, that's a rare, so I want to look at that. I don't care about looking at the blues, which you should look at the blues, by the way, but at least you can make that decision in your brain. And when I saw it, I was like, that's amazing. That's a great, really simple but really effectively cool update. It should apply to rituals. Logically it should, but it doesn't, and there's no discernible reason as to why it doesn't. Like it's just kind of like the frustrating thing with this development. They do everything very quickly. Great, fantastic, applaud, pat on the back. They do a great job at addressing things relatively quickly and at least saying that they're looking at it, which is good. I love the communication of this development team. I love the mobility of doing things. But a lot of the things that they put in the game just don't follow 1 + 1 = 2. They do the one and then they forget that there's the rest of the equation there, and it's kind of it's jarring to say the least, because this is like I say, this is stuff that you see and you're like, oh, that's definitely going to be there, because why would it not be? It just makes sense, and then it isn't, and it's kind of odd, which goes hand in hand with obviously, if their vision for the game is going to be different from the vision of how a lot of people are playing the game, and they're going to make the game slower, and they're going to make the loot worse, and they're going to, you know, design the game differently. Maybe, you know, these two things together are making the game more frustrating for me, paying attention to this stuff and noticing, than what it is for maybe some other people. But after 1,000 hours, you know, you do tend to want to pay attention to stuff like this, because it feels important to know what's coming and how they're addressing things in the game. And if they're addressing it poorly, it's obviously going to make the game less enjoyable for you, especially when right now the game is very tedious and unfun in certain areas. So it feels like with the new mechanics that they've added, and they've not addressed the fact that they've just made everything worse in terms of like end game map mechanics like rituals and stuff like that. Actually, rituals feel a little bit better, but the loot is still pretty ass compared to what you'd expect. You can, I think I've had 2 audience with a king, and I've ran hundreds of maps at this point. I've got multiple above level 90 characters. You still have the absolute tedium of like rolling maps constantly and stuff like that. You still have things in the game that don't make sense, such as why do unidentified items exist? Why is this a thing? You know, we have loot filters, which the game doesn't directly support in-game. Last Epoch has a loot filter. It's a new game by a smaller team with a fraction of the budget of grinding gear games. And they have solved these problems seemingly in their game. And it just confuses me as to why this isn't a thing here. Identified items solve so many problems with an already bad loot system in Path of Exile. For instance, in Last Epoch, you can edit a loot filter with a very simple and usable UI in the game, and you can edit the loot filter so that it shows you items based on stats that the items have. And then in this game, you can't, because they're unidentified, and then the item drops and you don't know whether it's shit or not. So instead you just miss loot because you're just only looking for the best bases, and that's solved by just having items dropped identified and allowing you to loot filter by stats. Again, this is something that exists already in a different game. Also on top of that, why after like a decade of this game existing, and obviously this is Path of Exile 2, not Path of Exile 1, but it isn't in Path of Exile 1 either, why is there not loot filters inherently supported within the game? Like, why is this not a thing? On top of that, why have they added tiered items in the game that you would want to see, even if you're hiding the bases, because you don't want to see a base version of an item that's a tier 0, that's like, you know, an armor, energy shield, chest piece or something that nobody's even using at the moment. You would want to see a tier 5 one of those, because the chances of it being actually worth something or useful is statistically significantly higher if it's a tier 3 or a tier 4 or a tier 5 than a tier 0. Why can we not filter in the loot filter to see those, to see higher tiers, like have a, if above tier this, then it does show on the filter? Why do these things not exist? Like, it's just something that logically should be there but just isn't. Maybe you can argue, oh, it's early access, but at the same time you should criticize a product that you paid for what it is, and then hopefully the, you know, it gets better as they develop and they do add these things, because if not, you know, what are you doing? Just, oh, it'll get better, just, you know, don't talk about it. There's a lot of things in the game that are like that they seem like a very maybe difficult technically to fix and to add into the game, something that would be a little bit longer term, but it feels like they've had a long enough time to do these things, and it seems like antique development and design to have like unidentified items being a barrier to make loot feel worse, in terms of like how you're filtering when you can go into a map and have hundreds of items drop, but there can only, you know, there might be 0 that are useful to you, but you don't know until you fill your inventory up and then go and identify it, and you're like, these are all shit. It's like, sifting through trash is tedious. Like, you wouldn't want to be doing it, would you, to try and find the treasure? You're like that motherfucker whose girlfriend threw away his hard drive that had like a bunch of Bitcoin on it, and he's just dumpster diving for the next 10 years of his life. You know, are you going to find the Bitcoin? Probably not. That's Path of Exile 2 loot system currently in a nutshell. Like, and obviously with so little currency dropping now, like, maybe it wouldn't feel so bad if I hadn't played 0.1, but I have, and this is a noticeably unfun downgrade, and that seems to be consensus as well. It's not just me feeling this way, many people do. It seems like they've tried to make positive steps towards the mapping at endgame, but they've just made it worse, and that should be hard to do because the blueprint was already there. And I'll give some positive, no, not positive criticism. That's not what I'm going to do. I'll give some input on how they could change certain things that would make it less tedious. I've got some notes down here. One of them is currently, the fact is that doing endgame mapping, which is basically the only fun thing to do, that's currently ruined. You go on your atlas and you go from point A to point B to point C to try and set up an area to run juiced maps so that it can feel rewarding. That's bad. That's bad game design. It's doing unfun things to hopefully have fun later in a game where you've already done the unfun things, aka running the campaign fucking twice, and getting through the early levels of maps and getting your gear to the point where your character actually works. What should happen is towers can exist, and maybe towers have some other buff. Maybe they just give you the sight radius and things like that, show you around where you're going. But precursor tablets, either remove them and build in the, you know, the things that they give into waystones and make waystones more useful in terms of like not only wanting to run a very specific number of prefixes with suffixes ranging from not mattering to bricking the fucking key. Maybe build them into it, or better yet, have your map device have slots that you can put precursor tablets into that put charges on your character that just buff the map that you go to, any map that you go to, with the qualities of what the precursor tablets are. So you can just choose how you path, and it always feels as meaningful as doing the maps that you would want to juice in the first place. So that you're not doing a bunch of setup, you simply get the stuff, use the stuff feels good to use, you have fun. Whereas right now, it's get the stuff, roll the stuff, unroll the stuff, reforge the stuff, have the maps that are shit, sift through the maps that are shit, get the maps that are good, maybe corrupt the maps, maybe delirium the maps, go in, find the tower close by, hope there's a third tower, put the tablets in, fucking do the hokey pokey, shake it all about, maybe have fun. Remove all of that. Let people play the game in the most straightforward way possible, with like, you can have a skill ceiling on knowledge and understanding of the game. There already will be one, because items in this game are confusing as fuck for new people. Builds are confusing as fuck for new people. Remove the friction of simply playing the game. It's not fun, in my opinion. In general, the more you can reduce the tedium of like actually setting up, being able to run maps, the better. Especially if you then make the maps feel rewarding to run. Strongboxes need buffing. Breach needs rebuffing. The Atlas tree needs changing completely. It feels like most of the choices are meaningless. Like speccing into like shrines, or speccing into strongboxes, or speccing into exiles or wisps feels almost negligible. It feels like it's not a choice at all. It's just there, and it buffs it a little bit at a time, but it's not even there all the time. So what's the point? It feels bad. The way that they've changed getting like boss points with like corrupt is now no longer guaranteed to give +1 level to the map area, so you have to set up the tower, then you have to find one of the corrupts that has the map area, the plus to map area plus level, and then you have to put the radiator tablet in, then you have to corrupt a tablet to be able to get like the level 81 or the level 82 map to go do it. And it's bugged, by the way. I did an 82. The first time I did an 82, it didn't give me the 2 points for no discernible reason. That's not fun. Also, now it takes even longer to go across the whole map to find corrupt areas to do with 1 tier higher waystone to get your Atlas points. It takes fucking ages to do that for no discernible reason. Most casual people are never even going to fill up their map Atlas for that reason, because they'll have quit this game, this version of the game, before they get to 40 out of 40 points. It wasn't great how you got the points in 0.1, but now it's Dora the Explorer, but there's no fucking fun. The exploration doesn't feel rewarding. And it's the same thing for some of the unique maps. More unique maps is great. Some of them feel shit. Some of them don't even work. Like the one where you go in and there's like a bunch of essences. You kill the boss. The boss doesn't drop the thing. It doesn't say the map's complete, and it just doesn't work, which happens frequently. And let's not talk about trade. Lying. I'm definitely going to talk about trade. Why is trade like this? Actually, first, let's not talk about trade. Let's talk about the currency exchange. Why are skill gems not on the currency exchange? Why are like waystones not on the currency exchange? It just doesn't. Specifically, skill gems and support gems just don't make sense to not be on there. The trade system is bad in this game. It sucks. And also, why can we not trade other people gold? Like, what the fuck is it? My friend's like, oh, I need to respec, and he's not got into endgame yet. And I'm like, I have 7 million gold. You know, I've been rolling it. I've been alpha gambling. I've been gambling whenever I find a unique strongbox, which is fucking very rarely. 200 hours, I found 3. Spec'd into it, by the way. BT dubs. Why can I not give you some gold so you can respec your character? Don't know. Fuck knows. Who knows why? Maybe there's a good reason. Don't know what that reason would be, considering you can trade everything else in the game. So it can't be like gold farming or anything, like real money trading or anything, because you can already do that, and everybody is. Which is more why a mirror is like 500 divine orbs when you get like 40 in like 12-hour days in 2 weeks of playing the game, doing the most efficient build with the most efficient play round ever. Makes no sense. Game fundamentally is broken from a loot level, from an RMT level. This doesn't make sense. The currency exchange should have all these things on it. It just should. But when you talk about trade, the trade system's bad. If you don't know, you have to go to an alternate website. You have to, you know, I don't even mind the website existing. If you could access it in game, it would probably solve a lot of the problems. But the fact that you have to actually go to another person's hideout and trade with them, they're going to try and scam you. Happens constantly. A lot of the stuff posted on the trade is by people price fixing, meaning they're listing it lower than what it's actually worth, hoping that other noobs see that that's the lowest listed value, then list it, then they buy it from them. They with the, you know, the sniper that runs, where you can run an active search, and they're never going to sell it to you. They're simply doing it so that they can fuck noobs over and buy their stuff at a cheaper price. If something has a higher value, whether it's got a different stat or whatever, people will scam you. People will come to your hideout. This is up for 30 divine orbs. Oh, here's 30 alch orbs. It's a shit system. If you want friction to trading, this is not the way you do it. It's just bad. It doesn't feel fun. I've done thousands of trades on this game in the 1,000 hours I played this game, and it's not a good system. Not only that, if you just want to look at it from like a self-preservation angle of like a software development company, your user base is by and large generally not very competent, computer savvy and intelligent. You just have to assume that. It's just the way products work. When you introduce a system, what you're supposed to do is introduce as little friction as possible, as little opportunity for them to fuck it up as possible. So when you tell somebody, oh, to trade in this game, you've got to go to a website, you've got to open your web browser and type in Path of Exile Trade and go to a link and sign in with your credentials, you are immediately introducing a security vulnerability that ultimately you are responsible for, that you will have to deal with. Because when people get hacked, what do? They contact your support system and they bog your support system down with things that you could otherwise completely limit by simply not having the system. Like, the website existing is fine if you could access it in-game. If you just pressed a button in-game that brought it up as a browser window in-game, which is entirely possible to program in, you literally have your shop that does this, this would not be a problem. You could even have it direct so that you can run it in a browser, so you can run it on a different monitor. Just have a direct link in-game that opens when you open the trade system. And then sell a trade tab. Sell a tab there's like a post box where you list something, it gets sold, and it does it automatically, and the stuff goes into your post box. Literally make money from the trade system. You already do with the stash tabs anyway, which you can continue to do to have things listed, but then have the currency go into a post box that you've sold to people. Win-win. Don't make me have to go and trade people that sit there AFK when I'm in their hideout, that don't teleport out of their fucking map and make me wait, that I teleport out of my map and then they just decide they don't want to buy it anymore and go away, that try to scam me, that are price fixing with listings that just make you sit there wasting your time whispering 50 people to try and buy an item you should be able to buy from the fucking currency exchange. Like, these are all things that should be very easy fixes that would make the game feel better with, from what I can tell, minimum effort. Obviously this is at this point just picking it like the small things, because the big things are slowing this game down is not going to make the game feel better. If they want this game to be ARPG Dark Souls, it isn't that. The first version of the game wasn't that. Like, 0.1 wasn't that. It was never going to be. The mobs were too fast, the fucking loot was too scarce, the gameplay was not fun enough. 0.2 is certainly not that. If you took my build, that is the best build in the game in my opinion, the Fub Gun lightning spear build, if you take this build and nerfed it by half, I'd still have the same loot problems, but it would be magnified. I'd still have the same problems with the end game. I'd still have the same problems with the general design of some stuff just being fucking worthless to do and feeling unfun, but I'd just be doing it considerably slower. And I wouldn't be 200 hours into the patch complaining. I'd be 50 hours in and quit. Like, and I think a lot of people would be in the same boat, which is why people gravitate towards the most efficient builds, because that's how they want to play the game. And saying, no, you're wrong, we want you to play the game a different way that you don't find fun, is fine if you are fine with the game being considerably less popular, which is cool. If that's their vision and that's the game they want it to be, that's okay. I'll come back and play the game when that vision is like fully realized, and maybe it'll be really good, maybe it'll be a great game. But how it's set up right now, you've shown people what they could have had in 0.1, which wasn't perfect, obviously, don't get me wrong, but now 0.2 is just a worse version of that, and it has none of the things you wanted it to have. It just has a bunch more tedium, and it's just got way less diversity, and it's just not fun. It is what it is. That's just the way I see it. And whether you agree or disagree with what I say, whether you know they change things that are things I agree or disagree with, doesn't really matter. What I want is the end result being the game is more enjoyable, whether or not, you know, it's something I've mentioned here, or whether or not it's more in line with their vision for the game. 0.2 is not that. It's not the better version of the game. It's the worst version of the game in my eyes. And in 0.2, any positive change that they've made from 0.1 is just thoroughly, well and truly overshadowed by the blatantly negative ones that they've made. So at this point, I'm probably going to put Path of Exile 2 down, which is a shame because I loved Path of Exile 2's initial launch after the initial hurdles of, you know, no loot and things like that, which, funnily enough, we kind of went back to. But I just can't force myself to play this unfun version of what that was. And I hope this doesn't continue going forward, because the game is good. Like, the fundamental... actual playing the game, the feel of playing the game is great. The complexity is great. The ceiling of what you can do, going from tier to tier to tier, going up, always having something to chase, always having a dragon, you know, always chasing that dragon, that is the best thing about this game. But there's no dragon on this version. There just isn't. The build's capped out. I can make some incremental changes to this build for like another 30 divine orbs, but I won't need to. It'll be like a couple % faster, but the loot will still be shit, and it will still feel unfun to play the end game. So there's just no point, which I never felt that way in 0.1. At no point did I feel like what I was doing was not getting increasingly fun for the time I was spending doing it. Maybe some stuff I've said here people are going to really vehemently disagree with and be like, oh, you're too harsh. But I think after 1,000 hours, 200 in this patch, 800 in the one previously in the first 2 months, I think that's enough time to say I have a pretty firm grasp with how this game's played. I understand most of the systems pretty in depth, and the change is just bad. It just is. They should focus on removing friction from a lot of the systems. There's no reason why there should be shrines that exist where you click them and they're just shit. Like, all your item drops are converted to gold. Why? All your item drops are corrupted. Why? Why do these things exist? Why, when they can see people want to play the game in a certain way and run across the screen real fast, killing things very quickly and get all the loot and have a good time with the core reason people play ARPGs, the power fantasy and exciting things dropping, why are they trying to make that worse when they already had it pretty good in 0.1? They just needed more stuff. Like, they just needed more uniques that are valuable. They just needed more currency that's valuable. They just needed more exciting drops and changing the endgame mechanics so that they're more rewarding, so it's not just Breach Simulator, and obviously removing the tedium from running endgame maps. If they just did those things, the game would just be orders of magnitude better than it currently is. But it's very disheartening that they seem to be going in a completely different direction to that. So yeah, there we go. Hopefully you enjoyed my ranting about a game that I played way too much of, and I just hope, you know, maybe they address some of these points. That I will give them props, because again, this is very negative as a video, which after I played 1,000 hours, you know, I've got my money's worth. I think the game's good. I think it was on track to be one of my favorite games of recent years, probably my favorite ARPG ever. I do want to say that the developers obviously care about the game. I feel bad for the developers that they get so much shit from the community, but at the same time, it's kind of expected when you've given people like a decade of entertainment and expectation, and then the new version of the game is just like, they seemingly just keep making bad decisions with it. And maybe those bad decisions are bad because we want the game to be something that they don't. But at the same time, you can't really change that, right? That if that's what you want, that's what you want. And all you can do is voice your concerns, and some people will agree, some people will disagree, and then you'll just have to wait to see what the developers want to do with it. And I have to hope that the game's gonna go in the direction I want it to, because obviously I want to enjoy it. But if it doesn't, and it still turns out to be, you know, the game not for me, but the game that everyone else enjoys and it's great and it's considered the best ARPG, that's fine. That's totally fine with me. I just hope, obviously, that it's one for me as well. But yeah, I do feel bad for the devs, because they do seem to communicate a lot. They seem to try to push changes through very quickly. Even if I don't always agree with them, they're clearly putting in a lot of effort. It's just a shame that a lot of the times, like, it's not, it just misses the mark a little bit. Most of the patches they've done since, in fact, all the patches they've done since the game released, other than 0.2 itself, like all the in-between patches that they've done, all the stuff they've done since 0.2 released have all, in my opinion, been completely positive. I don't think there's anything I could point out to be like, oh, that's actually bad, which shows they can do this. It's just like the foundation of 0.2 is just fucking bad, in my opinion. But it does give me hope that maybe going forward it won't be in 0.3. It'll be great. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, it can't be worse than 0.2, right? Please. Please. Yeah, thanks for watching, guys. Check out the links in the video description for my social media. Let me know what you think about 0.2 and Path of Exile 2 in general. I know a lot of Path of Exile 1 fans are kind of like down and out on the game. My friend played 6,000 hours of PoE 1 and he loves PoE 2. He's online right now. He's waiting for me to log in and play. Might have to be the bearer of bad news on that one when I log in and say, yeah, don't think I can force myself anymore with it with this current patch. But yeah, let me know. And check out GameSups if you want to buy some waifu cups, some waifu merch, some waifu gamer powder, and you can use my code for a discount. So yeah, thanks for watching. See you next time. Peace.
OnlyFans is destroying society. What? That's a sponsor game.
Stop me if you've heard any one of these before. Games are bad for you. You won't get anywhere in life if you play video games. You're a loser if you play games, or gaming is a waste of time. I am sure many of you have heard any one of these and maybe more. So many times have people looked at games as something that takes away from your life. So many times have people looked down on others who like to lose themselves in the vast worlds that games provide without ever trying to understand why we enjoy this medium. And as someone who is hopelessly addicted to games, I feel the need to correct those statements. So if you are someone who already loves games and just wants to hear someone else glaze the hobby you love, if you are someone who is only really interested in one type of game genre and wants to see what the fuss is about when it comes to other genres, or if you are someone who genuinely does not understand the obsession with games and was sent this video by a friend or a family member, welcome! Glad to have you. In this video, I will go over the psychological needs that are satisfied by games, how video games are not simply all fun and games, how they can teach us, and finally, how games can change lives by not only allowing everyone to be part of a community that they feel comfortable with, but also by allowing them to earn a living. But first, why do people even wonder why gaming is so beloved? Why is it so hard to even begin to understand that fact? Well, it is quite simple.
Mein Herr, sprechen the Kaiserreich.
I don't speak German neither.
People understand why other people love books or movies. People can get behind others playing board games, as that is a quote-unquote social activity unlike video games. And as such, they simply cannot get behind video games even though they are at the very least just as much a social activity as board games. If you look at a game with no prior knowledge of how a game works, at first it may just look like a bunch of random bars, explosions, timers, and overall chaos. But then you also notice that whoever is playing is just playing as if they understand everything and aren't overwhelmed at all. Or other times, you may see someone just running around in what seems like a clearing with no clear path forward, and yet they immediately figure out where to go. So how do people just know things? This is the barrier to entry that makes people not understand video games. Because unlike things like books, movies, and board games, they don't already have any prior knowledge on how things work. Look at a book. How do you interact with it? You read it and imagine what is happening according to the description given in the book. Movies, you watch and interpret the events happening on screen. And as for board games, you simply read the rulebook, figure out how the rules work, and continue to follow them. But video games? They aren't that simple, as contrary to what veteran gamers may believe, you don't just have to learn the special quirks a game has. You have to learn the language of games. Now, what do I mean by language of games? Essentially, games talk to you in their own way. Tutorials, for example, are one way of teaching you how to play a game, but even then a tutorial is more the equivalent of showing you all the letters in a language without any sense of how the words would be read or how the grammar works, as you only get a snippet of how to understand the specific game you are playing. Sure, you can apply some of the things you learn in one game to others, but it is more like learning English and then traveling to France to apply what you have learned. You may get lucky and find a French person that knows any other language other than fucking French, but it will be hard. Seriously though, France, why do you expect every tourist to speak French? It is one of the worst languages in the world. Genuinely, what is wrong with you? And just to elaborate a little further, here's a little story of my own from when I first got into video games. I clearly remember trying at Modern Warfare 3, the one that has a proper story, and I did not understand how you would even turn the camera, because at this point, I had only played the Gundam Versus games, which had a target lock, so I never needed to use the right joystick, and thus I had no idea how to play Modern Warfare 3 properly. Hell, I did not know you could press the joysticks down to run. I was so lost most of the time, looking down every single time I need to press a button for anything, not winning a single gunfight, be it against an enemy in PvP or the single player. I was not having a good time. It took months at least for me to understand that not all ledges could be climbed, where the button inputs were on the controller, how to move, aim and shoot all at the same time, knowing where the game wanted me to go, which actions would work, and that just because a game gives you a certain tool to use in a certain way, does not mean that you cannot use it for other means or in other ways as well. But I didn't just learn these things on my own. I needed people to point some things out to me, because the games themselves assume that you know how to look around, for example. They assume you know that the tutorials are simply building blocks to build upon by using what you're told in other ways. So even the simplest things need to be pointed out to new players, even if it may seem silly. Hence, for example, the bright yellow ledges you see in a lot of games nowadays. Because, as rude as it may sound, new players will rarely apply the things that they are taught if you don't force them to remember those teachings. The Cuphead journalist clip comes to mind. And games need to get better at this, as it is genuinely disorienting for newcomers. Look at Monster Hunter. It explains all of the controls and systems, all of them, in the very beginning. It is one of the biggest hurdles to joining the Monster Hunter franchise, as it is just too much for anyone who's new to the series. And because it makes people feel so overwhelmed, they rarely ask for others to help them. This is a thing that passes the more you play games, but at first it is a genuine issue, as they feel disoriented, confused, and wonder why people think this shit is fun. This is also why games get demonized so often, even though they have been proven to have beneficial effects. It is simply because those who demonize games usually don't understand them and thus fear them. The fun usually stems from immersing yourself in the world of the game, which you will have an easier time with if you understand the game's language. Which leads me to the first reason people like to play games.
I've got to get out of here. Calm down. Get a hold of yourself.
Students, please let me handle this.
I've got to get...
People who are critical of games and or gamers usually see games as escapist hobbies. In this case, the term escapist holds negative connotations. It is said that these people cannot handle real life and simply want to have all the fun and none of the responsibilities, meaning that gamers simply want to swap real life with a different world where the stresses of life cannot hurt them, to lose themselves in a new world as a new person. And that is not necessarily untrue. Sometimes people just need to be able to let go for a short while and simply be who they wish to be or experience what they wish to experience. Life is hard. A lot of the work you will do will go unrewarded or happens because you must. Other times, something that you may wish to do will just be nipped in the bud due to various reasons. Everything you do always falls under heavy scrutiny. Every choice you make and every choice you don't make is judged and evaluated. But with games, things are different. Your actions are recognized and rewarded, and you can also choose to do those things in any given game. You are never forced to do them no matter what. Another part as to why people seek this escapism is simply to experience something new, to find worlds less drab and one note than ours, because our lives are ones of routine. We wake up, go to either our jobs or schools, come home, follow our hobbies or something like that, and at times go on holidays to do something else for a while. And while that may all be fine and dandy, don't you wish there was a serious break to the trodden path? That is something that games can provide. Also, I'm gonna be honest here, traveling in this economy? You gotta be crazy, man. You also hear how people lament that they were born too late to explore the world, too early to explore the universe, and instead were born during a time of complete and utter boredom. And for that purpose, games can provide worlds more magical, mysterious, and enrapturing. Worlds which are more colorful and foster creativity and wonder. Or you see people lamenting the fact that we're currently living through a period of time that will appear in history books without a shadow of a doubt, and God do I hate that fact. There is also the inverse though, in which people are happy that they live in this time period for whatever reason they may choose. So whichever version of that saying you subscribe to, there's a way that games can help with both. As you can tell, the reasons why one would like the escapist fantasy are very vast and complex, and obviously has a positive effect on people. Games allow people to satisfy their needs that they would otherwise get from travel, work, or sports, for example, from the comfort of their home and in a space of their choosing. So let's take a closer look at that.
I'm stronger. I'm smarter. I'm better. I am better.
Remember this pyramid? I'm sure you have seen this in school at some point. It is called Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You know what we will do with it in this video?
Know your fucking place, trash.
We won't be using that today, but it is certainly a good starting point. In a book written by Mr. Scott Rigby called Glued to Games, 3 basic psychological needs are postulated. those being competence, autonomy, and relatedness. Let us begin with competence. Whenever you do something, be it work, study, play a game, or anything else, what do you think will keep you interested in continuing to do what you're doing? Money? Good grades? A rare loot drop? Yeah, all of that definitely plays a role in keeping you going, but those things are as a result of what you have done, not the actual thing you're currently doing. You, for example, won't get a good grade while you're studying. You won't get millions of bucks for simply sitting in a room for 8 hours at your work. Okay, never mind that last part. No, the thing that keeps you going is a challenge, the drive to get good. Because what fun would there be if there was no obstacle to overcome? Sure, a walk in the park is calming and can be nice, but eventually it will get boring. Now add a kid that you are meant to protect, and a random, untrained pit bull to the mix that has an inbuilt GPS to the nearest frontal lobe of a youngling, and you got yourself a challenge. To achieve mastery over a challenge, you will require a very specific thing though, a flow state. The flow state is simply a state of complete focus and immersion into the events happening in front of you. Flow is achieved when a person is challenged in just the right way to keep them engaged, but not too much to make it not fun. As the saying goes, variety is the spice of life. Always being able to handle any problem with no issues at all would leave you in a state of apathy and boredom. And always being too overwhelmed with any given task would leave you with anxiety. Finding that middle ground is difficult in real life. Schools have standardized testing, which for many students can be too much or too little stimulation. The gifted student who later burnt out extremely fast is a story that many of us have heard or can't even relate to. However, once you do manage to persevere and overcome a challenge or realize that this problem is too difficult for you, you will move on and look for the next challenge to attempt to master. And games are incredibly adept at providing a finely tuned challenge for the player. Decades of research, trial and error have gone into allowing players to enter a flow state. That flow is not always achieved in a way you would expect. Take for example, the Rift Breaker. The main challenge here is management. Can you handle the energy strain on your base? Do you need more materials? And is your computer able to not melt down when the bigger enemy waves crash into your base? It is all about managing what you have and accommodating any and all shortcomings that may arise. Fairly obvious if you take a look at the gameplay. Being able to control your base's economy is not easy, as any new building you add will require new materials or more of the ones you already own, and may or may not be running out of. The hostile fauna of the planet will also throw a wrench into your operations in at times irregular intervals. It can be a lot, but it is never unmanageable if you're smart about it. And once you know how to manage your base and the enemy waves well, and you see them crashing against your walls while being picked off in such rapid succession, you just see a bunch of mush on the floor, you just know that you have nothing to fear anymore. Yet then you look at Doom Eternal. One would think the flow state here is gained by just surviving and killing the enemies before they kill you, as there are so many bearing down on you. But to be frank, that is the easy part. The actual flow of Doom Eternal hinges on your speed, recognition, and reaction times. On Ultra Violence, which is its name for the hard mode and its intended difficulty level, you needed to be on point with all three of those. You needed to recognize all different types of enemies charging at you, remember their weaknesses, select the right weapon, and hit their weak points, all while you're being shot at from all sides with reckless abandon. And each time you manage to overcome everything that is thrown at you by the game, you're rewarded for it. Be it an opening in an enemy's defense that allows you to let their insides become their outsides and have a brief moment of calm, or the diminished fighting capability of one of your foes with a satisfying clang sound effect. Games reward your work, no matter what. It could be a hard-earned title to display alongside your name like how it is done in Destiny 2, or something as simple as not getting your kneecaps broken by Tom Nook for not paying him his money back. Competition is obviously also a part of competence. I mean, it's in the fucking word. Facing off against other people and absolutely crushing them will make you feel good. Remember playing Monopoly and absolutely mentally destroying your friends or family so much that they will disown you no matter if they even are physically and legally capable of doing so? That felt good, right? Made you want to do it again, did it not? No? What is wrong with you? Don't you want to be a winner? Well, I guess that's your choice. And speaking of choice,
You hold dominion with your marker and think you can tempt fate to disband this recent fellowship.
Fine, then you'll have detention after school.
What the fuck?
ever groaned at the fact that you were told what to do? Ever wanted to just say fuck it and break away from your obligations and go do whatever you wanted to do? Ever wanted to commit tax evasion? Well, you can't. But this drive to be independent is inherent to everyone, no matter what life you have led so far. IT companies, for example, have used a special method that allows their employees to choose which task they will do, to give them a small amount of agency and thus make them a bit more content with their work. And it genuinely works. I mean, for comparison, look at how students view having to go to school. I doubt you will find a single student who is entirely happy that they have to go there. Because, let's be honest here, no one, and I mean no one, would willingly analyze a 500-plus-year-old poem of their own accord. It is forced upon them, and not having that control of your own actions feels like absolute crap. And this exact reason is why games are yet again so loved, as you not only have the ability to choose which game to play, but even once you have chosen a game, you have the ability to decide how much you want to engage with it. Better yet, if a game has choices that actually do impact the story, that actually matter, it feels great, because you know you helped shape the world of this game. A well-known example of a game where choices matter is, for example, Telltale's The Walking Dead. Sure, there are some predetermined events that will happen, but I mean, they are still telling a story and the plot needs to progress somehow, and depending on what choices you make, or choose which characters to engage with and when to engage with them, your story can vary wildly from the plot of other players. And hell, if you do want to commit tax evasion, which you shouldn't, there's even a game for that. The desire to be in control is so strong for people that when a game advertises that choices matter but then just don't, or have little to no impact on the game world, the game will not only be mocked, but may even be hated later on. A famous example of this being the ending to the Mass Effect trilogy. Spoilers if you plan on playing the game at this point. You had three options: destroy, take control of, or combine life itself with the big bads of the trilogy. While all these sound like major universe-altering choices, and they are, you could swap out the three resulting cutscenes and barely notice anything changing from a player's perspective. And that's ignoring the plot holes. A more minute thing that takes away from someone's autonomy are bugs and glitches. If these bugs and glitches are negatively impacting your experience, you're essentially losing the ability to do something you wish to do, which is why when a glitch or bug actually adds to the experience in a positive way, people feel like it is a nice surprise of some fortune coming their way. Games also allow you to experiment in many different ways, be it making use of the aforementioned bugs and glitches to give yourself an advantage, trying a new genre of game, a different difficulty level, what kind of equipment you use, or the ways you go about doing certain things. The indie scene is especially beloved for how innovative their ideas can be. If you have the patience to dig deeper into the indie scene beyond the tons and tons of quirky roguelike games. That is not to say those roguelikes are uninspired, far from it in fact. With how many roguelikes exist in the indie scene, you have to genuinely offer something very unique for people to pay attention to your game. And I am sure you have heard of Undertale, right?
How do you do, fellow kids?
What?
Relatedness is the need of people to matter, to be able to make a tangible difference. This need to find relationships extends to more than just other humans. You surely know how much people love their pets and see them as part of their families, or how people who work on building their own car from the ground up have a certain attachment to it. Creating relationships is just a thing humans do, as we are social animals. We want to belong. We want to be able to share a connection with others. And that doesn't exclude things and beings in media. In games where we can choose to be kind or to be complete assholes, players tend to choose the options where they are kind and helpful to people as a result of helping others, or just being kind is a more stable and better mental health and less stress than those who choose to not be altruistic but rather to be evil. And games such as Undertale make use of that part of human psychology extremely well. Undertale has two very distinct routes that you can take that show the effects of your behavior in game. The mercy route and the other route that I am not sure you can let me say without being smited. So let's just say if you go this route, I won't be mad, just disappointed. This route has you genuinely spend extra time to make sure that no NPC is left alive. You have to make sure that a very specific text prompt appears for you to progress that route by making sure that no hidden random encounter remains. And the game's world makes make sure that you feel the impact of your choices. Non-player characters that would usually sell you stuff just run away in fear. Enemies beg for their lives, and the encounters, specifically the boss fights, become so much harder. You not only are presented with the stress that comes with significantly harder fights, but also creepier music that is meant to wear down your mental state. You are meant to feel like the monster you chose to be. Instead, if you choose to show mercy and aid those around you, the characters will be more supportive, and previously purely hostile characters will allow you to get closer to them, and you will feel better simply because helping others and seeing them embrace you as a friend will boost your morale. Think about it, haven't you felt closer to someone after helping them? I'm sure you did. But it doesn't end there. If you decide to instead be an evil bastard and then be a kinder person in a different playthrough in Undertale, it'll show you that having been evil in the past will have lasting effects. I won't spoil what that means, just play it for yourself if you haven't yet. Helping others also allows you to immerse yourself in the world more, as the issues of the characters gives them depth. I still don't know how to pronounce that word. It shows that they have something more going on beyond the plot of the game, and you just happen to show up and just happen to be able to help. And by doing so, you get to explore their issues. Games teach you how to be kind without needing an incentive, hence why people who have issues in social situations are so much more likely to make connections with other people, since they can break away from who they are in real life and let go of their insecurities, even just for a little bit. Just take a moment and observe how connections are made nowadays. Friends made in real life and friends made online barely have any difference for people of this generation. Games allow people from all over the world to connect and befriend each other. But as nice as all that sounds, it is not that simple. To truly get into games and to understand why they are so beloved, you first have to understand how they speak to you. You have to first get into that mindset, and that is not simply done with a snap of a finger. For example, I swapped over to PC gaming entirely in around 2020, and it still took me a while to fully learn the required hand-eye coordination for mouse and keyboard. It is often said that time spent playing games is wasted time. It is said that one could use that time to further oneself in one's own career. But why does every living second need to be spent thinking about work or working? People aren't machines. We need time off to rest and recuperate, to be able to deal with the hardships of everyday life. And it's not just that. Getting into games is hard. There's a reason why most YouTubers who loved games in the past before making video game content their job often don't play games outside of for content purposes after years of making content anymore. It's not just that content creation takes a long time, which it does, I mean look at my channel, but getting into different games is hard work and it takes time, which most people may not realize. There's a reason why a lot of people get into a single genre and then never switch. So saying that time spent learning how to play a game is wasted is a massive disservice to those who dedicated time to do so. Like, just for a second, imagine you're someone who loves to play FIFA and has been playing those games and only those, but then you decide, wait, why am I playing this EA garbage? And you try to swap over to something like Elden Ring. The skill set required to play FIFA is like 99% different than the one required to play Elden Ring. There are worlds between those games, with the only connecting part being the button layout on your controller. Games are work. Take my favorite franchise ever, for example. Monster Hunter is not simply a game you can play for an hour and make a ton of progress. It is an intense 20 to 30 minute long butt-clenchingly tense dance between you and a gigantic animal that just wants you to fuck off. And for those that want to say, I get in there and kill a monster in 10 minutes tops even if I have a bad run, yeah, but to get to that point you probably got a good mixed set of weapons and practice. It was not done immediately with what little gear and experience you had, and let me tell you, Monster Hunter is a menu simulator, more than you may expect. But managing all these different systems is more fun than simply looking at different values as they go up and down depending on what is currently happening. Instead, you're going to go on a quest to fight a beast that poses some sort of threat, and the values you so meticulously made go up and down will have a visual feedback of them activating and will make the fight feel different in some way, shape or form. Your job and games both feel rewarding if you do well in either of them. But in games, your choices feel like they actually matter. Remember the guy who worked for Burger King for 27 years and only got a small bag of what honestly feels like something you would hand out to kids during like a school trip? That is exactly what I'm talking about. Instead, in games, you're given emotional anchors that give you a reason to keep coming back instead of just doing something because you need the money to survive. Your actions are also recognized and rewarded instead of just being ignored for an extreme amount of time. Again, remember, 27 years. You could be firing out of all cylinders or not do anything at all, and both will be met with the same indifference in real life. The immediate reaction a game provides allows us to feel like we aren't actually wasting our time, like we are actually getting somewhere instead of just being someone in a sea of people being lost in the masses. Games allow us to enjoy work that we simply wouldn't be able to enjoy otherwise, as if you were presented with a bunch of Excel sheets or a menu that showed you which skill you were just activating, you would more likely choose the more fun-looking option of those two. Hence why gamification is a thing. It doesn't work as well as companies would hope, but it is a thing. And the fact that gamification exists as a concept speaks volumes. Because that means that companies have understood that games can be powerful tools, which leads me to...
I'll teach the boy. Come, my son, I'll show you the ways of the herd.
Games are an enormous repository of ideas. You name it, there probably is a game for it. That includes games that inspire curiosity. They can be used to teach not just children, but everyone about things they may never have engaged with otherwise. Think Assassin's Creed. While it is clearly a fictional setting, it includes major historical events, and the lore entries you can access are usually real-world history, unless that changed with Assassin's Creed Odyssey? I don't know, I dropped out after Assassin's Creed Origins. Or there was this one game that allowed people online to fold proteins to help find cures to diseases. And this would not be a proper Hawks video if I didn't glaze the absolute crap out of it. I would not have given a singular crap about the anatomy and habitats of animals if it wasn't for this game. The care put into how the monsters interact with their environment by the developers made me go out and buy their art books, which hold an incredible amount of information on the monsters' anatomies. Or look at this video. I never would have looked deeper into why people play and love games if it wasn't for me wanting to know why the sentiment towards AAA games and indie games had changed so drastically. And aside from just learning things once you go out of your way to do so, you also gain a benefit from simply playing games like first-person shooters. That genre of game increases reaction times of the players as well as depth perception and allows them to make out minute differences in just about anything visual a lot better. People who have a lot of experience with controllers even tend to do better with remote-controlled machinery, such as surgical robots, as the micro-adjustments needed during such procedures are not too far off from the micro-adjustments done with a joystick. That is not an excuse to say that gaming will make you a better surgeon. There are vast differences between headshotting someone in a game and trying to save a life. After all, you can 360 no-suture a wound. At least I don't think you can. But then there is the one thing that games have managed to do no matter the genre, no matter the time, and no matter what. They have taught people to care.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
I'm not sure when exactly this trend began, but it definitely started in the last decade. The trend I speak of is gamers coming together to help others. Remember when I spoke of the need called relatedness? One of its parts consists of altruism, and has been shown through unbelievable amounts of charities put together by gamers and game companies. Be it high-profile companies such as Bungie with their Bungie Foundation, to content creators such as Jacksepticeye and his Thankmas events, to less high-profile cases such as smaller streamers who held their own charity streams to add on to to the donations from big charity events to in-game events such as Helldivers 2, where the developers force their player base to choose between a new support weapon to unlock and saving fictional children for no reward, in which players overwhelmingly chose to save the kids, which then led to real-world actions in the form of the developers donating money to charities. And these are just some examples. I've not even scratched the surface with how often people come together to help those less fortunate than they are. There are thousands of charities I have not mentioned, and possibly millions of small creators who I've not mentioned either, which I am genuinely sorry for. But is that not a good problem to have? To have so many people willing to help that it is overwhelming? But charity is not the only thing gaming is for. It is also for allowing everyone to be able to enjoy this medium. Accessibility is not just to make some gameplay options less tedious or easier. Accessibility options are, for some people, the only actual way to play. Take a look at this. 1.3 billion people are disabled according to the World Health Organization, of which nearly a third are gamers. And I'm sorry if I accidentally offend someone here in this next part. It is not my intention, and it is quite literally the first time I'm talking about this topic in any capacity, so do forgive me if I say something out of line. People with mental disabilities who play video games are often demonized by old media who cannot let go of their preconceived notions that video games are too realistic and thus could inspire those disabled people to commit real-life violence, which could not be further from the truth, as games have a calming effect. They help with problem-solving abilities, they aid and train the brain to process information faster, they help with getting more out of the times when you pay attention, they help with increased creativity, and they can help with social anxiety. Not only that, but focusing on games can aid in easing pain, anxiety, hyperactivity, and lift moods. And those who suffer from physical disabilities and thus cannot go out for social activities a lot no longer have to feel left out. Sure, there can still be a lot of things that can be improved upon, but the possibility to connect with others is there. Furthermore, special controllers have been developed and still are being developed, so those with decreased motor functions can still play. The Joust Plus is one such specialized controller for those who are paralyzed from the neck down. Hell, there are neural implants that have been proven to work that then were used by that person to play video games. And I don't know if you ever thought about it, but wireless headsets are also accessibility options. Normal headsets have a cable that is usually not that long and thus also rarely able to accommodate wheelchairs or those who are bedbound. So something so simple as a headset without a cable can already ensure that someone gets to enjoy their life just a little bit more. To us, it may be an optional thing to pass a passing thought on, but to others, it makes a huge difference. So is gaming a waste of time? To answer this, I would like to quote John Lennon: "The time you enjoy wasting is not wasted time." So now that I'm done with my mad ramblings, it's your turn. What are you? So now that I'm done with my mad ramblings, it's your turn. What are your needs? What do you love about gaming? What are your stories? How did you get into games? Any and all thoughts you have, please put them in the comments. Thank you all so much for watching. I'm gonna go play some games now.
Hey, do you ever think about how crazy it is that video games are only like 50 years old? Well, 60 when you count the experimental stuff. I mean, film and animation and everything, or at least twice that, and there are some art forms like plays that go back hundreds of years. And yet a medium that might be younger than your dad has become the biggest, most expensive, technically impressive entertainment industry in the world. Games like GTA 6 are human achievements. With the number of man hours they're putting into that thing, you could put someone on the moon. It's going to make an amount of money so large we don't have numbers to count it. And it's just one of many, many games in development right now. It's kinda crazy if you think about it. In only the course of not even one lifetime, gaming went from blocky pixels moving around a screen to lifelike full open worlds and VR simulations that tell interesting and complex stories and have incredibly deep and intricate gameplay. That is a really impressive feat, and a level of growth almost nothing else has ever matched. And I don't think gaming gets enough credit for that. This insanely quick progression is even more interesting when you realize it's essentially baked into the medium. Video games, since their inception, have been heavily tied to computing. The entire medium was basically invented by hackers trying to test the limits of what computers could do, with games like Space War and Pong being developed as tech demos and exercises. Even when games started being sold commercially and consoles and arcade cabinets became more ubiquitous, the games developed for them were always pushing forward. You know, the Goombas in Mario only exist because they ran out of storage space for more enemies and just retextured a mushroom and flipped the image back and forth to make a walk cycle. The fixed camera angles in Resident Evil exist so they could pre-render the backgrounds and save polygons for the characters and enemies. A lot of early games were constantly coming up with clever strategies to get the most out of the limited hardware they were given. One of the most famous examples that you might know if you're at all into PC gaming is Doom. Developed by id Software and released in 1993, the game was mostly programmed by actual insane person John Carmack, who is the closest we will ever have to a real-life computer wizard, since he decided to optimize and beef up the engine of their previous Wolfenstein 3D to get Doom to run on basically anything with a chip in it, then release the source code of the game for free in 1997, leading to people to this day hacking everything from smart fridges to that shitty rabbit AI thing to get them to play the game. Contrast this with the other famous Can It Run Blank game, which is known for the exact opposite reasons. Released in 2007 as a pretty okay sci-fi action shooter, Crysis isn't that memorable for plot or gameplay. I mean, it's not even the most popular franchise with Cry in the title that the studio would launch, but it does have an incredible legacy, because for some reason, Crytek just decided to go fucking insane when it came to the graphics in the game, pushing them so far that Crysis was nearly impossible to run at max settings with consumer-level hardware. It was literally ahead of its time because you needed a graphics card that wasn't publicly available yet to get the most out of the game, meaning it could be used as a benchmark for performance years after it came out. But that's the thing, gaming has always been inextricably tied to computer culture, in obvious ways like the associations people have with companies like Nvidia, and in less obvious ones, like how the Xbox is short for Direct Xbox, because it used Microsoft's DirectX technology to make it easier for PC developers to make games for the console. DirectX ironically being the thing you needed on your PC for it to not explode when you tried to run Crysis. And this computer nerd drive to improve technology is still very much around. However, there have been obvious diminishing returns over the years. The leap from the PS1 to the PS2 is bigger than the PS2 to the PS3, which is much bigger than the PS4 to the PS5. Probably because the PS5 has no games. I mean, games are still looking better and better every year, but there's 5 new titles every week that look pretty similar to the last few titles, and a lot of the big players when it comes to innovation take years to release. Plus, older games will often get re-released and remastered, coloring our perception of what they look like. So game to game, generation to generation, it's harder to notice the improvement as it's happening. We are inevitably approaching a point where hardware upgrades and console generations aren't going to mean much. The tools and tech available to game studios are already so plentiful that many games don't use them all. But even if we're not anywhere close to hitting that wall, we're slowing down as we approach it. So to a lot of people, it's really easy to say things haven't gotten better. So while I was making my last video, I finally got around to beating the new Elden Ring DLC, Shadow of the Erdtree. And as someone who has played through all of the big FromSoft, Soulsborne, Kiro, whatever you want to call them games, something that immediately grabbed me is this idea of iterative design. Essentially how a studio can learn from a game they made, figure out how to improve some stuff, and put those improvements to work in the next game. Or how they can find something people really liked about one of their games and sort of focus more on that in the next. This is something that a lot of developers do. FromSoft isn't unique here, but I do think they're really good at it, and it's been fun to see their evolution through all of the games that I've played. One of the things that I thought was really cool was how when Elden Ring came out and people were struggling with Millennia, a boss that is very quick and fluid and susceptible to parrying, people said, hey, this is kind of like Sekiro. If this was a Sekiro boss, it would probably be much easier. And so one of the first upgrades you can get in Shadow of the Erdtree, or at least the first one you can visibly see when you start the DLC, is something that lets you parry enemies like Sekiro. I thought that was neat, and something that shows FromSoft either listens to their fans or independently had a similar train of thought. Because you go and fight most of the bosses in the DLC and in the main game with this Sekiro ability, and it's way easier, especially for someone like me who's already played Sekiro and learned that mechanic. Something else people like me criticized about the main game was that the story and NPC questlines felt sparse. So the DLC has this very direct storyline that involves a ton of characters who can kind of change their ending depending on your choices. People complained about the catacombs, so they all got revamped to much bigger dungeons that usually lead to other areas. There's just a lot of stuff where you can tell the devs saw the shortcomings of the main game and it influenced their design for the DLC. Now, not every edition is amazing. The complaint of overleveling pulling in the main game is solved with a collectible item that still left me in the exact same position as before, where I was massively underleveled for some bosses and then collected all the items and steamrolled all the other bosses. Except the final boss, who is a nightmare of difficulty that I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. Because he is my worst enemy. Fuck that guy. But these are still iterative decisions. They are adding on to the previous experience and trying to improve it. The level up system is an early response to the massive challenge of open world game design. The final boss isn't batshit hard out of nowhere, it's just harder than everything that came before. It's using all of the tools they have at their disposal, and it comes alongside all these additional options they've given to help you beat them, like the Sekiro ability. If they have gone too far, which I think they have, it's part of this continual process, where they can learn from it and make a better final boss next time, or even just patch this one to tone it down. Something they already did with the last bullshit hard boss from the main game, who coincidentally is the same fucking guy. Elden Ring and Shadow of the Erdtree aren't these distinct products built in a vacuum. None of FromSoft's games are. They're points on a line that is trying its best to always move upward. Because keep in mind, this iteration is the only reason Elden Ring exists in the first place. It's the only reason it's good or popular. The only way they'd make this big, intricate, interconnected world is if people loved Dark Souls back in 2011. They're only making Souls-like games in the first place because people like Demon Souls in 2009. And the incredible lore and story and world design their games are known for has been something they've been working on since, I don't know, Kingsfield? The point is, you do not get a game like Elden Ring first try. You can assemble a talented group of people to make something, but it's going to be really hard to replicate the success of a team that's been working together with the same director on the same types of games on the same engine for over 10 years. Yeah, all of their games are on one custom in-house engine that they've just been adding stuff to since like 2006, by the way. There have been specific mechanics and bosses and ideas in FromSoft games that have gone too far or not far enough. You've gotten things like Bed of Chaos or that fuck-ass snow level from DS2. But the strength of a developer who has been around for a while isn't their ability to just make something good first try, it's in how they make something better on the next. And again, FromSoft isn't unique in this. Tears of the Kingdom was as good as it was because it's the same director they've had since Skyward Sword, with the same producer since Twilight Princess, with the same team for the last several games, building off of Breath of the Wild. They could only get wacky with it and include that much content and detail because they're not starting from scratch. And that specific idea for mashing a bunch of parts together to make contraptions was something they only discovered from people trying to do that in the last game. Even id Software, from back at the beginning of the video, made 4 first-person shooters before Doom. You do not get one of the greatest games ever made without a Hover Tank 1 or a Catacombs 3D. Even John Carmack credits his optimization on the Doom engine to porting Wolfenstein 3D to the fucking Super Nintendo and trying to get that to work. So it's not a coincidence that FromSoft and Nintendo, creators of some of the best games of the last few years, have also kept their talent around as long as they have. That they've both been outspoken about not laying anyone off. That's kinda really important, because game development, like any creative endeavor, is an iterative process, and you need to have been able to have finished something in order to improve on it. Especially if that thing you finished before wasn't the most successful. That's the best way you learn. And I think letting people learn is something the industry ironically needs to learn, because without that, you're not getting any of these great games. It is actually incredible how big indie games have gotten over the years. I still remember watching Indie Game the Movie back in 2012 and seeing how cool these solo projects were, and over 10 years later, the level of quality has just gone up exponentially. Something like Super Meat Boy or Braid used to be this award-winning achievement, and now games like Celeste and Pizza Tower and Animal Well are all over the place. It feels like at any point you can just pull up Steam's front page and find an indie game released that day that's bound to— oh, never mind, that's hentai. The main couple things that have caused this explosive growth have been the increase in resources, inspiration, and competition. To make a game by yourself back in the day before YouTube and Unity tutorials was a monumental task, because on top of creating the entire thing yourself, you also had to learn everything about all the stuff you used to make it. And aside from some textbooks explaining certain concepts and programming languages, and maybe documentation for the software you were using, you had nothing to go off of. So of course, as all of those individual pieces got more attention and people willing to make tutorials and share insights, it got way easier to make a game. Compounded by the fact that a lot of these pieces, like Blender or Unity or Godot, got more and more open to the public. You have more options, more people willing to teach you those options, and more people working to make those options better, making your job even easier. Anyone can make a game. I cannot stress that enough. You need zero prior knowledge or experience with anything, because all of it is available to you online. I went to school for 4 years to learn how to code and design these things, but if I had spent those same 4 years just grinding away at a project, I'd be so far ahead it's not even funny. Also, possibly not $60,000 in debt. So because anyone can make a game, a lot of people do, and we have more games than ever. And the cool part about having more games, even in the AAA space where they're so big and technical that one person couldn't possibly dream of replicating them, is that they all serve as inspiration. Every game that comes out is a game that then exists forever to give you an idea to make a new one. And a lot of the best ideas are just other ideas smashed together. Harvest Moon and pixel graphics, Stardew Valley, Dark Souls, Metroidvania, Hollow Knight, roguelike deck builder and gambling, Balatro. None of these are like concepts nobody else could ever come up with. Someone just had the will to make them, and they made them really good. So on top of this idea of iteration we've discussed within one studio, you have this whole other realm of iteration on top of pre-existing games from other people. And that's what's driven a lot of the most creative ideas and projects across all of gaming, but especially in the indie space, because competition is so much more fierce. Now it's not just that you're making a new game by yourself or with a small team, now you're making a game to hopefully be better than the last one made by one person or a small team. And you're competing with theoretically anybody that just sits down one day and wants to make something. The bar has been set. Indie Game the Movie is already out there. People have become billionaires developing video games. So there is all this push and drive to get better and better, faster and faster, in an environment that is able to push things out and evolve quicker than the big developers can. And the result for players is just a ton of games all coming out all the time that are constantly improving. You get games like Hades and Sifu that look like they could be made by a studio 10 times their size, Inscription and Outer Wilds, which seem to permanently affect the people who play them, War Thunder, which I just found on an IGN list of top 100 indie games. Above Castle Crashers? Who fucking wrote this thing? We are getting to the point where we're actively blurring the definition of indie game because these studios are getting so big that they're getting picked up by and competing with AAA publishers. And that's an absolute nightmare to try and argue about in the comments of a YouTube video, but it's a blessing for the community, who reap the rewards of all of these games that are much bigger and more expansive than ever before. So video games are getting better technologically, they're getting better game to game. And even between different developers, they're getting better as it becomes easier to make them, more people get into the industry, and competition increases. That sounds to me like things are better than they've ever been. And yet, for every positive point I've made, you could make an equally negative one. Graphics are improving slower and slower, so companies are remastering old games instead of focusing on new ones, because it's cheaper and makes easy money. GTA 6 is taking about a decade to make, with an unhealthy long development cycle and a rumored cost of over $2 billion just to look as good as it does. Companies like FromSoft and Nintendo are rarities in the current industry, with bigger competitors like Microsoft more willing to just close an entire studio even after they release an award-winning game, meaning very few game devs have the ability to learn and iterate on prior releases because in all likelihood they might just get fired after one. That competition in the indie scene means that if you're not grinding yourself to the bone to make something that can compete with the best the industry has to offer, you might not sell enough copies to make a living, with even high-profile developers like Jonathan Blow re-releasing old games to terrible sales in an attempt to get by. It would be incredibly easy for me to flip this entire video on its head and scare you by bringing up all the problems surrounding the industry, tell you how all these good things are actually bad. And that's common territory for videos like this to get into. I've ended many videos on my channel in a similar way. But now, I really want to ask why. Because the one part of gaming that I think certainly feels like it's getting worse lately is sentiment. How people are talking about the industry and the way we're discussing it online. That feels demonstrably more negative than it was even a few years ago. You've got constant videos and tweets and articles saying gaming is dead, this studio is ruined, this franchise isn't the same anymore. Just a never-ending stream of people saying that things are worse than ever. And it's really frustrating to see that when they're often not. Like just recently, I saw a tweet regarding Helldivers 2. Big game, you might have heard about it, absolutely took over the internet for a while. And this tweet was saying that the game had completely fallen off. Quote, "It is truly astounding how a company turned their Game of the Year contender into a desolate wasteland in just 6 months." And that's just wrong. Helldivers 2 has an active daily player base of over 38,000 people every day. That is what it's had for months. The game is still one of the most active on all of Steam, but it had a balance patch that some people didn't like, so they have to talk about the game like it's dying. In fact, that's a very common way to speak about a game you don't like, to say it's dead because it doesn't have anyone playing it. Something people repeat so much you'd think there was a problem with games retaining their audience. Yet, in 2019, the number of games on Steam with over 10,000 active daily players was about 26. In 2024, that number is over 100. So again, the sentiment of gaming feels much worse than the problems actually are, and the actual problems are much older and more common than you might think. Need I remind you, the developers featured in Indie Game the Movie have been on record to say they often worked so hard they forgot to eat, because indie game development in 2009 was so stressful and competitive. The gaming industry had so many layoffs leading into 2012 that news outlets compiled lists of companies and employees affected in the same way they made a chart in 2023. And the tally was over 11,000 people. And drives to push graphics forward have been expensive, risky endeavors since Final Fantasy VII spent $21 million on just hardware for the game, which is still to this day one of the most expensive ever made. None of these problems are new. You can say that they've gotten worse recently, but you can also say that the industry has just gotten much larger. Games are more profitable, so they get bigger budgets and more time to make them. There's more people working in the industry to lay off, more indie success stories to hear tales of crunch from. Now, that doesn't mean these aren't problems, it doesn't mean they're not bad. In fact, these issues being so prevalent for so long should probably tell you we need to fix them, but none of this is evidence that gaming is dead or getting worse. And yet people keep on saying that, because we really underestimate how powerful negativity is. Getting someone to feel a negative emotion is one of the most effective ways you can get them to care about something, to get them to act. In my case, I like to talk about issues in different industries and bring awareness to them and get people invested. You might not give a shit about game developers, but if I show you a game you liked and how hard people worked on it and how bad they got treated and how the studio got shut down, well, now suddenly you might care a little bit. And getting you to care can get you to act when another studio needs support, or when workers go on strike, or when greedy executives do something bad and people should go after them. Now, that's my reasoning to use negative emotion to persuade people, and everyone does it. It's not an inherently bad thing, but it can be used for a bad purpose. You can have reasons to use it that aren't great, especially on social media, where it gets you more attention, views, and followers the more negative you are. You know, 15K likes.
Don't I have magic spot? I do have it.
Likes on a tweet that isn't even true. People have realized that they can get more attention to their cause if they tell you that everything is fucked and the industry is dying and developers hate you and you need to stop them. So that's the fuel for so many discussions online. It's the secret sauce behind a lot of the discourse. Keep people feeling bad because it's the best way to get them on your side. And this is why sentiment feels like it's getting even worse, even if everything else is getting better. When you look at gaming from a bird's eye view over a several year time span, it's a very positive trend. It's a line going up with dips and dives here and there, but ultimately a lot of improvement. But when you zoom in on any specific moment in time, of course you're going to find tons of issues and problems and scary trends that seem very threatening, especially when you're living through them. And the sort of paradox of it all is that these issues can be very real, and just because things might get better anyways doesn't mean we shouldn't try to fix it right now. It doesn't mean we shouldn't care. But we also shouldn't let the negativity consume us. We shouldn't spend every waking moment stressing out about this, thinking the whole world is falling apart, because there's only so much we can do. And too many bad emotions can just lead to us giving up entirely. Being negative about the industry can ironically be used in a very positive way. I don't think we should just stop using it entirely, even if such a thing were possible, but I do think we should be more aware of how we're using it. And we should definitely be more aware of how others are using it against us, because it can color our perception over time, make us think things are worse than they really are. So to answer the question of is gaming better than ever, I think yeah, personally it is. But I don't think it's better because graphics are prettier or games are more complex or studios are more plentiful. I think it's better because we have the power to make it better. We've always had the power to make it better. And I've seen firsthand that when you give people that power, they'll use it. And they have used it, despite the issues and the problems and the scary trends. They've used that power and pushed forward. They've worked toward the common goal that we all have, to make this the best space it can possibly be. And I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
No one's selling Bone Chewer. What? That's crazy. Best MMORPG.
Alright, so let's be real. MMORPGs have had a bit of a roller coaster ride over the last few years. But in 2025, things...
Gamers want live service. No, they don't. They want good games. Piracy is justified. Watch this. I don't want to watch this.
A wise man once said that pirating Adobe is morally correct.
The internet is full of comments like these, and piracy is one of the most debated topics on the internet.
But the quest to defeat the boogeyman known as piracy also leads more people to it. I don't promote piracy, okay? No matter how you cut it, piracy is the theft of digital content.
Piracy is illegal. On the one side, we've got this stern warning from classroom to boardrooms that pirating is like stealing from a store, taking what isn't ours. Software companies have been claiming that they lose $1 billion each year due to illegal downloads, which they say is threatening jobs and creativity. Piracy is painted as an evil devil, bankrupting companies, fueling organized crimes.
I've done things that I'm not proud of.
And spreading malware. But what if I told you that giant corporations might be exaggerating the problem to suit their own interest? And the reality is more complex than simply stealing from a store. Piracy isn't black and white as they want you to believe. It's more like a gray area, balancing between good and bad, and with more to this topic than people want you to believe. Just to be clear, I'm not promoting piracy in any way. Any mentions of illegal stories here is purely hypothetical. I'm not a legal expert, so don't take any of this as real legal advice. My piracy story starts with a gift. When I was really young, my brother and I got PSPs from our cousins abroad with just one copy of FIFA game between us. To play together, we had to swap the game discs between our consoles, between games, and with our monthly $5 allowance and the average household income per capita in the place where I live being $849. A year, which compared to the States was around $25,000, we really couldn't afford $40 copy of a game at that time. Plus the fact that digital cards like Visa and MasterCards were practically non-existent in our country, I was stuck with one game. And since buying them wasn't an option, I did what any desperate 8-year-old gamer would do. I googled how to download games on PSP for free, and that was just the start. I installed my first crack game, then my second, and soon enough I was down the rabbit hole of piracy. I felt unstoppable. The realization that I could access any file online without spending a penny was liberating. From movies to software to games, I pirated them all. But once I started earning, I bought the real thing. And since 2016, I've paid for every FIFA game and spent $1,000 on building my ultimate team. And despite my love-hate relationships with EA, I probably will pay for the next version of FIFA. I also have went on to buy DaVinci Resolve and even went so far to make a documentary on why DaVinci is so much better than any other video editing software. The reason value addition. If a product is genuinely great and delivers value, I'm sold. The truth is that piracy is never an issue for companies who provide good service, because initial pirates often become loyal customers of such corporations. It is the lousy software developers and subpar service providers who whine about it. I mean, look no further than this clip by Steam's founder, Gabby Newell.
From our point of view, what we saw more and more is that piracy is a result of bad service on the part of game companies.
But before we talk about why piracy is a service problem, let's talk about why piracy isn't theft as companies are pushing out to be. It's not uncommon for people to equate the word theft with piracy, which isn't true at all. Piracy is the unauthorized duplication of copyrighted content without the permission. But since it doesn't physically take anything away from the owner, calling it theft is objectively wrong.
Yep.
But to make it seem more severe than it actually is, people and giant corporations have been lying for the convenience. In reality, pirating is just another way to say copyright infringement. And by pirating, you're primarily violating only copyright and trademark law, not theft law. Legally, there are clear distinctions between tangible property crimes and IP violations in almost all jurisdictions, even in the US. And the real reason behind piracy always comes down to the service. When you pay for content, whether it be a product, service, or a game, or just television show, if the experience is worse than what you get if you pirated it, there is simply no point in spending spending your money. The truth is that pirated versions just work better than official ones. If paying would have given you a good service in return, there wouldn't really be any need to pirate it. Take Steam for an example. Back in the 2000s, Valve Corporation was training for a better way to update its games since downloadable patches led to rampant piracy and cheat. They were quick to realize that top-notch service was the ultimate antidote to piracy. So, they created Steam, a user-friendly standardized platform with a vast library of games and content, making it way convenient to purchase games than unorganized pirated ones.
That there's misconceptions in the industry about what piracy is, right? You know, there's assumption that what is piracy? Piracy is about people want to steal stuff from you, right? That they don't want to pay any money and they want to get your content. But when you look at the fact that these people have, you know, $2,000 PCs and you know they're spending $50 a month US more on their internet connections, clearly they're willing to spend money.
It's the internet.
US more on their internet connections, clearly they're willing to spend money.
It automatically updated games, so user always had the latest features and fixes compared to pirated games, which might never get an upgrade. And since the gaming experience was so much better with Steam, people actually stopped pirating for good. Think about it. If a user can drop $2,000 for a gaming setup, you surely would pay for a $50 game if it meant better experience and quality service. Additionally, Steam also adjusted its price according to recent GDP, making games more affordable and accessible worldwide. However, video games today are increasingly using stricter DRM technology that has caused performance issues, such as longer loading times and lower frame rate, and have become more intrusive with endless updates and server issues. Meanwhile, the pirated version of these DRM games work better as they are free of these headaches running perfectly. While DRM is meant to prevent piracy, it often feels like a punishment for those who bought the game legally, while those pirates enjoy uninterrupted gaming that feels more respectable to players' time and money. On the other hand, the legit platform gives a terrible performance and slow interface, needing for a constant internet connection and locking you out if servers are down. Moreover, paying for legal access to content just doesn't cut it anymore. The corporate giants want your data too. Take Netflix for example. They boast their 4K streaming but throttle it down to 720p when you watch it on a computer. Why? Because they want you to use the intrusive closed source app on a smart TV, a device notoriously known for spying on you. So it's difficult for you to verify what really is going on.
Smart television is there's an option called do not sell my personal information. And because we live in a dystopian world, this option is not by default checked. It should be the default.
And I realized that there's a cheat code you could do on Netflix apparently where you Control-Shift-Alt-D. And when you hit Control-Shift-Alt-D, what you see is that you are actually getting a low bitrate 720p stream, even though you paid for 4K. Are they actually ruining the experience for somebody who's using a computer because they want you to use closed source platforms that give you more control?
Companies often claim that developing countries are rife with piracy, but if they offer their products at a reasonable price, people are less likely to pirate. For example, services like Amazon Prime Video and Spotify have successfully reduced piracy by adjusting their price to match economics reality of different regions. Piracy is also about the ease of availability. In early 2010s, piracy dropped dramatically with services like Netflix. Why did it exactly drop? Because it was super easy to find what you needed on Netflix up until a few years ago. Pretty much everything was available on a single platform like these, but then everyone decided to start their own streaming service with their own exclusive content, and it all went downhill from there. Now there are like 6 million streaming services, and every company and their dogs have launches as storefronts. It has made every platform fragmented and disjointed, which over the years has caused piracy to rise once again. Because it doesn't make sense to pay a bunch of service providers just in case some movie you want to watch is on their platform. If I'm not getting my money's worth, I'd rather opt out for the pirated version that would give me a way better experience completely for free. Ironically, the companies who tell you that piracy is wrong are often the biggest pirates themselves. Take a look at what just Apple did.
Because according to new research from Proof News, tech giants including Apple, Anthropic, and Nvidia have been training their AI models using transcripts from over 170,000 YouTube videos.
Training the AI models with transcripts from over 170,000 YouTube videos, ranging from Mr. Beast to PewDiePie to MKBHD, entirely without the creator's permission. While their website is boasting pages-long guidelines on respecting intellectual property rights and unauthorized copying. Apple isn't the only one though. There are like other famous corporations in the list of offenders like Adobe, Google, and Nvidia. With Adobe, their terms and conditions changes more often than their software update. They have now recently declared that they can now view, listen, or review your private content, all in the name of training their AI.
Just by using Adobe software or storing your work on their Creative Cloud service, the default saving option in apps like Photoshop, that you are licensing all of your work to Adobe to use as they see fit.
So basically you are paying them to steal your work, teach their AI, and then charge you extra for the features built on your stolen content. When people with bills and mortgages use copied software, it's called piracy, theft, and crime. But when companies are dealing with trillions of dollars and do it on a massive scale, then it's suddenly a step toward innovation. Adding to the irony, Google, which already has access to nearly everyone's personal info and has been cashing in by selling the data to third parties without users' informed consent, are now considering using ad blockers on YouTube a criminal offense and violation of their terms and conditions. It's even hilarious how they're running campaigns to stop data piracy while they themselves are the biggest pirates. But what these companies fail to realize is that piracy is marketing. I mean, in my case, I went from learning editing for free, then eventually buying the software and going on to the point to making a video about DaVinci Resolve and Final Cut Pro and why they are so great, and even influencing my friends to buy it who would have never bought it.
Places where I was being pirated, particularly Russia, where people were translating my stuff into Russian and spreading it out into the world. I was selling more and more books. People were discovering me, being pirated. And then they were going out and buying the real books. And when a new book would come out in Russia, it would sell more and more copies. And I thought that was fascinating.
Piracy is basically free advertising. If you think it kills sales, well, think again, because those who pirate probably wouldn't have bought it in the first place. When people use pirated versions, they try the product before buying it. This can lead to brand royalty as they start liking the product. And over time, as they can afford it, it becomes more accessible. Many switch to buying the legitimate version, especially if it offers better service, regular updates, and good support. In economically challenged regions, piracy often happens because legitimate products are too expensive. But once the economy starts to grow, people who previously pirated are likely going to buy the software that has been providing them value for a long time.
But as long as they're going to steal it, we want them to steal ours. They sort of get addicted, and then we somehow figure out how to collect sometime in the next decade.
Pirate content can also create communities around the product. Forums, fansite, and social media groups can build excitement and interest. These communities can be used for marketing when official updates or release happen. Moreover, the feedback from pirated versions helps the creator improve their product. Users often report bugs and issues which can guide the developers in making a better final product. By understanding and addressing the reason to piracy, such as high prices and limited accessibility, companies can turn piracy into an opportunity. And though piracy is son upon by big tech companies, creators of pirate sites like Pirate Bay are celebrated as superheroes. The reason we call it piracy is because it draws from a traditional sea piracy, where ships and coastal towns were raided just like digital content today, from vast oceans of internet, except instead of rum and treasures, pirate raid softwares and movies and games and music. Sea pirates have been dating back to 14th century BC, where desperate seamen trying to take control of their lives, stealing goods and resources from high seas across the globe to escape overcrowding and unemployment. Internet piracy also mirrors the same idea, exploited user stealing in order to control what and how they consume digital content. In the first 5 years of computing itself, the digital piracy scene was already king off. Back then, a computer was marked up on $400 to $600, which in today's money is more than $2,000. Once you got the computer up and running, you needed software that could run on it. Most people couldn't afford it, so they would just demo the software and games onto blank floppy disks and share.
People spend. Damn, that was 3 hours. I got only 4? Damn. Slow down. $6K, dude. $6K.
around. While software at that time didn't exactly stop you from making endless copies this way, it was lousy manual process, which meant each copy ended up a bit worse than the last, but still usable. But the whole piracy concept came true with the launch of Napster in 1999. It began as a platform where millions could freely access shared download music for free, but what started as a music lover's dream soon became a nightmare for artists, recording labels, and entire music industry, as they saw it as outright theft of intellectual property, leading to legal battles with big names like Recording Industry Association of America and the band Metallica.
I think that internet swapping and trading of different things is pretty cool, man. Kids want to listen to music, you know? I don't think bands should be so concerned with making every penny that should be squeezed out of everything. It's like, I want kids in Thailand to rock out when we show up to Thailand, you know? I don't care if they bought the record or not. If they downloaded it off their computer, right on. If they taped it off to their friend, right on. It means they like music. I think people are too concerned with, like, it's going to kill the record industry because we're not going to be able to make every penny.
It blurred the lines between sharing and stealing for the first time, which is quite literally the flaming debate behind piracy being good or bad. Until this, piracy was just called stealing, and those who pirated were called thieves. But what made pirate a term from a past to a cool term was Pirate Bay. Founded in 2003 by a group of 3 Swedish activists and tech enthusiasts, Pirate Bay became a platform where people could find and share files, movies, games, and software through torrenting. It's like a big online library, but many of these files shared are copyrighted, which means they aren't supposed to be freely distributed. The trio was linked to Swedish anti-copyright group, the Pirate Bureau, which advocated free exchange of information against the commercialization of information. They believed that copyright law were being used to limited access to knowledge, culture, and innovation. They wanted to create a platform that put control back of the digital content back in the hands of the people. However, Pirate Bay grew in popularity and it attracted the attention of law enforcement and copyright holders. Eventually, Pirate Bay founders were caught and waited by Swedish authorities on May 31, 2006, which was conducted at the request of the Motion Picture Association of America. The police confiscated all Pirate Bay servers and equipment, seemingly putting an end to the site, or at least that's what everyone thought. Just when it seemed like Pirate Bay was gone and that the copyright holders had claimed victory, ISO Hunt, another major touring site, was back up, running less than in 3 days. Despite the legal pressure and shutdown of Pirate Bay, ISO Hunt quickly rebutted and was the result of decentralized nature of torrenting ecosystem and its peer-to-peer P2P technology. This meant that if any one site went down, others could quickly fill in this place. And with no central server, the networking became much harder to take down. If one peer goes down offline, others continue sharing the file, making it nearly impossible to eliminate every single one of them. So no matter how many lawsuits are filed, sites are shut down, new one will quickly spawn out to its place. And the only effective way to stop piracy has now been to offer better service that actually justifies the price.
There it is, finally. After 3 hours. So I got 5 now. Three hours, got 5. It's good. Almost 3 hours. Getting hot, yo. Getting hot. Five now. Can we get another one before I leave? Come on, show. One more. Just one more before I take a break. It's not showing, dude. Come on. The blue beam. I need the blue beam. Yeah, it looks like I'm not gonna get another one. Yeah, I'm not gonna get another one. How much will I get? It's all shit. Okay. Hold on, I'll be back. There it is. Bone chewer. Yo, it's gone. We need bone chewer. Easter event. May 25th. Alright, I'll be back real quick. Yo! Thanathorn, Jared Kuldilok. I don't speak Thai, man. A what? Hold up. I don't speak Thai, so I had no idea what you just said. Fine clip. +8 chain. Magnificat scroll. Thanathorn. Very cool look. I should put English. There you go. Gotta go back to farming again. Ha ha ha. Oh, nice. Oh, I forgot to buy. Shit. Whatever. Why so many gargoyles here? Fuck. Streaming was a mistake.
Piracy is making a major comeback. No, not that kind. Video piracy. Remember when streaming was supposed to be the hero that killed piracy? Yeah, that didn't happen. and the reasons why are obvious. Subscription prices are skyrocketing, shows are getting pulled from libraries, and exclusive content is being scattered across a dozen different services. Instead of making our lives easier, streaming has morphed into cable 2.0. Expensive, fragmented, and frustrating. Want to watch Severance? You'll need Apple TV. Rewatch The Office? Well, it used to be on Netflix, but now you'll need Peacock. Sports? One game is on DAZN, another on Fubo. How are you even supposed to keep track of where everything is? These days, finding that one specific movie you want to watch feels like a chore. You're gonna need Google, maybe even a VPN, and while you're at it, may as well pull out your credit card because it's probably on a streaming service that you don't have. Somehow, we've never had more entertainment available, yet we're constantly struggling to find and afford the stuff we actually want to watch. Piracy has once again become the most convenient option, but it doesn't have to be. Look at music. They eventually figured it out. Imagine how stupid it would be if you could only listen to Kendrick Lamar on Spotify while Drake was exclusive to Apple Music. Actually, given their beef, they might like that, so never mind. In the early 2000s, music piracy, fueled by sites like Napster and LimeWire, had the music industry in full-blown panic. Piracy wasn't just winning because it was free, it was winning because it offered a superior service. Why would anyone bother going out to a store to buy a $10 CD just to hear that one song they liked? Napster and LimeWire gave you exactly what you wanted. The music industry slowly came to terms with this being the future of music consumption, and in 2003, Apple launched the iTunes Music Store, selling digital downloads for 99 cents a song. For music lovers who weren't already pirating music, iTunes was incredible. It made music more accessible, arguably more affordable, and completely reshaped how we discover new artists. But for the pirates, it didn't offer anything they didn't already have. The game changer didn't arrive until 2008, when Spotify gave music pirates a real reason to quit. Suddenly, the iTunes model was obsolete. We stopped buying music altogether and started paying a monthly fee for all-you-can-stream access. The price was right, and the convenience was too. It became clear that if you wanted to actually stop piracy, you simply had to provide a better alternative.
I would have thought that was obvious.
At the same time as the music industry was seeing this massive transformation, the internet was making video piracy a lot more accessible. Regulators' efforts to combat video piracy weren't working. They mostly relied on vague threats and public service announcements like this one. The only success that came from this PSA was an unintentional meme about downloading a car, which, let's be honest, we all would if we could.
You downloaded this vehicle.
Yes.
That's stealing.
How's it stealing? I made an exact copy. I didn't steal anything from anyone.
You took potential profits from Toyota.
I wasn't going to buy a Hilux either way. They've lost no money. This hurts no one.
That's actually quite a good argument for online piracy.
I pirated this vehicle.
When Netflix had begun pivoting from mailing out DVD rentals into becoming an internet streaming company, this was a real solution, combating piracy with convenience, much like Spotify did for music. Why bother dealing with shady torrent sites, pop-up ads for who knows what, and low-quality bootlegs when you could pay a few bucks a month for unlimited, high-quality content? Of course, piracy didn't disappear entirely, but illegally downloading content that was readily available on Netflix seemed kinda pointless. This was the streaming golden age. Netflix was on its way to becoming a central place for all your favorite movies and TV shows, that is, until competition arrived. Suddenly, your favorite movies and shows weren't all in one place anymore. Disney+, Hulu, Peacock, and a slew of others entered their arena, all vying for your attention and your dollars. Unlike Spotify and Apple Music, which offer virtually the same music libraries, video streaming took a completely different turn. Content on one platform cannot coexist somewhere else. We were apparently all naive to assume that it could. These streaming services have now made it clear that nothing is permanent. Warner Bros. Discovery pulled Westworld and a bunch of other HBO shows from HBO Max to avoid paying residuals, Disney Plus has been caught removing original films and series without warning, and Netflix is notorious for constantly rotating its library, making it impossible to rely on the service for long-term access to anything. Even digital purchases aren't safe anymore. Amazon has been caught deleting or restricting access to movies that customers had actually bought. So let me get this straight. You pay for a streaming service, you get emotionally invested in a show, and then one day it vanishes without a trace, and the only surefire way to watch it whenever you want is to download it illegally? Yeah, that'll definitely kill piracy. While the streaming wars began as a battle royale for content supremacy, licensing disputes, and complex streaming contracts have soured the entire industry. Like, why could Disney Plus subscribers in the US watch The Bear, while those in Australia couldn't? These kinds of headaches are a big part of why streaming companies have morphed into becoming their own production studios. Netflix originals like Squid Game should, in theory, be available forever and accessible everywhere. This evolution of streaming companies producing their own content means you're no longer subscribing to the platform with the best catalog of acquisitions. You're essentially investing into a single studio that's hopefully producing something good. Netflix is planning to drop a staggering $18 billion on content in 2025 alone, with the lion's share going to originals, like finally delivering the last season of Stranger Things, even if the years of delays make it hard for the actors to still pass as kids, but whatever.
How do you do, fellow kids? What?
At some point, Netflix and its rivals will start seeing diminishing returns on their massive spending on original content and on what they can reasonably charge subscribers. If Netflix decided to spend $100 billion on new content, would you be willing to shell out $200 a month for it? Probably not. There's only so much content we can consume, and it's not like every original is a hit. The few must-watch movies and shows remain scattered across too many different platforms. According to Deloitte's Digital Media Trends Report, the average US streaming video subscriber pays for 4 services, adding up to a hefty $69 per month. That's insane, and almost certainly unsustainable, considering that over 50% of Gen Z and millennials surveyed had canceled at least one paid streaming service in the last 6 months. Because streaming has become so expensive, we're going to start seeing more people picking a streaming service like they pick a sports team, crossing their fingers that the new releases will be good enough to justify sticking with it.
Why?
Well, you know, support the team.
Sure, you could drop Netflix after binging Inventing Anna, just so you could afford to subscribe to Apple TV for Ted Lasso, but are you really going to go through that hassle every single month? That's incredibly annoying. The reality is, if you can't afford to subscribe to both, your options are to either pirate Ted Lasso or just never watch it. Neither option is a win for the consumer. Unfortunately, it's not just the fractured nature of exclusive content that's the problem. It's that streaming companies now have absolute control over everything. They get to call all the shots, from what gets greenlit and the budget to how it's released. Warner Brothers famously killed Batgirl even though it was already filmed and they had already sunk $90 million into it. Why? Purely for a tax write-off. I'm sure their fans really love that. And have you noticed how those genuinely hilarious R-rated comedy films that define the 2000s aren't being made anymore? It's not because people don't want them, it's because streaming companies aren't interested in making them. Whether it's due to the relentless competition or Wall Street's insatiable hunger for growth, Netflix, once the golden child of video streaming, has steadily become less and less consumer friendly. For years, Netflix practically encouraged password sharing. It was part of their brand identity. Love is sharing a password. They tweeted that in 2017. In a complete reversal, they declared war on account sharing in 2023, forcing users to either pay extra for additional profiles or risk getting locked out. Other streaming platforms quickly followed suit. This wasn't about security or fairness, it was a blatant attempt to squeeze more money out of subscribers. To add insult to injury, Bezos, who has enough money to take joyrides to space, began forcing ads on Prime Video users even though they're already paying for the service. And predictably, many other streaming companies, including Netflix, have jumped on the bandwagon, offering ad-supported tiers that cost about the same as what you were paying already. This kind of blatant corporate greed is exactly what drives people to look for alternatives. And when all streaming services are doing the same thing, the only alternative is piracy.
Well, pirating is stealing. We didn't steal it, okay? We just downloaded it.
No, the website is called moviepirate.com.
And the other one is called Free Movies /
I'm starting to see a little bit of a pattern here because I also use one called stolenmovies.free.
In recent years, Netflix has become increasingly concerned about how easily people can avoid paying for their service. In the competition section of Netflix 2024 annual review, piracy gets mentioned several times. Back when Netflix first launched, its on-demand streaming experience had a major advantage over most pirate sites. The most common way to pirate something was with torrents, which required at least some technical know-how, and you had to wait for the content to download. Today, most pirate sites offer on-demand streaming with a user experience that's virtually identical to Netflix, but with more content and no subscription fee. Netflix piracy concerns are valid. They are losing billions of dollars, but it's not like the company is anywhere close to collapsing. In fact, despite doing everything in their power to piss off their own customers, like raising prices, introducing ads, and cracking down on password sharing, 2024 was one of their best years. It seems people have a surprising amount of loyalty to Netflix, even if the value proposition isn't always great. Subscriptions are incredibly sticky. Once you sign up for one, you're likely to stay subscribed. If Netflix was actually suffering considerably from piracy, then they would be much more aggressive in trying to shut down these illicit sites, but even then, new ones will inevitably pop up to take their place, so it's not really a long-term solution. If consolidation of streaming services isn't going to happen, then Netflix's only real path forward is to continue making high-quality exclusive content at a price point that makes people happy to pay for it. Judging by their recent growth in membership, it seems to be working for them, at least for now. The same can't be said for some of the other streaming companies. Ideally, we shouldn't be advocating for piracy because content isn't free to produce, so it shouldn't be free to consume either. However, in the current streaming landscape, even with an abundance of high-quality content, having to subscribe to multiple services at once just doesn't make a lot of sense. Piracy isn't going away. In fact, it will only intensify as these companies squeeze harder, driving consumers towards the very alternatives they claim to fight. The truth is simple. People don't pirate because they want to steal. They pirate because they're forced to, by inconvenience, outrageous prices, or content scarcity. And right now, streaming offers us all three. If these companies truly want to stop piracy, then they need to look in the mirror, because they're the ones causing it. So until they choose to fix the broken system that they themselves have created, it's a pirate's life for me.
I want shorter games with worse graphics, made by people who are paid more to work less. And I'm not kidding. This is a fairly popular statement that's been floating around the internet the past couple years. You may have seen it in the form of this smug-looking Sonic image, maybe this pixel art rendition, maybe this promotional still for Spy Kids 3 that reminds me of what my nightmares look like. In any case, pretty much all of these memes have been spread around on social media, usually to a decent amount of virality. After all, the tweet that originated the phrase has tens of thousands of likes, and different variations of it still pop up here and there to start some discourse. The whole movement, I guess you could say, has sort of grown a mind of its own. In fact, Itch.io, a well-known indie game marketplace, even had a shorter Games with Horse Graphics bundle made in 2021 by One Cannibal Interactive, which raised over $8,000 for 25 independent game creators, meaning that some people didn't just like and share this statement, but actively put their money where their mouth is. And that's pretty interesting to me, because on the face of it, this meme is quite contrarian. The point being made is very sarcastic, even going so far as to say games should be worse in some way, which seems like a controversial stance for someone to have. And yet, even looking at the posts I made asking people's opinion on it, many people agree with that stance. But I think it's that contrarian nature that made me so fascinated with the statement in the first place, because it's not just something people post in a vacuum. Agreeing with it doesn't just mean you don't like long games or good graphics. I mean, I'm sure some of you feel that way, but it's not what I see as the purpose of the statement or the reason for its popularity.
I think I've seen this one before.
Piracy is making...
I want to watch this. Why piracy will never stop.
In 2004, the British Federation Against Copyright Theft teamed up with the Motion Picture Association of America to create this public service announcement that, depending on your age, you for sure remember seeing on most commercial DVDs. Its attempts to deter the act of illegally downloading copyrighted material, what we of course call piracy, backfired to say the least. With its overdramatic editing, the ridiculous comparisons to much more serious crimes, and just how in-your-face it was on a marketing scale, the commercial just became a laughingstock. It inspired tons of memes, parodies, and even an urban legend that the music in the ad itself was stolen. Additionally, piracy rates actually went up throughout the 2000s, and according to research published by the Information Society, it is believed that this PSA may have even been responsible for that, creating a sort of Streisand effect. As it turns out, in the world's greatest plot twist, people don't like being told what to do, especially when it's this obnoxious. I mean, come on, comparing downloading a movie to stealing someone's TV? It's obviously not the same thing, right? Well, many sectors of the government all around the world do seem to think they are quite comparable. The war on piracy has been a contentious conflict since, well, the beginning of time. It predates the internet. It's just that the internet changed the game completely. A skill once reserved only for the elites with years of experience and craftsmanship could now be learned and practiced in just a couple of minutes with just a click of a button. It was made clear that even in these modern times, piracy was not only here to stay, but it was only going to get stronger. Much, much stronger. And lots of people weren't happy about that. But regardless of where you stand on the subject, it is clear that the growing prevalence of piracy is part of a deeply rooted issue. It's not something purely motivated out of insubordination, but instead the result of a widespread systemic problem, with many feeling that the burden and costs of legally obtaining a product don't always outweigh the calculated risk of just stealing it. Perhaps it's the companies who are the problem, not the pirates. And I think even on some abstract level, the act of copying these materials, in a weird way, connects us more to them, because it often gives us that chance to observe all the moving parts that go into creating a great work of art, allowing us to see just how human it really is. There really isn't a definitive answer to when exactly pirating started, other than the fact that, for as long as humans have been capable of creating and selling things, there have always been people finding ways to obtain them through cutting corners, someone we call a pirate. like the many grave robbers of the pharaohs in ancient Egypt, or those who robbed Roman ships of their cargo of grains and olive oil. But how do we know the difference between a pirate or just a thief? Is there really a difference at all? This is quite a controversial question for a lot of people, and you will get many different answers. A huge portion of them will say, no, there is no difference. Theft is theft. But others will argue that for it to be considered piracy, it largely depends on the reason behind the theft that's taking place. Historically speaking, piracy has always been founded on some kind of social or economic inequality. And this couldn't be more true than during the golden age of piracy, around the 17th century. This was a time where English farmers were having their land taken away by the rich, leaving them no other choice but to find work in the city. This, of course, led to overpopulation in these areas and therefore created much worse living conditions. The rich were getting richer and the poor were getting poorer. The only recourse left was to do something about it. It was clear at this time that working for the system was a losing battle, and the only way to make up for what they lost was to get it all back. And so they pillaged and plundered all the booty they could find and didn't give a hoot. Drink up me hearties, yo-ho. But as governmental policy changed and living conditions for the less fortunate improved, the need for this kind of piracy eventually died out. And as technology got better and society became more civilized, the philosophies and customs of what constituted piracy needed to change and reflect that as well. The modern take on piracy was no different from the antiquated sea ventures of the past. What if there was a way you could steal without stealing? That was the main concept that made the practice stand out. With piracy, instead of stealing what somebody already had, you just make a copy of it either for yourself or to be distributed. Everyone wins. It is a victimless crime. This was actually quite common with how music was pirated back in the 1950s. Theoretically, you could make a negative molding of a vinyl record, pour hot wax into this mold where it would assume the shape of these grooves, and once the wax dried up, you had a new record that you could play back on a turntable. Although a common misconception and technically possible, this method was pretty much never used. Because these copies were never identical, the playback sounded terrible, and the materials required often costed more than the records themselves. It was just not commercially viable. Instead, music was pirated through a much cheaper, much more interesting way. If we learned one thing from Edison's phonographs from the 19th century, wax is not a very good medium for storing music. But you know what strangely is? X-ray film. And you didn't even have to pay for it. Just go to any hospital and start digging through the trash. Music pirates cut this material into a circle, burn a hole in the middle of it with a cigarette, and then use one of those old-school phonograph recorders that would carve into the disc the music that was being played nearby. These became known as ribs, or bone music, as you could visibly see the x-rays on them. Some of these look incredibly painful. Bone music became very popular in the Soviet Union, and while the sound quality of the end result wasn't great, it costed next to nothing to produce, so it really didn't matter. And throughout the 60s and 70s, when 8-track tape recorders, VHS, and Betamax were becoming popular, this only got easier. Like a song you're listening to on the radio? Tape it. Don't want to miss the next Doctor Who episode? Just tape it. But make sure no one hijacks the broadcast in the process. And this required much less skill and provided more mediums of entertainment than something like a rib disc. And naturally, the popularity of tapes blew up. Everyone started using them. Technically, the majority of people were now pirating. And because the convenience of taping was so great, there was a growing concern among companies that people would stop buying music or whatever, because they could always just tape it. It was going to hurt the industry. This even led to a Supreme Court case, Sony versus Universal, specifically regarding the taping of television broadcasts, where it was decided that taping was fine as long as it was for personal use and these copies weren't sold for profit. In fact, most networks didn't even care that their programs were being taped, including Mr. Rogers, who even testified about it. And so, this ruling essentially became the legal precedent for how copyright material would be handled. Until something called the computer showed up. Ever heard of it? And during its fledgling phases, the tech community quickly established an attitude and culture for how personal computers should be used, specifically subscribing to the idea that computer information should be shared and openly accessed. Many people understood the true power such a machine had and felt there really shouldn't be any barrier to entry for it. And perhaps that should apply to copyrighted content? This idea, compounding with the fact that computers were just so new that people didn't really understand them, there was essentially no laws regarding computer piracy at all, making it a digital Wild West. But this would change with the Computer Software Copyright Act of 1980, putting computer programs under the same legal protections as literary works. You are free to access these programs at any local libraries that supply computers. You could even make your own copies of these programs at home for personal use, much like with tapes, just as long as you did not sell them or distribute them on a large scale. Heck, the law didn't even care if you gave a copy to a friend, thanks to the Audio Home Recording Act of 1992. It's just not worth wasting time or resources on something so small. But then along came the internet. As you know, with the internet, computer capabilities grew exponentially. And online, anybody can be your friend. Rather than going to a friend's house to get a copy of that album you really like, now you have 10,000 friends who could give you a copy. And you don't even have to leave the room. The options for obtaining music grew with computers as well. If you wanted to tape a song, you typically had to wait for it to show up on the radio. And even if you did rip it directly from the album or single, the quality often just wasn't as good as we demonstrated. Not only did digital ripping keep sound quality virtually identical, it was much faster, hundreds of copies could be made in seconds, and you could send one copy to multiple people. The only thing left was to actually make it easy to access these songs, so that even people with no knowledge of computers could do it. And so in the 1990s, you have a little program called Napster. Napster helped popularize something called the P2P protocol, short for peer-to-peer. This was particularly clever from both an economic and legal standpoint. Rather than hosting the music themselves like traditional websites do, Napster would simply refer to another Napster user that did in fact have the music file, and you would then download it directly from their computer. Not only was it cheap since Napster didn't need all this bandwidth to host all these files, but they were technically off the hook. Because they weren't the ones hosting the files, they simply knew a guy who knew a guy. The popularity of Napster skyrocketed. It was insane. So many people were using it. Being one of the first P2P programs to become mainstream, it taught more uninformed people about how the internet was being used, and even significantly contributed to online culture, much like how YouTube does today. If you grew up in the 90s and early 2000s, you probably remember a lot of people, maybe including yourself, mistaking the songs Sex and Candy as being made by Nirvana, not the one-hit wonder post-grunge band Marcy Playground. You can thank Napster for that. In addition to the lead singer's vocals being similar to Cobain's, someone uploaded the song to Napster's index and made a typo, and the misconception has existed ever since. Now, the entire story of Napster deserves to be its own separate video, so I'll just give you the gist of everything that unfolded after its start. Naturally, the recording labels felt that this system really just wasn't fair. I mean, they weren't getting paid for this sharing of the music. Like, at all. And so, Metallica, Dr. Dre, and other renowned recording artists sued Napster for copyright infringement. This was a very controversial story at the time, and even other successful recording artists thought the whole thing was ridiculous.
Kids want to listen to music, you know? I don't think bands should be so concerned with making every penny that should be squeezed out of everything.
And by the early 2000s, the United States government ordered an injunction to terminate Napster's indexing server, which effectively shut the service down. Although Napster's file sharing activities were now history, the program set an example for how file sharing was going to exist online moving forward. Soon, other programs would start popping up, such as Nutella, LimeWire, and even an entirely new protocol, BitTorrent, would show up in 2001. I've made an entire video on how torrenting works, so you can check that out if you want to learn more about it. Now, what made these programs different from Napster? How were they immune to the copyright police? Well, overall, these programs didn't provide any database of copyrighted content. Instead, they simply provided the tools needed for P2P file sharing, which could also be used for a million other things that are completely legal to download, like programs, public domain music, etc. It was now the responsibility of the user to find these databases. That's what places like Demonoid or Pirate Bay were for. In fact, these programs generally condemned the pirating of content on their disclaimers. Napster was basically like if you had a program like uTorrent that had the Pirate Bay built into it. Obviously, you can't do that. It's endorsing an illegal company. These companies didn't do that, so there's a lot more plausible deniability. Additionally, because of the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, safe harbor laws made the uploaders responsible for copyright infringement, not the company, just as long as they were reasonably putting effort into fighting piracy. But even if these companies were to be pursued by governments, they were designed to be decentralized, meaning they used thousands and thousands of different P2P servers, unlike Napster, which only used one. So if one of these servers legally were shut down, another could just pop right back up, effectively becoming a game of cat and mouse. And as online technology got better, internet speeds and bandwidth increased, which meant people could now pirate much more sophisticated things, not just music. This included movies, video games, computer programs, just about everything under the sun. And because all these companies were coming up with ingenious loopholes around these new laws, leaving the government pretty much out of options, they essentially resorted to scare tactics that made piracy look unappealing, which is why you had ads like this showing up. Then they started taking other interesting routes in fighting it, through something called illegal numbers. Yes, you heard that right. There are certain numbers that you are not allowed to say, write down, or even own, because these numbers are used as encryption keys for accessing copyrighted work. As we've discussed many times on this channel before, in order for files to be sent online, they have to be demodulated into something tangible, like a string of numbers or code, in order for it to be reassembled on the other side. And certain numbers represent certain copyrighted works. I'm going to use a very simple example of this. Let's say that I want to copyright this image of myself. It is not available on the internet, and the only way you can access it is by paying me. Well, if someone were to buy this image from me, upload it to the canvas of Babel, they could get this really long string of numbers that represents this image. So if they copy and paste this number and send it to somebody, that other person could now go on the Canvas of Babel website, paste in that number, and access my image without even paying for it. And if someone's online activity isn't encrypted and I can somehow see them distributing this number online, I could sue them for damages, thanks to the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. But this just makes things so complicated and muddy. People don't respond to blonde authority and bossiness. They respond to positive reinforcement. You know what truly helps in fighting piracy? Compromise. During the height of Napster, Apple decided to take this newfound easy way of accessing music and capitalize off of it with its Rip, Mix, Burn campaign. Basically, they worked with the record labels to find a legal way to provide users the convenience Napster had. Albums at the record store were often $15, $20. What if the album sucked? Now you can't get your money back. Well, with Apple's new program, iTunes, you could buy individual songs for just 99 cents. Then you could take all these songs you just bought, rip any songs off of CDs you already own, create any arrangement you want of these songs, and then burn them onto a new CD. And you could do this as many times as you liked, because you already bought the songs, you don't need to buy them again. iTunes would then explode with the release of the iPod. You no longer even needed CDs. You could put thousands of songs in your pocket. The convenience was so great and the cost so cheap, over the course of time, the general public didn't really see a ton of reason for pirating music anymore. And then, of course, websites like YouTube started popping up. Although DMCA had already been in place for some time, there still wasn't a whole lot of legal precedent backing it up. So naturally, the early days of YouTube are just filled with pirated movies, TV shows, songs, everything. But even as YouTube started cracking down on these copyright issues and provided tons of original content, and as streaming offered a super reasonably priced alternative to cable, it was actually quite enticing for a lot of people to just give up piracy. They were willing to pay just a little bit to have all their entertainment in the palm of their hand. There was a compromise, just like with the iPod. It's about seeing your audience and finding a solution to their problem, rather than just telling them what to do. The government didn't understand this, and as a result, proposed one of the most controversial bills in online history, SOPA. Short for the Stop Online Piracy Act, SOPA and PIPA were bills that would allow the government to completely shut down or block access to any website for any instances of copyright infringement, even just one. It would also allow for companies to cut funding to certain websites, or even have their links removed entirely, if they felt they weren't doing a good enough job fighting copyright infringement. Sites like RapidShare, Mega Upload, and a bunch of others were getting shut down at around this time, and the optics just did not look good. SOPA at face value sounds pretty reasonable, but many felt that this power could easily be abused. If they can block sites for copyright, who's to say they won't block websites for other reasons in the future, like certain political affiliations? Now, the story behind SOPA is crazy, so I want to save it for another video. But many people felt it was a huge threat to free speech. Ultimately, SOPA and PIPA were never passed, but this did not stop corporations from making, well, one-sided decisions, both legally and commercially. So many people started using streaming for its convenience that these companies decided to gradually up their prices. I mean, they already have the customers after all. What once seemed very affordable and worth it was now becoming more of what existed before. It was cable, but with extra steps. But then it started going beyond that. The prevalence of streaming has essentially made any other medium of entertainment obsolete. Often, people can no longer go to the store and buy DVDs of certain movies, even if they want to. What many people are now calling the death of physical media. This is a huge problem, and it's not even just because of the convenience factor. Due to licensing terms, certain movies may not be available on any streaming services, and with physical copies no longer being made, they are basically unwatchable. There have even been reports of people alleging that their virtual DVD purchases disappeared, despite already paying for it. Imagine buying a DVD and having it disappear off your shelf the next day. These issues have led to growing concerns of the idea that future customers will never truly own anything, but instead just subscribe to it. There was a recent online post mentioning that the movie 28 Days Later is currently not available on any streaming or in any physical retail copies. Outside of some secondhand purchases on eBay or Craigslist, it is now
give me one
an
drop
extinct film.
before this one ends.
And it's with all these troubles and with the rise of encryption technologies like VPNs that we are once again seeing piracy and physical media return.
Going back.
You come seeking adventure for salty old pirates, eh? That wasn't in the script. I just winged that. By making any desperate attempts to earn as much money as possible, companies have ended up, ironically, turning customers away. And as a strange secondary result, piracy kind of enhances our relationship with the media in question, because it gives us that introspection that shows just how artificial it all is. Whether it's through the grooves of a record or through a string of numbers that produce an image, there's nothing really here. We're observing a bunch of arbitrary patterns that, when presented in their intended form, allow us to prescribe meaning to it, and that meaning can often be life-changing. It really just shows how human it is. But there's also that component of being able to say and believe that you truly own something. It is a big reason why vinyl is making a comeback. While it's certainly more convenient, you don't think about the MP3 that's streaming on your computer. It's just kind of there, and if you want to get rid of it, you can just click it away. A record is permanent. It is always there, taking up space in your life, reminding you that it's yours, and always will be. It allows us to turn the abstract into something tangible, something we hold in our hand, something we can appreciate, whether it's the artwork of the album cover or just the fact that it can physically exist in our lives. Of course, we can obtain this kind of meaning by not stealing, and I'm not saying that you should, but I am simply acknowledging that this is just an unintended byproduct. And with a continuing rise in costs and an effort to eliminate physical media, this inequality is only going to become more noticeable, and piracy will continue to grow. Piracy is not going away, so why worry about it? Combating it in the wrong ways will just make it stronger. Instead, focus on the greater good. This video is not in defense of piracy, it is quite the opposite. If anything, it is a request to the corporations to also do their part in fighting piracy, and that is through making their prices fair like they used to be. This is the only way you can truly help in minimizing the download of copyrighted content. Don't make this one-sided. Make it a win for everybody, much like how the iPod did. Want to truly fight piracy? Then everyone needs to do their part the right way. And also, supporting me on Patreon fights piracy too. Just go to patreon.com/nationsquid. You can also buy me a coffee. That always helps as well, for a better world. A special thanks to my patrons and channel members for making this video possible. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please subscribe and click the notification bell so that you never miss a future video. Just as the internet was finally planting its roots within computers all across the world in the early 2000s, people began to take advantage of it in ways which before weren't possible.
Windows XP,
the World Wide
dude.
Web was continuing to evolve, and so were the people using it. File sizes got bigger, but for many, internet speeds and bandwidth remained the same,
one of the best
which meant that downloading
OS
was
right
going to
there, dude.
become more difficult. What do we do? The answer to that question was found in a program which dominated computers of hardcore internet users throughout the duration of the decade: uTorrent. This software took advantage of a revolutionary technology that was introduced only a couple of years prior. The technology in question is in the name: torrenting. And uTorrent was about to become the program that would popularize its use for the masses. Websites could now provide downloads the size of video game files at virtually no cost on the host's end. The internet was about to change forever. It wouldn't take long for uTorrent to become the face of online file sharing, the go-to for all your downloading needs. Want to finally get that one file you've been trying to find for years? uTorrent was the solution. Until things took a turn. uTorrent was one of those programs that took a devastating fall in popularity, but not in the way that you might think. I mean, the numbers boldly state otherwise, but the people don't. uTorrent went from being a pop culture icon of the internet to something that nobody talked about overnight, due to a series of both long-term and short-term decisions which, for a long time, remained unrectified. What happened? What is the tragic story behind uTorrent? A program still quite popular, but arguably now in the shadow of its former self. The old tale behind uTorrent's prevalence on the internet is a very curious one. As we mentioned, a series of very strange events led to the program becoming both popular and unpopular at the same time. The number of uTorrent downloads was affected, but not enough to affect competition, though the program itself is just not talked about anymore, as if people don't like associating themselves with it. Even the renowned package management system Ninite stopped servicing uTorrent in around 2013. It has essentially become the Voldemort of the internet, the BitTorrent client who must not be named. And it all boils down to 3 reasons. Poor marketing and business decisions, the lack of regard to adapting with constantly growing technology, and on top of all this, the need of such a program simply becoming less needed as time went on. As you could probably see, some of these factors are a bit outside of uTorrent's control, but when accompanied with the other problems that were exclusive to uTorrent, they essentially act as the final nail in the coffin. It is important to note that the components surrounding uTorrent's lack of involvement with adapting to the
7K.
times and its controversial business changes do go hand in hand, and it all has to do with how and why uTorrent was even created in the first place. It goes all the way back to 2001, the era of Napster and online file sharing just prior to the release of the first iPod. Now, why is the iPod important? Well, this new wave of file sharing was very convenient, but had a huge, somewhat unprecedented problem attached to it: piracy. And it first started online hugely with music files. Rather than going to the record store to buy their vinyls or CDs to get music, they were instead stealing it. Oh, the horror! The internet was still the Wild West at this time, because it was so new. There wasn't really any legislation put in place for stopping this, so illegal music sharing and Napster continued growing like a weed every day. But when the iPod came into play and introduced the ingenious iTunes Store, Apple essentially found a compromise for music pirates. Getting an instant download to a song for just 99 cents was perfectly reasonable. And then before you know it, copyright law was updated to take the internet into account, so good old file sharing Napster was now history. Of course, some form of online piracy goes way back to the Usenet days, but Napster was the piracy cultural explosion. Practically everyone was using it, which then led to LimeWire and then a bunch of other things. But why would piracy mostly start out with music specifically, over other mediums of entertainment? Well, a big advantage that music had was its small file size. A 2-minute song was probably only a couple of megabytes, and on AOL dial-up technology, a file that size would, worst case scenario, maybe take 10 minutes to download. Standard quality episodes of a TV show or a whole movie, on the other hand, could have been as big as 500 megabytes, which could take up the whole day to download. What if your sibling wanted to use the phone during that time? That download would get interrupted, and you'd likely have to start all over. You would be out of luck. So music was really all you could reasonably download with only dial-up internet speeds at your disposal. The technology just wasn't there yet. Until July 2nd, 2001. Bram Cohen, a student at the University of Buffalo, created a program based on a technology that he invented just 3 months prior: BitTorrent. The technology that it used had the same name. The BitTorrent protocol established a whole new technique of downloading files that was both secure and made download speeds not much of an issue. Okay, but what does this have to do with uTorrent? We will get there, don't worry. BitTorrent is derivative of an already existing technology called P2P, or peer-to-peer. That's what Napster was. With P2P, you basically connected to the host network, which would then find one other person also on that network that has the file you are looking for. It would connect you to that person, share their file with you, and then download it to your computer. But what if the person on the other end just didn't have a very good internet plan, and their upload speeds were slow? What if the government came in and shut down the network altogether, just like they did with Napster? You wouldn't have access to that download anymore. So what do? That's when the BitTorrent protocol comes in. To put it in analogous terms, let's say you come across this Andy Warhol-style Twiggy painting series, and now you just want it hanging up in your living room. You happen to have a friend who has the exact same art series, and you ask them to make a photocopy of it for you. So your friend takes one photo off the wall, walks to the photocopier, makes a copy, puts it back in his living room, and then does that whole process again with the 3 other photos. That's the P2P way of doing things. Now let's say your friend knows 4 other people who just so happen to have the exact same art series as well, and 3 of them agree to also photocopy one of their paintings. These are called seeders. The 4th guy doesn't want to partake in that and just wants with the 3 other photos. That's the P2P way of doing things. Now let's say your friend knows 4 other people who just so happen to have the exact same art series as well, and 3 of them agree to also photocopy one of their paintings. These are called seeders. The 4th guy doesn't want to partake in that and just wants to keep the artwork on his wall for now. He's called a leecher. So instead of your friend taking 30 minutes to photocopy all the images himself, he and the 3 other people can divide up the task and photocopy one photo at the exact same time and get it done in 5 minutes. The copies are sent to you and the artwork is now yours. Ta-da! That's torrenting. Now in my example, the artwork goes his time and get it done in 5 minutes. The copies are sent to you and the artwork is now yours. Ta-da! That's torrenting. Now in my example, the artwork goes from being a painted canvas to a paper photocopy, but with actual torrenting, it's an exact duplicate. Torrenting makes a copy of little bits and pieces of a file from multiple users and puts them all together to make the new copy of that file for the downloader. You've probably noticed that the more seeders there are, the faster the download is. This is why. Does one of the seeders have a really slow upload speed? Not a problem. The program will just prioritize one of the faster ones. Since P2P only has one user it relies on, it can't do that. The more people there are, the more likely there will be people with fast upload speeds, which would help increase the speed of your download. So if you wanted to download a 1 gigabyte file back in 2001, you could probably do it overnight while you were sleeping. And if someone ever needed to use the phone, it was much easier to just pause and resume a torrent download because of all the seeders. Interruptions weren't a problem. Lastly, torrenting had the advantage of creating direct networks with each seeder, whereas P2P relied on the network provided by the host or website, taking down the torrent download because of all the seeders. Interruptions weren't a problem. Lastly, torrenting had the advantage of creating direct networks with each seeder, whereas P2P relied on the network provided by the host or website. Taking down the network of a P2P sharing system is easy. But if you take down a network for a torrent, it can always just find another seeder. The network is so widely distributed that a file you download from the Pirate Bay could connect you with a user that downloaded it from Demonoid, as long as the files are exactly the same, since these websites don't actually host the files. This is exactly why .torrent files are so small, even if the actual file is gigabytes big. They are simply just lines of code saying, okay, this is where you go get the actual file, now start downloading. Websites hosting these torrent files didn't really have to worry about bandwidth anymore. With the introduction of the program BitTorrent came a whole new way of downloading and a whole new community of torrenters. Now alternative BitTorrent clients were starting to come up. And that's when uTorrent finally comes in. Now that might have seemed like a bit of a tangent, but the historical context is crucial to understanding how uTorrent came about. As torrenting got more popular, it also became more commercial, corporate. A lot of BitTorrent clients at the time were essentially bloatware, and some of them even started hosting. Is crucial to understanding how uTorrent came about. As torrenting got more popular, it also became more commercial, corporate. A lot of BitTorrent clients at the time were essentially bloatware, and some of them even started hosting ads. The programs themselves took up unnecessary amounts of storage and large amounts of power for subpar performance, only for some to even install adware to your computer. Well, in 2004, Swedish programmer Ludvig Strigius was determined to make the ultimate BitTorrent client. It would be lightweight, non-resource intensive, and more efficient. After about a year of on and off coding, uTorrent was born. Or technically MicroTorrent, or MuTorrent, the name of the letter in the Greek alphabet. But because this letter at the beginning of the word resembles a U, people just started calling it that. The true pronunciation of the word is debated, but since the actual creator of the program himself calls it uTorrent, I am just going to stick with that for the rest of this video. And very soon after, the program would be gladly embraced by the community for its simplicity. But then in December of 2000, since people just started calling it that. The true pronunciation of the word is debated, but since the actual but because this letter at the beginning of the word resembles a U, people just started calling it that. Year of on and off coding, uTorrent was born. Or technically microtorrent or mutorrent, the name of the letter in the Greek alphabet. But because this letter at the beginning of the word resembles a U, people just started calling it that. The true pronunciation of the word is debated, but since the actual creator of the program himself calls it uTorrent, I am just going to stick with that for the rest of this video. And very soon after, the program would be gladly embraced by the community for its simplicity. But then in December of 2006, the company BitTorrent Inc., which created the BitTorrent program and the protocol itself, sees the potential of uTorrent and then buys it. They are now the new owners. Over the years, uTorrent's market share in the BitTorrent client community just continued to grow bigger, even surpassing the OG programs. By 2009, uTorrent skyrocketed, and then LimeWire's dissolution in 2010 only helped them grow even further.
Where's
It was only a matter of
dude?
time that uTorrent had practically become a social monopoly. It was the go-to for all your BitTorrent client needs. uTorrent was the Google, and all the other programs were the Bing and Ask.com. Having such a valuable resource at their hands, BitTorrent Inc. wanted to figure out a way to make this grow even faster and make even more money than they already were. The only way to do that was to change the program up a bit, make it more commercially viable. uTorrent was free. BitTorrent Inc. made all their money hosting ads on their website, which naturally got a lot of traffic from people going there to download the program. But what if the company found a way to actually make money from the program itself while also keeping it free? Well, uTorrent made a decision with one update, particularly version 3, that would prove to be extremely controversial. BitTorrent Inc. saw that they were making a lot of money with the ads on their website, so they decided to now put ads in the actual program itself. Naturally, this upset a lot of people, but the real reasons for why are a lot more nuanced than they probably appear at face value. And it really all has to do with how torrenting works. Keep in mind that torrenting itself is not illegal. It can actually be a very convenient alternative to downloading very, very big files. Torrenting copyrighted content is illegal, but that's what torrenting is mostly used for, and the reason for this makes total sense. Let's briefly go back to the painting example. Let's say that the creator of these paintings, me, found out that your friend was making photocopies of my work without my permission. I run down to his house and I demand him to stop making these copies. And because I am so scary and intimidating, he backs off, he stops doing it. Thing is, I don't know that the 3 other people that own copies even exist. So yes, while I did successfully shut down a network, all I did was just bring the seed count down from 4 to 3. The photocopies will take longer, but you will still get them eventually. This is why so many people use torrenting for piracy. It is very hard to regulate and shut down because of how distributed these networks are. If the Pirate Bay were to suddenly shut down tomorrow, that doesn't really change anything. It might become more challenging to find, but as long as you can get that same .torrent file from another server, that's what magnet links typically do, you'll still be able to download the file. These circumstances have created a stigma for torrenting as a practice, and that stigma has led to regular companies not wanting to associate with or sponsor these products. Only malicious products want to sponsor other malicious products, so you get malware sponsoring them instead. And so the reason is clear why something like this would happen to a program like uTorrent. These companies have to make money somehow, especially if the programs are free. This actually sort of ties into how ads on YouTube work. People like to complain about YouTube creators putting ads on their videos, and I get it, no one likes to sit through commercials when they're watching TV either. But it's important to keep in mind that, depending on the quality of the video, a single YouTube video alone can sometimes even cost several $100s to make. You have equipment, software, media licensing fees, just to name a few. The creator is running a business at the end of the day, and they have to make up for that loss from their production budget. So how do they do it? Well, through ads, sponsorships, merchandise, a whole array of things. When you are providing content for free, you kind of have to sell your soul a little bit. But it just depends on who you sell your soul to. And that was uTorrent's first problem. People weren't as upset about it just having ads. BitTorrent clients already had ads on them. It's that uTorrent ads were basically malware and adware. Not to mention some of them were ooh la la ads, not taking into account that children might be using these programs. It eventually got to the point where uTorrent would surreptitiously download programs to the user's computer without their full consent. Being a torrenting program, uTorrent had an unfair reputation of only being used for pirating. So a lot of the bigger, more mainstream companies that were uninformed about how torrenting worked saw programs like uTorrent as just a can of worms that shouldn't be opened. The malware companies, however, had no problem sponsoring them. Ever notice how when you go on one of those watch free movies websites, you are just bombarded with pop-up ads and tons of malicious programs? That's because these companies know that this is their target audience, because these websites aren't exactly legal and are not part of a professional environment. Sort of anything goes. So malware providers can work more efficiently in that kind of environment. And although uTorrent was a perfectly legal program, that stigma surrounding torrenting in general caught the attention of these malware companies. uTorrent's mistake was choosing to cave into these malicious sponsors. Programs like Vu's hosted ads that were pretty normal. uTorrents, on the other hand, were just weird. They could have easily followed the approach that Vu's took with the kind of ads they were displaying, but they just didn't. And longtime users of uTorrent felt kind of insulted by this, especially with why the program started in the first place. uTorrent started out specifically being a lightweight BitTorrent client. That was the appeal for the people, and consequently, other programs began to take note of that, and internet technology started to evolve with making these kinds of programs lightweight. uTorrent took a very interesting, ironic turn and began to become more bloated as time went on, due to all the unwanted programs and ads attached to it. It basically began reversing its progress in the midst of an internet revolution that it arguably started. These changes were introduced in version 3, so a lot of people were either reverting back to version 2.2.1, often considered the last good version of uTorrent, or just started switching to another client altogether, since that version was slowly becoming outdated. Over the years, users slowly started to question uTorrent's credibility. But the last straw, the incident that would make everything start to crumble, and even make the headlines of multiple news sites, would occur in 2015. People started to notice that uTorrent was using a lot more CPU power than usual, and it would soon be revealed that this was because uTorrent secretly installed a cryptocurrency software and was mining Bitcoin. Users were livid, saying that what they did was just unforgivable. They would never use uTorrent ever again. These bad changes created a program that was just no longer adapting to the internet's move towards lightweight efficiency. BitTorrent Inc. saw the kind of backlash that this was all getting, and quickly backpedaled on their decisions. The mining program was removed, and so were the inappropriate ads. But for many, the damage was done. This did lead to a huge fall in uTorrent's reputation. But it wasn't the end. Actually, not even close. Despite all this calamity and practically every article discussing uTorrent bringing up these problems, uTorrent's market share is still going up. Why is that? It's a couple of things. Firstly, a lot of newcomers within the torrenting community are likely unaware of this past malfeasance that the program had on its hands. When they Google for a BitTorrent client, uTorrent is one of the top results. that's the one that they're gonna download, without questioning it. It's at the top of the results for a reason. There can't be anything wrong with it. Secondly, a lot of it is popularity inertia. uTorrent started off as the most popular program, and will stay as the most popular program. That's why it's still one of the top results when you search for it. People are just used to it. uTorrent is much safer now than it was, but a lot of people will just never forget what happened. And now that the alternatives these people have switched to do the same thing but don't have ads and are open source, they just see no reason to go back. The current uTorrent is mostly people who are new or just weren't that affected by what happened. But had these things never happened, uTorrent's market share could arguably be even bigger than it already is. For many, uTorrent became the very program that it swore to destroy back in 2005, and to them, that was just unforgivable. The last thing to really bring down uTorrent's appeal to online users is something that actually affected everyone. Online piracy is at a decline. In 2006, BitTorrent file sharing accounted for 70% of all internet traffic. By 2011, that number dropped to 19%. And this is because of the rise of streaming services.
Yep.
These companies parallel what iTunes did in 2001. They made a commercial compromise with online pirates. People could live with spending 99 cents on a song, and now you can get access to pretty much every movie and TV show you've ever watched for what, $10 a month? Same goes for music programs like Spotify, or gaming services like Steam, or making once super expensive programs now subscription-based. The commercial alternatives were now more convenient, and so torrenting just wasn't as necessary anymore. And that was another reason not to use uTorrent. But with streaming services now becoming a bit oversaturated and more expensive every day, perhaps we might see people rebel this and therefore see pirating make a comeback. Only time will tell. Let's make it clear that this video is not a hit piece on uTorrent or BitTorrent Inc. as a company by any means. It is simply a discussion on how one bad marketing decision can cause significant collateral damage in the long term, which can make it quite difficult to make reparations, so you should always be careful. The fall of uTorrent is an example of how not evolving with changing technology or people's change in behavior online can lead to the social irrelevancy of what was once considered a great product. uTorrent may have gotten the money and the results that it wanted, but at the price of a long, dearly devoted community. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please subscribe and click the notification bell so that you never miss a future video.
Let's watch one more. Piracy is great. I pirate and you should too.
Hello, MangoEX2 here. Let's talk about piracy. If you don't know what piracy is, it's the unauthorized use or reproduction of another person's work. If you're around my age, you no doubt remember this commercial. We have been told that piracy is evil and equivalent to other serious crimes like robbery and Grand Theft Auto. And well, it's not. Truthfully, I'm anti-piracy, and I know that's relatively contradictory based on my thumbnail and title, but hear me out. I might be anti-piracy, but I am more so pro-consumer. I believe that the consumer should have the best experience possible, whether that is pirating content or paying for the official service. But we have gotten to the point where piracy is providing a better experience than the paid services. If you wanted to watch your one favorite show, you have to pay a premium. If you're in the minority of people who are fortunate enough to have all their shows in one place, congratulations. But for the rest of us normal people, we are forced to find ways to access multiple streaming services, whether by paying or pirating, because there is very little actual competition in the industry. And I'll explain that further later in the video. We are at the point where there are so many services that if you were going to pay for some of the largest ones, that price would be rivaling that of cable, when these platforms were supposed to be a cheaper alternative to cable. Think about this. In the cable market, there was at least some semblance of competition. Competition is non-existent in streaming services. You're probably thinking something like this. What the hell are you talking about? How are there all of these streaming services, but they're not in competition with each other? And that's a very good question. I appreciate you asking that because it helps me continue the video and make further points. I appreciate that. So let me explain. To be in competition, there has to be a choice being made between the different services by the consumer. The majority of people pick the services they subscribe to based on the shows that are present on the platform. If you want to watch Stranger Things, you pay for Netflix. If you want to watch The Boys, you pay for Prime Video. These choices are often not made because of the quality of the service that's built around the shows, but the fact that those shows only exist on specific streaming platforms. So multiple streaming services coexist, but they are not in competition with each other. The overwhelming majority of people pay for more than one streaming service, but that isn't even the worst issue. If you pay for Netflix's premium option at $22.99 a month, you'll get access to the 4K option for streaming content, except you will not be able to watch the content in 4K even though you paid for it on PC.
I hook it up and I notice this looks really bad. It's not just that it is low resolution and low bitrate, it's just a bad looking stream. And I realize that there's a cheat code you could do on Netflix apparently where you Control-Shift-Alt-D. And when you hit Control-Shift-Alt-D, what you see is that you are actually getting a low bitrate 720p stream even though you paid for 4K. Are they actually ruining the experience for somebody who's using a computer because they want you to use closed source platforms that give you more control?
He goes on to explain that Netflix throttles your stream if you are not streaming their content on proprietary software. Examples of proprietary software include Xboxes, PlayStations, and most smart TVs, and a fair amount of smartphones, things that are usually harder to modify than a PC. Obviously, this is an anti-piracy measure, but when your anti-piracy measure hurts the paying customer, you incentivize piracy. Another huge issue is content ownership. When you purchase something on a streaming platform or storefront, you do not own it. If a company decides that they are no longer going to host the content that you paid for, you lose access to it. We almost saw this with a PlayStation Discovery Channel situation, and we are currently seeing it happen with a Crunchyroll Funimation situation. Crunchyroll and Funimation are merging, meaning the Funimation app is being sunset. So some of the content that people purchase on the Funimation app, they will lose access to. If paying is not owning, then piracy is not stealing. So what should streaming services do? They should provide a better experience than piracy. They should not punish paying customers with the intent to thwart piracy. Now, you'll never be able to beat free, that's a fact. And as long as there is a free alternative, a fair amount of people will always choose that option, whether it's to save money or because they don't support a company's practices. But this issue is not just exclusive to streaming services, it affects gaming too. Denuvo is a anti-tamper and anti-piracy software used in games ranging from the Borderlands series to the Resident Evil remakes to the Monster Hunter series. And it has been proven beyond all doubt that Denuvo anti-tamper negatively affects game performance, although it's claimed that it doesn't. This has been proven in multiple AAA games.
Gamers can universally agree upon, especially PC gamers, it's that Denuvo sucks. I mean, it's this DRM software that aims to try to mitigate piracy and whatnot, but it often comes at the sacrifice of performance, and it's just a solution that has enough compromises where it's just not worth its implementation. They straight up are releasing a worse version of a game with Denuvo than, you know, the pirated version, because the pirated version removes the Denuvo DRM and actually runs better as a result.
I don't want to bore you any more than I already have with my endless yapping. So, the TLDR is that when someone downloads a cracked game that uses Denuvo anti-tamper software, they are likely getting a better experience for free than the paying customer gets after buying that game at full price. And I'm not going to imply that this is an issue that affects all games, because there are only a handful of AAA publishers using Denuvo, but there are still AAA publishers using Denuvo. Anti-piracy measures in gaming have not had a substantial impact on gaming as a whole, because most games, at least games released recently, are free to play. So there is no cracked version of Fortnite to download because you don't pay for Fortnite, at least most aspects of Fortnite. But regardless of medium, paying customers should not get a worse experience than someone pirating content. So what's the solution? Should we all start pirating content? Maybe. Should people continue to pay for a service even if they are getting a compromised experience? No, but the truth is, some people don't care. Paying a premium for a service is a more enjoyable experience than clicking off of a few pop-up ads every episode for a fair amount of people, and I can't criticize that. Although I would like to add that some people paying that premium are still getting the ads on their episodes, but I don't judge. Personally, I will continue to pirate things until I am able to buy content and own it, not purchase indefinite access until the host decides that they are no longer going to host the content I paid for.
The community built on video game piracy is so interesting.
Your wish will be granted, dear Empress.
You must be very proud of yourself.
And one day she would erase your hard drive out of nowhere.
Nothing in between.
And you've probably even ran code from them on your own computer if you've pirated before in your past. I spent this last week researching, emailing, and even interviewing important key people that you probably would even recognize by name if you're a pirate yourself. This is Dodi. He's a world-famous repacker that compresses cracked video games and then releases them to the World Wide Web. Dodi, how hard is it to do what you do?
Repacking games is time-consuming. You need to check game files and game engines and test tools till you decide what method is good for each game file. So to repack one game could take between 2 to 30 hours based on game size and type of files.
Do you ever worry that you'll get caught?
I don't crack games, but yeah, I share copyrighted content. Of course I'm worried. In the country I live now, though, doesn't have copyright protection laws, so there's not much to worry about.
Is what you do ethical?
The main idea for me of sharing those repacked games is to give users the chance to play the game and decide either to buy or ignore it. Our repacks work as a free demo.
You wouldn't download a car, would you? Because that's exactly what piracy is, says the extremely awkward, cringy, and untrue anti-piracy campaigns that were being aired like 20 years ago. Matter of fact, if you recall seeing these, most of you have, these videos actually increased the rates of piracy because it made it look so interesting and cool. They tried to push this idea that you stealing a car is the same thing as you watching a free movie online. What? How do you make that? That's the dumbest argument ever. Look, well, I'll be honest, it is illegal. Piracy is totally illegal, and I recommend that nobody should ever break the law. But we have to be honest with each other here. Piracy isn't theft, okay? Theft removes the original, and piracy just makes a clone of it. It's just a bad argument to make, which is why even the US court agrees with me. Since 1985, a court case named Dowling v. United States actually clarified that copies of copyrighted works were not stolen goods. In the earlier days of piracy, when the game knew that you were playing on a pirated copy, it would try to scare the living daylights out of you by having in-game characters tell you that they knew what you were up to.
I'm sorry, Spyro, but you seem to be playing a hacked version of this game. This may be an illegal copy. Since this copy has been modified, you may experience problems that would not occur on a legal copy.
Or, if you're playing The Witcher 2, every time there was an intimate scene, they would do weird stuff like replace the woman's avatar that he was going to, like, you know, do some very intimate stuff with. Like, give his V-card to, for an example. Check it out, iamlucid.com for your very own V-card. They would actually replace the girl's avatar with a extremely ugly girl, just so that you feel really uncomfortable as you're playing this game. Or even in the game Spyro. It would change the language as you were playing randomly. And it would also remove eggs in your inventory, which basically means you couldn't complete the game.
But after playing for a little while, I noticed an egg straight up disappeared from my collection.
Making it so annoying that while you could technically walk around and stuff, you just didn't want to even play anymore and you would just kind of give up after a while. And that's actually pretty effective. And while that might have been a really clever way to get kids to stop pirating, in today's time, it's far more serious. There is this new piece of software, probably the biggest threat to piracy's existence yet. It's called Denuvo.
The company behind Denuvo really wants you to be convinced their DRM isn't, quote, evil.
Every time a big game comes out, there's always some douchey anti-cheat attached to it.
This is clearly not working for anyone.
Like, that doesn't give me confidence that Denuvo has honest intent.
Tough shit. You cannot play your game.
What do these companies do to prevent piracy in their video games?
The first most obvious thing is they implement DRM, that's the short for digital rights management, in a way to protect the game from getting cracked. The most famous DRM right now that takes all the news is Denuvo, which has been on for at least close to 10 years.
The video game companies hired Denuvo to implement their anti-piracy software into their video games that they just spent so many years and millions of dollars creating. Now, according to some sources and some leaks, Denuvo actually charges these companies that make video games for the first initial year $150,000 US, only for 1 year of their service. Every month after that, according to some leaks, costs $2,000 US per month afterwards. Denuvo has features like dynamic triggers, meaning that as you're playing the game, once you hit a certain level, it'll dynamically check if the game files have been tampered with or if it's still intact. It also encrypts and decrypts files on the fly as you're playing, and if it detects any changes in your game hardware, like your GPU or CPU changes, it'll make an online verify call to their server, and if it cannot verify that the game files are correct, it'll lock you out of it entirely. Even if you're playing an offline only game, it will still actually require you to connect to the internet every couple of weeks to verify the game files are still the correct files. This actually shrinks the amount of time that crackers have to play with their software. And what would it take for someone to learn the skills necessary to crack Denuvo?
So Denuvo is designed in a way to make the job of a reverse engineer as difficult and time consuming as it possibly can. They never claimed that they were uncrackable. Their entire goal, at least that was in Denuvo's words, was to delay the crackers as much as they can. And they succeeded at that time, because many skilled crackers have attempted to actually crack Denuvo. Through time, Denuvo becomes much stronger and more difficult to crack, and in a way, a lot of crackers have basically given up on cracking Denuvo as a result due to its time-consuming nature.
Their detection algorithms are so sophisticated that no sane human being can wrap their head around it, which is where we get someone called Empress.
I had a dream one night in 2014. There were chains made up of numbers wrapped around the video game Dark Souls 2. As I focused, I began to see what every number meant universally. Then I entered the zone, allowing me to see more into everything, and the chains broke.
When Hogwarts Legacy dropped, people thought that it would be uncrackable. It had Denuvo's protection and the best version of it yet, but Empress said,
"I'll have it cracked in 10 days.
People were going crazy about her, literally praising her existence during this time, and I didn't understand why. I was actually there reading this live until I saw one post by a Reddit user. He says, "I work in software engineering. You have to be insane to crack something that is Denuvo protected. This is an anti-tampering piece of software that hundreds of really smart people have worked on. They're often from the cracking scene, and they have the code. They can read it, make it better, and they can do insane shit like put a system in place that randomly modifies instructions on the fly so they can call back a routine that checks if there was any tampering. They can add multiple checks that this routine was not tampered with at compile time. They can even introduce side effects that become necessary for the game to run, which is incredibly difficult to debug and fix. Why do you think that Denuvo protected games have decreased performance? Then there's a single person that comes in, does not have the original code, so they just read the disassembly, and from that they manage to revert the protections of all these smart people put in place. All of that while fully knowing you won't get anything out of it apart from a little recognition. Because the law is against you, while that kind of skill can easily land you 7 figures annual salary just by switching to the other side. No one can achieve what she did without some form of auto-destructive mental illness or ultra-idealist mindset. This is not just impressive, it's literally insane. It's just not worth it. But she still does it for some godforsaken reason she convinced herself with, and it makes us happy, I guess. Even on a purely technical standpoint, I know a little bit of what's possible if you really try, and Denuvo definitely does, and it affects their value. Really, I cannot stress how insane this achievement is. She did not just make tools that crack the games, she probably had to make tools that generates tools that crack the game, and tools to help her build the tools that generate the tools for the crack. It's just effing insane. When a cracker uploads this pirated content online, they usually include an NFO text file along with it. Normally it's just some random updates or a way for them to get a message out to their supporters safely, but Empress instead uses these NFO files to go on a full-blown rant that's extremely controversial and even hateful.
I fully stand with J.K. Rowling as countless women who did, because most men are just dying out of jealousy of us and want to take a piece of the cake too. Even if it comes out corrupted, broken, and completely ruined. And this is something only real women would understand, because we women are the ones that is getting damaged and stolen from. So we are hurt the most by it. As a result of the rise of this new woke movement, society now made every man today is always either a sissy bitch or misogynistic mother. Nothing in between.
Then she goes on this extreme vulgar tangent about woke culture, gender issues, and far, far worse stuff I cannot speak about in this video. She ends up somehow building a huge following on Telegram with over 190,000 members in her Telegram right now, waiting for her next crack. But she's a P2P cracker, meaning that she does this as an independent free agent, if you will. The vast majority of games that get cracked, however, are actually made by people in the scene. Can you tell me a little bit more about the scene and who they are, what their motives are, and exactly why they're in a cult-like group that nobody can enter or even make communications with?
The scene is basically a group that has existed since late 80s, early 90s. They mainly originated from those old BBS forums, and ever since then have had really strict rules in terms of anonymity and how they distribute files in a way that they wouldn't get caught by the law enforcement.
So who made this scene?
Nobody actually knows who made the scene. All it was known is that the scene was originally started in those old BBS forums.
They don't want to let people know who they are in order to even be able to report them to, like, let's say, the government, because punishment is extreme in some cases, and there's been people who have been caught and jailed.
There was also a rumor in the Russian forum CS.grid that the Denuvo also consists of some of the past scene members who have actually taken a job at the Denuvo.
Where?
It's mainly probably the reason why the Denuvo is actually so successful at preventing certain crackers from cracking it.
They have their own rules website, which is their own like moral code of conduct and how they operate with the public, etc. But they basically just crack video games relentlessly. They are animals, and that's all anybody really knows about them. They do it for their own challenge, they do it for ego. Nobody really knows why, since they're not really getting paid, but they do a damn good job at it. And you've probably even ran code from them on your own computer if you pirated before in your past. Names like Codex, Rune, CPY, Skid Row, these guys are all a part of the scene, and they're really, really trustworthy according to everybody that pirates games. But if we're being honest, if anybody really knows how to crack a Denuvo game that's a pro at it, it's CPY. They're an Italian scene group that, again, no one knows much about. They have cracked Denuvo 65 times, while Empress has cracked it 25 times. Now, when the piracy community downloads these pirated games, there's always a chance that they could actually get caught. Now, some people post on the Reddit about them getting letters sent to their house from their ISP, or even getting a copyright troll send them a real lawsuit to their house for downloading video games for free online. I actually plan on making a full video diving into these copyright trolls that just send lawsuits to everybody's house that's downloading free video games online, and they actually either take them to court or charge them a lot of money. If you want to learn more about these guys, then please subscribe to watch that video. These pirates have a tutorial on their subreddits that explain exactly how to never ever leak your real IP address and how to never get caught. They first download a program called QBitTorrent, and then they get a VPN that they trust. They get the proxy of this VPN, they put the information into QBitTorrent software, and they lock it up with a bunch of different configuration and settings, making it so that their real IP address never ever leaks to the torrent that they're downloading. Empress has a history of getting into fights with people that repack and crack video games, like for an example, Fit Girl. You probably all know who she is if you've ever downloaded any pirated software ever. She's one of the most widely known and trusted repackers probably in the world. I've also reached out to her to be a part of this video, but she respectfully declined, unfortunately. She basically made a public post on her website saying this.
Empress Empress intentionally limited the uploading speed of her seed box to 200 kilobytes per second so that no one would download the ISO before others. And why did she do that? She hates all repackers for stealing the spotlight from her work. It's against common logic and piracy ethics. Well, your wish will be granted, dear Empress. I will never make any repacks with your cracks again. I don't want to be related to the toxicity you've created with your last statements and actions. Right now, her cracks are probably safe for use, but I can't be sure if it will stay the same, and one day she would erase your hard drive out of nowhere if you decide to leave her pseudo-cult chat or think her community is bad.
Now, sometimes Empress makes an NFO file when she drops a video game, and then she'll start calling out other people that crack. For example, Skid Row, who ended up retaliating like crazy and flaming her in his NFO file of a cracked Denuvo game. The group says this:
"You fucking lousy beggar. You haven't created any game or software in your life that would benefit the P2P masses out there. All you can do is beg and steal others' work. You must be very proud of yourself, especially when you pack up all this in a golden foiled philosophy. Your support expressed in NFO for J.K. Rowling's was laughably epic. By cracking Hogwarts game and depriving her of her rightful income, yeah, I bet she really appreciated that. You fucking loser."
Speaking of the scene, it's strange how they just don't contact the outside. They don't communicate with nearly anybody. It's quite literally impossible to get a hold of these guys. But of course, that's by design. And because of this, I don't think any of them have ever been set up by the feds. I don't think they've been caught. I don't think they've ever been doxxed. Nobody knows anything about anybody in the scene. And that's probably why it's so effective. Unlike the Silk Road video that I made where they found the owner of the biggest dark web drug market by becoming his friend over time and all this extra stuff, you can't do that with anybody in the scene because they just don't talk to anybody. This whole scene concept really baffles me because all of these talented individuals, and that's really what they are. You can hate them, you can say that they're evil, whatever you want. In reality, everybody in this scene is a genius. Realistically, they can get hired at any anti-piracy company, make at least $400,000 to $600,000 per year salary, but instead they choose to take the illegal route, making literally no money just so that everybody can play video games for free. These people that are cracking video games, I'm assuming they're not really making too much money, right?
They can't ask for donations. Empress is the most famous example because she originally asked $500 to crack a game of your choice, considering that she said that the expenses are for test equipment and everything else. So in reality, if you're a part of the scene, you don't do it for money, you do it for a challenge, for fun, so to say.
I mean, I kind of calculated from the Ethereum, Bitcoin Cash, and Bitcoin wallets, she made around $40,000. But regardless, she could be being paid, like at minimum, people are saying online, like close to like $500,000 to $1 million per year working at an anti-cheat company. Do you think that's a valid claim?
Well, she specifically said that she would never work for those, and she even claimed in one of her NFOs that she was offered to work in one of those companies and that she refused that money. So certainly I could see that some crackers would actually take that offer, considering how poorly you're being paid for even cracking a game for piracy and everything. But in general, I could see that offer being accepted, especially since Irdetto, like Denuvo's parent company, Denuvo is owned by a parent company called Irdetto. Irdetto is actually a huge company that actually charges at least 100,000 euros for their DRM. So I would assume that actually a salary for a reverse engineer or software engineer back in Denuvo is huge. And as a result, I could actually see why some people who would reverse engineer would claim like, oh, I want to crack Denuvo, look at Denuvo and see, oh, wait, they pay a lot of money for this. I could basically be earning a living. So like, I'm just going to instead be working for them instead of cracking their DRM and being at risk of getting apprehended by law enforcement.
Empress has a crypto wallet that she accepts donations from, and she usually places it in her NFO files when you download a game for free. Now, if you gather up all of her crypto wallets, at least the public ones because Monero is private, her Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash, and Ethereum wallets only total up to $40,000. That's not a lot of money for cracking software for multiple years, but she could have made at least $2 million working for a company. Now, piracy is illegal, and you should never do it, but what would it look like if you were just to hit me with the, oh shit, Lucid, my finger slipped? Each cracker and repacker usually have their own custom UI where their software starts playing music as it's downloading this super illegal software onto your computer, and it looks overall just kind of odd and strange. Now, a cracker would just give you the full game outright, where a repacker would take that file, compress it so drastically so instead of it being 140 gigabytes, it's instead 70 gigabytes, making the download time literally cut in half. In the torrenting world, that is huge, by the way. Normally, because when you're torrenting and you're leeching off of somebody else's seed, it's kind of complicated, but you're just downloading the software from multiple people's computers around the world, making it a decentralized software exchange platform. This usually is done in a really slow method. So when somebody repacks the game, people love them for it. The installer is supposed to make it super easy easy to download the game without having to drag and drop files from your C drive and follow this super long instruction manual. The software just does it all for you. And let's just say the game works and everything looks good. You got a $70 brand new game that just released for free. What if there's a virus? Is it safe?
That is a risk for you to take every time you want to engage in piracy. Now, certainly there are ways to minimize that risk. I can't really say that for software, but for video games, like the subreddit r/crackwatch, actually inform the public which games are cracked, who is the cracker, and full of useful information on where you can download and how you can download that without the risk of getting a virus.
What percentage would you say it is that you're not going to get a virus if you follow
There you go.
Probably going to be like
Finally.
a 90% chance you're not going to get a virus. And even then, it's 90% because you can find like a fake website that actually has a virus.
One issue I made a video about years back was a cracked software that was a plugin for Premiere Pro, and this editing software plugin would actually normally cost I think like 50 or 60 bucks a month, but instead if you pirated it you would get it for free permanently. That's a lot of money you'd normally be paying every year. So a lot of video editors do this. I'd say I've never met a video editor in my life that doesn't pirate plugins or even the software itself, I'm just saying. But hackers know that, and they know that either editors or YouTubers or somebody that has a really popular channel is eventually going to download this plugin. So they'll go ahead and crack the software for you. Sure, it's gonna work, but in a matter of no time, your channel would go from I am Lucid to Bitcoin Elon Musk doubling money real quick. FitGirl states on her website that some cracks are protected with special anti-debugging tools. This is to prevent competing groups or even anti-piracy companies from figuring out the logic of how they crack the code. But that also means that nobody else can analyze the software for malware. It's always a matter of trust, as FitGirl says, but for some crackers it's not a matter of blind trust. CPY cracks, for an example, don't have any protection at all, meaning that anybody can look at the code and verify for themselves that it's not a virus and they can prove it empirically. It seems their motives are either fame, challenge, or even video game preservation. And this is a really good argument for the guys that say piracy is a good thing. A lot of our childhood games are not being sold anymore, and if it wasn't for these pirates, you would not be able to go and emulate and play all the games you grew up playing on your really old console that I'm not going to say the name of, that starts with an N and ends with an O. Think about all of those old game consoles that you grew up playing and all the old games on them. You just can't buy them anymore. These games are not being sold. Even if you wanted to pay top dollar, the companies just don't sell them. So the games either die with time or they are preserved by the pirates.
I like to archive software. Right now, I have my eyes on the Switch, and give it about a few more years and I'll open up a shop again, but the heat is too much right now. And like going after everybody who makes a shop.
So you're a shop that has all the games that people can download for free. How do you go about gathering every single game made?
In the early days of my Discord server, we had a team of people that would dump their games for us, and then we would archive it in Google, and then we would put it to the shop, and then we would update the shop, and then you'd have new games to download. I did not want to make any money off of this because I know if I did, be on my ass like no one's business.
So tell me more about how it tried to take you down and sent you a cease and desist. Explain that to me from the start.
I think they had spies on my Discord server, and they would like take screenshots of what we were doing. They would get in contact with our admin somehow, like maybe finding their IP address or something like that, and then they would send them letters and stuff like that.
And because they sent all of your admins, or at least a lot of them, a cease and desist letter, you started to take down the server for that reason?
That's right, because I didn't want anybody to get in trouble. It wasn't worth it.
Do you live
but
in
now,
the USA?
Yeah, I live in the US.
Are you worried that you might get caught by...
Nah, I'm not worried. I'm very protected. Like, I don't log into the tools that I use on my actual computer. I have like a throwaway computer that's on a VPN, so they can't really touch me.
So what steps do you take to make sure that this can never catch you?
If I tell you that, I'll have to kill you. Because I'll basically what you do, you just get like a throwaway computer, like just buy one for like $200 from Amazon or something, and then get like a VPN on there from the Netherlands. You got to make sure that it's a VPN that's in the Netherlands because they log your data, and the servers that I have and the domains that I have, I bought them with Bitcoin. So if you're trying to stay away from, don't use your real name when setting up these domains and servers, because that'll come back and get you whenever someone does like a who is inquiry on the domain or on the server.
Yeah.
They can find you.
What have you seen to people that are in the same shoes as you.
Oh shit, they go after them. Like, show up to their house.
But old nostalgic video games aren't the only reason why somebody would try to do this. The game called The Crew, which is an online-only racing game, recently had the plug pulled by Ubisoft, making it so that everybody that bought the game can no longer play it, and you're out of your money. Sorry. The game came out in 2015, and Ubisoft said they'd only give refunds to players that bought the game recently. This is literal theft. How are they making anti-piracy campaigns saying you wouldn't download a car when Ubisoft is stealing from its consumers that paid money? This is theft. That's theft because the original was stolen. You see what I'm saying? Bring it full circle. So who's stealing from who realistically? So the crew was never cracked, like you said, right?
Yes, the crew was specifically online only. That means that the crucial data was stored in Ubisoft servers. And when Ubisoft pulled the plug, those crucial data were gone with it as well.
So everyone that paid money for that game, they don't get a refund.
That's right.
They're the ones pirating from us.
And Ubisoft can simply say, oh, well, but in our terms of service, it says that you don't own the game, you just own the license for the game. So that way we can shut it down whenever you want and you can do it, can't do anything about it.
Wow, so Denuvo basically, we're all relying on Denuvo to stay an active company for us to play the games that we purchase. And if they somehow want to shut down their servers or close up shop or they go bankrupt or whatever it is, the games that we're paying for could likely be gone forever because it needs to call back to their server to make sure that the anti-cheat is still running. Is that correct?
That's right. Unless the game is not cracked, that game will basically be lost. Like the crew will be lost in time. There was an article that one YouTuber had linked called Ross Scott. He linked that around 80% of games that have been made are not available to purchase. So just think about this. If you want to play, for example, Need for Speed Most Wanted 2005, one of the greatest racing games ever made, you can't buy it. EA doesn't sell it, mainly due to the license problem. What is the only way to play it? Well, it's pirated.
Is piracy morally okay? And I feel like after we discussed this last issue with the crew and companies taking back the games that you've previously, even Minecraft did something very similar. They basically made it so that if you don't migrate your account from Mojang to Microsoft, you lose the game. And somebody actually tested this out on YouTube. He purposely did not migrate his account. He waited months or even close to a year. I forgot the time period. And even after writing letters, like physical letters and emails and calling and doing every possible thing that he could do as a human being to ask Mojang or ask Minecraft to give him his paid account back, they said no, buy the game by yourself. He even asked, can you guys give me $25 as a refund? They said no, pay for it again. $25 after going all the lengths, which is like this is robbery. I feel like if he were to sue them for robbery of $25, and if he had all the funds for lawyers necessary, he can really make a standout case that could probably change the law somewhere. And it's unfortunate. That's ridiculous, bro. There's actually one YouTuber that's so heated by this. His name is Accursed Farms. He has a site called StopKillingGames.com. He's literally making a worldwide campaign and trying to mess these guys up and fight back as hard as possible in every possible country. So check that out and find ways that you can actually fight back so nobody can do this to us ever again. So now that you stayed till the end of this video, I want to see your honest opinion. Don't be politically correct. Let me know down below. Is piracy a good thing or is it a bad thing? After you saw all the different points of views, did it change your mind at all? I'm looking to hear comments from all of you. I'll be reading down below. And by the way, thank you for staying till the end of this video, man. I love you so freaking much. Wallah, it means so much to me. You're my freaking boys. I love you. Stay dreaming. Stay lucid. I'm out. Peace. Oh, also, before I go, my Discord moderators literally made me a shirt, bro. Look how cute this is, bro. We love you, Lucid. Join I Am Lucid Discord. Also a shameless plug for you. They also put their names on the back of it, which is kind of sweet. I like it a lot. Thank you guys. Love you. Peace.
I want... Oh, I remember this fucker.
Imagine spending years, decades, thinking only about YouTube every single day. You amass millions of followers after days of never-ending work, only for everything you ever worked for to disappear in seconds because of a catastrophic decision. Well, this exact situation has happened to multiple big-name YouTubers. And so the question is, where are these YouTubers today? Where did they go, and what actually happened to them? Well, the truth about where many of these YouTubers ended up is incredibly sad, dark, and sometimes infuriating to say the least. And to understand this, we'll begin with one of the worst YouTubers to ever be on the platform, Austin Jones. All the way back in 2007, 1 year after YouTube was created, Austin Jones realized the platform's potential. In the beginning, he started making videos as a hobby, and these videos were innocent enough, mostly him doing covers of popular songs. And as YouTube's growth began to skyrocket during this period, his videos started gaining some traction, and he was quickly building a small audience, which gave him the confidence to start writing and releasing his own music. And by doing this, he eventually earned over 500,000 subscribers, all in the YouTube early days. And so it really seemed like he was set to go places. But unfortunately for the viewers watching, Jones's operations weren't nearly as innocent as they seemed. Given the nature of Jones's content, most of his audience were on the younger side. Around this period, kids loved YouTube. It was an amazing way to see types of videos they would never see on television, and they would especially go crazy over YouTube stars, which is why so many YouTubers have a bad reputation for abusing their power and trust, as especially children on the platform are so dangerously easy to take advantage of. And it turned out, this was exactly what Austin Jones was doing. After almost 10 years of being on YouTube, he would use his position to pursue 6 teenage girls. He began to message them outside of YouTube, and things might have seemed friendly at first, and actually interesting for them seeing their favorite YouTube star messaging them, until he started sending some rather weird messages, specifically requesting sexually explicit videos. And unfortunately, due to his position, his attempts were actually successful, and he received videos from each of them. One of the girls, a 14-year-old, sent him 15 videos, 10 of which were explicit. He would then proceed to tell her how lucky she was to have his attention and claim these videos would prove she was his biggest fan. And things got real weird real quick. Like when she expressed concern over getting in trouble after a message where he said he might let her suck his D, to him responding, "I guess you really are my biggest fan." Okay then. Not only was he manipulative, he was also a sexual criminal. But it turned out these 6 girls weren't his only D. To him responding, "I guess you really are my biggest fan." Okay then. Not only was he manipulative, he was also a sexual criminal. But it turned out these 6 girls weren't his only victims. Using his influence on YouTube, he began to spread his reach on all social media sites. On Facebook alone, there were 30 odd occasions where he encouraged other underage girls to send him explicit videos and photos. However, this time, he told them that the photos were for a modeling opportunity. The whole situation is made so much worse by the fact that he directed them on what they should wear and how they should pose, and even give them lines to recite. But little did he know how much he would pay for the consequences. In June 2017, authorities were then granted a warrant to search Jones's home, and he would be arrested on 2 counts of producing child P shortly after. During his hearing, his attorney sought the lower sentencing, as they argued that Jones's actions were a result of his father touching him as a child, further highlighting that he'd shown remorse and obeyed the strict rules he'd been placed under while on house arrest. But of course, this wouldn't get him very far. So in 2019, he would plead guilty to 1 count of explicit child content and was sentenced to 10 years in federal prison. His YouTube channel and social media accounts were all shut down subsequently after. Once he was imprisoned, no one heard a word from Jones. There were no accounts, no stories, and it was almost like he completely vanished. His entire social media presence wiped from the internet, and nobody there to hear him out. And quite rightly. Now he's currently sitting at the Federal Correctional Institution in Loretto, and he'll be staying there until at least the 31st of December 2027. And hopefully if he is released after this date, he won't be back on social media once more. But he wasn't the only one to get in trouble with the law on the platform. EDP445, or otherwise called Bryant Moreland, first appeared online in 2010 when he posted a video of himself freestyle rapping.
Oh
years. He would consistently post for years, and his bubbly, funny personality was beginning to show through his videos. But it wasn't until 2015 that his YouTube career really started popping off, especially when he began to pivot to creating videos centered around him talking about American football. If he wasn't praising the Philadelphia Eagles, he complained about the team that beat them. And as EDP realized that the more he showed his personality through the videos, the more views he would get, he began to take away any filter during his rants, speaking as freely as possible without any care, and people started loving it. It was so entertaining that one of his videos would actually feature on MTV's Ridiculousness.
You trained LaShawn McCoy! Mother, you don't even have a game left! Who the is going to run the ball? Tell me that. I'll wait.
We're gonna wait together.
Tell us. Shut your bitch ass the What the are we gonna do now?
There you have it, man. Never fun losing.
Further exposing EDP to an even wider audience. And with this, his subscriber and view counts grew exponentially. And so for the next few years, EDP continued to rake in the cash on these videos, posting content without any issues and steadily growing his viewership. Occasionally people might report his videos, simply just because of his personality and the content that he was making, but otherwise, everything seemed fine. And eventually he gained millions of subscribers, fans that were ready to defend him and a seemingly untouchable platform. That was until 2020. When rumors began floating around that EDP was involved with minors, an accusation that's way too common with YouTubers, especially around this period. Tons of allegations were being thrown at YouTubers about this sort of stuff, but things became even worse after he said he would legalize sexual relationships between minors and adults if he were president, which definitely don't help with the accusations coming out, and especially not the words you want to hear from a man who once said he wants to adopt a little girl and live in the middle of nowhere.
I want to adopt a little girl. Adopt a little girl, get me a fucking house out in the middle of fucking nowhere, you know what I mean? And get a fucking dog, you know? And, you know, raise her, you know what I mean? Have her be the heir to the throne, my niggas eat that pussy 445.
With all of this weird stuff, in October that year, Cold Raven, a fellow YouTuber, posted a video featuring EDP. In it, he revealed that the content creator had been messaging minors and trying to hook up with them. Cold Raven then continued to release new evidence of EDP's misdeeds, and even tricked him with an underage decoy. His constant calling out of EDP eventually earned him an invite to Drama Alert. The plan was to have him and EDP discuss the issue in a controlled environment, and what better way to gather insight into a situation than talk to the people directly involved. While Cold Raven was happy to accept the invite, EDP ignored it. Not only did this only make his case even more suspicious, but the video he posted in response to Cold Raven just made things completely awful. In the video, he never showed any remorse for his actions, took accountability, or even addressed these damning allegations. Instead, he would try to play himself off as the victim.
Came out and made some big ass crying video, you know what I mean? Making a fucking ass out of myself, all hysterical on camera and shit like that, that I show no remorse.
In fact, according to him, they were the bad guys for leading him on by dressing provocatively.
I also feel minors should get in trouble for messaging adults.
Now this really should have been the moment he faded into obscurity, and to be fair, the backlash would hit hard, but this actually didn't kill EDP's career. In fact, it only just gave him more notoriety, but this would change in 2021. Two YouTubers known as Alex Rossin and CC Unit had been working to catch him in the act for a few months. They secretly set up a decoy text exchange, pretending to be a 13-year-old girl to entice EDP. And of course, he took the bait and sent the decoy numerous sexually explicit messages. Eventually, the two arranged to meet, but EDP was in for an infamous nasty surprise, one that would go completely viral on the internet, as when he arrived, what was waiting for him was not a 13-year-old girl, but grown men with plenty of evidence against him. 84 messages worth of evidence to be exact. And when questioned, EDP hilariously tried to play off the situation by claiming he was just there to get a cupcake. And despite all the evidence, he further tried to argue that he wasn't going to do anything sexual in the first place, and that these were never his intentions. and as the YouTubers called the cops on him, EDP fled the scene before the authorities could arrive. But the video would go completely viral, and now everybody knew the truth about who EDP really was. After the video, it didn't take long for YouTube to terminate most of his channels, and anyone and everyone associated with him immediately cut ties. EDP kept trying to make a comeback, but he was shot down on almost every platform. YouTube banned, Facebook banned, Instagram banned. Even obscure websites that allowed their users to post videos were also banned. Anywhere he went, the internet followed simply to ensure that he couldn't put down roots. People even began to report him to his landlords and his employers, going completely out of their way to keep him homeless and unemployed. Someone even shared leaflets detailing inappropriate activities with his neighbors. From being a beloved YouTuber with millions of subscribers to now having absolutely nothing was a completely dramatic turnaround, and as a result, EDP faded into the background, seemingly with no other way to ever be heard from again, unless there was news of his arrest. But despite all the evidence against him, he was never actually charged, and what did happen was somewhat remarkable, as in March 2023 he made his first attempt at coming back online, posting a video to his own website titled How EDP Was Set Up, and this was by far his worst attempt at trying to clear his name, as according to EDP, this sting operation was actually meant to be his audition for a movie, but instead he claimed that the YouTubers had used the footage to frame him. There he included screenshots of an apparent email exchange between him and the YouTuber, but nobody who watched the video believed a word he was saying, as most pointed out that the interviewer sounded like an AI voice and the emails he claimed he received from the YouTuber looked photoshopped, and poorly. It also made no sense that the YouTuber would refer to himself as Chet when that was a character he was playing. Unfortunately for EDP, this did nothing to prove his innocence. Even if the sting was a setup, there were still all the other allegations of him being inappropriate with actual teenage girls. So, a few months later, he tried a different approach. Maybe finally apologizing and taking accountability for his actions would actually give him a real shot at redemption. The issue was that he never actually apologized to his victims, only his family and friends. He also ignored his previous attempts at clearing his name. As he came out apologizing for all of his actions, it just felt disingenuous, mainly because it felt like he was trying to guilt people into forgetting what he'd actually done. It also didn't help that he didn't seem to show any remorse for his actions outside of his apology video. Now you'd think with all of this, with the absolute cancellation and his career completely ruined, that there'd be no way he'd be back on social media, but EDP found a way, and in February 2023 he created another YouTube channel, gaining almost 40,000 subscribers. And well, it turned out in 2025 this exact thing would happen, and his new channel would be taken off of YouTube, only for him to then make a brand new channel on top of that one. And thus far it seems like YouTube hasn't really done anything about it, but it seems like it'll only be a matter of time before his current channel is also terminated too. But sometimes YouTubers take it even further. Phileas was a young man from Cyprus who dreamed of being as successful as his favorite YouTubers, and he didn't care about what it took to become famous on YouTube, whether it be flying all the way to LA, forcing himself onto the biggest YouTubers, and putting himself through any uncomfortable situation that could give him clout. Yet unfortunately, all of this meant that he wasn't above breaking laws, stalking celebrities, and even forcing Elon Musk into hugging him. But people never really cared because he seemed funny enough that people found it entertaining, and almost innocent in a way. So he continued on with his antics, until he went to Japan. In October 2023, Phileas posted a video of himself and 4 others trying to travel across Japan for free. Phileas then proceeded to make a complete nuisance of himself. After begging for money, he took a bus ride but couldn't pay the fare in full. And much to Phileas' surprise, the bus driver locked him on the bus and took him to a police station, where he was temporarily detained. Now in hindsight, this could have just been planned to get more views from the rage bait, and it probably worked to some extent, which is why he seemed to have no remorse for his actions in Japan at all. The only thing that he seemed to care about was that the Japanese authorities had confiscated his phone.
And they took my phone away, so I couldn't feel anything.
But at least he got the perfect content and pissed off enough people in Japan. After then being released, he hid in the bathroom of 2 trains to try and avoid paying a ticket, abusing Japan's high trust society culture, all for more views. He then ran from police because of this and even stole food from a hotel. Understandably, people were upset about the video. It was incredibly disrespectful to Japanese culture, and he'd not only disrespected Japan but also broken the law itself. After dealing with huge backlash for this video, Phidias decided it was time for an apology. But having done many other crazy videos, and with some very questionable thumbnails in the past, it didn't seem like he ever actually cared emotionally about this stuff, and more so was far more concerned about the videos themselves. As in the apology video, he never actually apologized or showed remorse to the people of Japan. Instead, he just posted a comment saying it was not his goal to make the Japanese people feel bad. While he did technically use the words "I apologize," the comment barely counted as an apology. Plus, it just made things so much worse for him, as YouTube would eventually remove the video and force similar ones. Yet despite the controversy, Phidias was still relatively successful. He just continued uploading videos, doing some of the craziest challenges possible. However, slowly but surely, the content just got a little bit stale. His audience was dwindling, and it seemed like he needed a complete new career change, as the clout from YouTube just wasn't enough. He wanted to live a life with a bigger impact on the world. And so fast forward a few years, and he ended up joining the European Parliament. Yes, you heard that correctly. This guy, who did these sorts of videos, begging for a hug from Elon Musk, now wanted to run for the EU Parliament. When he announced his candidacy in April 2024, most people thought it was a joke in Cyprus. Not only did he have no political experience, and had never spoken about anything political before, but it was also completely unheard of for an independent party to win an election and join the European Parliament. Nobody took this seriously, he was just a crazy YouTuber. But unfortunately, young voters in Cyprus did find it funny, and so Phidias somehow managed to finish third in the election, earning himself a seat in the European Parliament, which now meant that Phidias was responsible for voting on laws and bills that would affect the entire EU, which in some ways is both a testament to and a warning of the power of social media. And yet this was an incredible achievement for Phidias. It seemed like a complete 180, and yet Phidias continued with his old ways, even in Parliament. However, in some ways it's quite remarkable, as rather than choosing how to vote on things himself, especially with his lack of political experience, he instead let social media decide his votes, as he argued that this is what allowed for direct democracy with the people, something that's never been done before. But in some ways, this is a turn for the best for Phidias, and it seems like his real personality is finally coming to the surface, and now he is becoming a legitimate politician, all whilst using his knowledge of social media to start beef with the VP of the European Parliament and leveraging his social media position to gain more votes. And in a remarkable way, this has actually gained him more power on social media and more influence than any of the videos he's done in the past, something that can't be said for Nas Daily. You see, before taking the world by storm as Nas Daily, the creator lived a relatively normal life. He went to good school, got into Harvard, and enjoyed his life just like anyone in his shoes might. Then in 2016, he would start posting 1-minute vlogs on Facebook, all just as a hobby to showcase interesting things from around the world. As the daily video series was relatively innocent and made with pure passion, it garnered a large audience quickly, as people were evidently curious about experiences in other parts of the world, and at this time, not many people were making this sort of content. He was filling a huge gap in the market on social media, and as a result, by January 2019, his Facebook profile had gained 12 million followers. After such huge success, he wanted to start producing long-form content and really up his game on social media, so he turned to the only site that could do this, YouTube. In February of that same year, Nas Daily posted a weekly series of videos. Just like his Facebook videos, he showcased his travel, exercise routines, and even his own story. However, he soon started really nailing the YouTube videos, gaining tens of millions of views, as these videos would center around specific people, interesting places, and even projects that were changing entire countries. And people absolutely loved the content. His videos skyrocketed to the top of the YouTube algorithm. And yet, just as quickly as he gained his Nas Daily, as he argued that this is what allowed for direct democracy with the people, something that's never been done before. But in some ways, this is a turn for the best for Phidias, and it seems like his real personality is finally coming to the surface, and now he is becoming a legitimate politician, all whilst using his knowledge of social media to start beef with the VP of the European Parliament and leveraging his social media position to gain more votes. And in a remarkable way, this has actually gained him more power on social media and more influence than any of the videos he's done in the past, something that can't be said for Nas Daily. You see, before taking the world by storm as Nas Daily, the creator lived a relatively normal life. He went to good school, got into Harvard, and enjoyed his life just like anyone. Actually gained him more power, social media position, and more influence than any of the videos he's done in the past, something that can't be said for Nas Daily. You see, before taking the world by storm as Nas Daily, the creator lived a relatively normal life.
Yeah, he's Jewish.
life. He went to good school, got into Harvard, and enjoyed his life just like anyone in his shoes might. Then in 2016, he would start posting 1-minute vlogs on Facebook, all just as a hobby to showcase interesting things from around the world. As the daily video series was relatively innocent and made with pure passion, it garnered a large audience quickly, as people were evidently curious about experiences in other parts of the world, and at this time, not many people were making this sort of content. He was filling a huge gap in the market on social media, and as a result, by January 2019, his Facebook profile had gained 12 million followers. After such huge success, he wanted to start producing long-form content and really up his game on social media, so he turned to the only site that could do this, YouTube. In February of that same year, Nas Daily posted a weekly series of videos. Just like his Facebook videos, he showcased his travel, exercise routines, and even his own story. However, he soon started really nailing the YouTube videos, gaining tens of millions of views, as these videos would center around specific people, interesting places, and even projects that were changing entire countries. And people absolutely loved the content. His videos skyrocketed to the top of the YouTube algorithm, and yet just as quickly as he gained his fame, fans would start to turn on him. With a few bad decisions, he would lose almost everything, and it all started with a video about the oldest traditional tattoo artist in the world, Wang Od. The video was informative and showcased Wang and her tribe positively, as she was clearly a very unique person living an incredibly unique life. And so Nas Daily would showcase her way of life for future generations. But the issues began in the video's description, where Nas's team claimed that Wang Od would teach an online course on what she did. The course was called Wang Od Academy and promised that all profits would go to her tribe.
I know this one. Hold up. Oh shit. Damn, someone sold? Should buy this, huh? Should buy that. Hold up, boys. Hold up. Holy balls, dude. We're back. Okay.
But as it turned out, and so Nas Daily positively, and Blues almost loved the content. His videos skyrocketed to the top of the YouTube algorithm, and yet just as quickly as he gained his fame, fans would start to turn on him. With a few bad decisions, he would lose almost everything, and it all started with a video about the oldest traditional tattoo artist in the world, Wang Od. The video was informative and showcased Wang and her tribe positively, as she was clearly a very unique person, living an incredibly unique life. And so Nas Daily would showcase her way of life for future generations. But the issues began in the video's description, where Nas's team claimed that Wang Od would teach an online course on what she did. The course was called Wang Od Academy and promised that all profits would go to her tribe. But as it turned out, this online course was apparently a scam, as one of Wang's relatives posted to Facebook to tell people that she hadn't signed a contract to do the course originally, as according to her, Nas was taking advantage of her culture and disrespecting the legacy of Wang. To no one's surprise, the internet wasn't happy by this, especially from such a huge creator. They were even less happy when the Nas team tried to defend themselves. You see, they claimed that Wang had been fully aware of the contract she was signing and that everything had been above board. They even provided video evidence of her putting her fingerprint on the contract. However, someone from Wang's tribe quickly contradicted the claim, as they revealed that Wang hadn't understood the translators. Any evidence of her putting her fingerprint on the contract was ultimately meaningless, and the village was now apparently worried that they were being exploited for money. The whole thing seemed to put a bad taste in everyone's mouth, and started to subconsciously put doubts in the followers of Nas Daily. And from there, the controversies only seemed to start piling on. The main guy behind it was then deemed racist by the founder of the Cacao Project. Whether right or wrong, he seemed to offend the followers of 6 religions in just 6 months. The next issues would come from him never disclosing to viewers when he was actually being sponsored. It seemed like every week there was another controversy, and as they began piling on, Nas Daily's viewership tanked. His videos went from receiving tens of millions of views to barely ever breaking 100,000 views, even with 13 million subscribers. And so Nas would decide to do something about this. Instead, he posted a video titled, "Why I Ended My Career." Right from the get-go, the video seemed slightly condescending, as many thought it was like Nas was talking down to his audience as he gently reprimanded them for disliking him.
We think that everybody that succeeds is evil. I don't know why we think that. But if somebody succeeds on YouTube or in the world, then automatically they're evil. And I don't quite get why that is.
But it only got worse from there, as Nas began to talk about himself like someone might talk about one of their idols.
I went from underdog to hero. With more than 15 million followers on YouTube, 22 on... I've become a hero.
The one thing that seemed to really stand out quite starkly was that he made a point calling himself a hero. He said it with almost breathless, disbelieving pride, with a smile on his face and everything else, like he deserved high praise just for his videos. Comments about his narcissism were almost typing themselves, and he didn't yet get to the point of his video. The whole reason he was making this video in the first place was to address the controversies that had been plaguing him. So he thought the video would set the record straight and finally address all these controversies surrounding the channel, and then he would go back to enjoying his previously overwhelming success. But unfortunately for him, that's really not how the video was received. When he started addressing the controversies, he seemed to do so with the air of someone who didn't think they'd done anything wrong, barely addressing the issues, brushing them off with half-baked excuses before moving on.
It wasn't the person we worked with that was angry. It was her cousin, because she wasn't part of the deal. And of course, if you're not part of the deal, you feel left out, and so you have to feel like something is wrong. So nobody knew, including Nas Daily, but for some reason, Nas Daily was the one to pay the price.
And the video only gets so much worse from there, as he continues to avoid the real problems behind the controversies and doesn't even bother mentioning others. The whole thing was a disaster of a video that did nothing to help his failing reputation and should just never have been made in the first place. And what he did in the days after the video didn't make things any easier for him either. When people started reacting to the video and calling him out on his nonsense, Nas decided that he didn't want to hear it. And so he did one of the worst things any YouTuber can do and hit people with copyright strikes, completely silencing any attempted criticism. And he would specifically target smaller creators using clips that fell under fair use. So understandably, he lost a huge amount of his audience for this. And now today he continues making the same videos but with barely any views. And every month it seems like it goes down more and more.
Alright, we're going back to farming. The fuck is this? Yo. Okay. Damn. Where should I? Game that stole 130 million? What?
July 31st, 2016. A brand new game called Çiftlik Bank launches in the Turkish App Store. The game lets you invest in your own farm. You know the drill: cows, chickens, and goats. But Çiftlik Bank is more than just a game. It's connected to the real world. On the app, you can invest your money in virtual livestock. By doing that, you automatically invest in real farms that actually exist, and the real produce of those real animals are then sold in dedicated farm shops near you. So Çiftlik Bank is not just about gaming. You can also make actual money and support farmers. Sounds too good to be true, right? Right. This innocuous young man is the brains behind the app. He fooled an entire country, scammed money from over 100,000 people, and disappeared with over $80 million. Where is he today? And how did he pull this off?
Çiftlik bank oley, para kaynağın çiftlik bank oley, koskocaman istihdam oley, çiftlik bank istikrar oley, çiftlik bank oley, çiftlik bank istikrar oley.
We came across the Çiftlik Bank fraud through this article by journalist Paul Osterland. He did an incredible job in researching the whole story.
Alright.
You'll find the link to the
More
article
farming.
in the description. Mehmet Aydin grows up in Bursa. That's a major city in northwestern Turkey. His background is humble. His family doesn't have much money, so he drops out of school as a teenager and makes a living as a waiter and dishwasher. His actual dream is to become a famous rapper. He never makes it big, but he makes some contacts in the Turkish rap scene and meets an online game designer. The two become friends. Aydin is a big fan of the Facebook game Farmville. In 2016, he and his new buddy team up in his basement apartment and co-develop a Farmville clone. They call it Çiftlik Bank, that's Turkish for farm bank. The game is an instant hit. It attracts 50,000 active players within less than 8 months. The idea is simple. You start and manage your own farm. You use gold as a currency to buy animals, like chickens, goat, cattle, and bees. You earn cash back by selling the honey, eggs, and milk that your animals produce. You can then use the profits from these sales to buy more livestock, and so on. You can also pay real money to buy virtual gold and run your farm. And that's not just some pay-to-win model. If your farm does well and you make some proper virtual gold, you can exchange your virtual proceeds back into real money. Aydin has a groundbreaking idea. The money that players pour into the game will be invested in real livestock operations, and the profits from these real farms and products will flow back to the players. So Çiftlik Bank becomes a hybrid form between a video game and a crowdfunding platform for Turkish agriculture. Investments like these are in high demand at the time. Turkey's agriculture is struggling due to a number of factors. More and more products have to be imported. But Çiftlik Bank suddenly gives people a chance to directly support the country's entire farming sector. In early 2017, Aydin goes on to launch the first 2 real-life farms near his hometown. He's hosting huge opening ceremonies. They're attended by a district governor and a local mayor. Aydin is a pop star at those events. Bodyguards have to shield the successful entrepreneur from his fans. Right from the beginning, Aydin's project is supported by some influential people. This commercial features the famous Turkish TV actor Mehmet Çevik. Çevik also acts as the company's press consultant. Within a year, more than 100 of these farm bank shops pop up throughout the entire country. They sell the products from the Çiftlik Bank operations. Here you can see cheese, honey, and sausages with the logo. Çiftlik Bank players receive 5% of their profits in vouchers for these shops. You can choose the products in-game and pick them up at the nearest location. The rest of the profit is supposed to be real money. Say a player pays around $4,200 to buy 3 virtual beehives. He makes $840 per month off his bees. So within 1 year, our online beekeeper racks up profits worth over $5,800. At its peak, Çiftlik Bank has over 500,000 active players. More than 130,000 people invest their actual money. Some of them even take out huge loans to do so. A total of $250 million are poured into the game. Unfortunately, Çiftlik Bank is a massive scam, a Ponzi scheme, and Mehmet Aydin is a fraudster. The products at the franchise shops may bear the logo of the game, but they do not come from the company's own livestock. Most of those farms are inactive and only serve as a front. In the beginning, however, players always get their money on time. But Aydin's pyramid scheme only works so long as it grows and attracts new players that put in new money. The money is then used to pay out profits to existing players. The company does extensive marketing and hands out commissions for bringing in new players. In late 2017, only a year and a half after the game was launched, things start getting messy. Players complain about false promises on social media, and financial regulators in Turkey put Çiftlik Bank on their radar. The authorities become particularly skeptical when they find out that the company's bank accounts are held by a shell company based in northern Cyprus. Another Turkish authority, Turkish Ministry of Customs and Trade, starts looking into the company's finances. Aydin realizes he can't keep up his scheme for much longer. In December 2017, he suddenly sells his shares in the company. A month later, Çiftlik Bank says it has suspended accepting new users. It also stops paying out profits. Rumor has it that the banks are refusing to work with Aydin's company after the complaints. Many players are furious and want their money back. Some of them have invested all their savings, believing they could make profits and at the same time do some good for their country. News officially breaks in March 2018. Authorities determine that Çiftlik Bank is indeed a scam. Prosecutors launch a criminal investigation. They issue a warrant for Mehmet Aydin and some of his employees. But Aydin has vanished into thin air. Interpol puts out a red notice for his arrest. police forces worldwide are asked to track him down. It soon turns out that Aiden has fled to Uruguay, but he doesn't exactly lay low. He is seen driving around in his Ferrari. He posts this video. This is his private yacht. To pay for all this, Aiden stole millions from Chiflik bank users, and he's been doing so long before running off to Uruguay. His former bodyguard says he frequently went to casinos in northern Cyprus to gamble and party hard. Now it looks like he just keeps living the good life down in South America, like nothing happened. 12,000 kilometers away, the fraud story dominates Turkish media for months. Angry players raid one of the real farms and try to load the animals onto trucks. Aiden plays the victim and blames the Turkish state. He says he couldn't pay his players because authorities seized his company's assets. His former partners are busy apologizing to the Turkish public. This is actor Mehmet Çevik calling to apologize on national TV. Then the buzz around Aiden slowly fades away. In January 2020, private investigators figure out that Aiden may be hiding out in Brazil. A year and a half later, Aiden ultimately turns himself into the Turkish consulate in Sao Paulo. He's arrested and flown to Turkey 2 days later. A mob of journalists is waiting for him when he arrives in Istanbul. He's taken to court shortly after. Mehmet Aydin and his accomplices are facing long prison terms. And by long, we mean really long. Aydin is looking at a total of 89,000 years in jail. His Ferrari and yacht have been seized by authorities in Uruguay. He fled with $80.5 million, 322 million lira, in cash. He returned with just $13 in his wallet. It's absurd that Aydin was able to embezzle hundreds of millions of dollars in such a short time, while no one really questioned his rather unconventional business model. An entire nation believed in the seemingly groundbreaking idea of this seemingly innocent, boyish man. Supporting your country's economy by gaming and getting rich along the way sounded like a tempting offer, and many people blindly accept it. The golden rule of too good to be true holds true yet again.
I want to watch this.
The view from the Mapo Bridge is one of the best in the city. At night, Seoul's glittering skyline stretches across the horizon, standing as proof of how far South Korea has really come. But for many young Koreans, this picturesque view was the last thing they ever saw. The bright lights of the city contrast with the darkness of the Han River. Its strong cold currents promise an escape from the high-pressure world above. Because of its accessibility and location, Mapo Bridge has gained a dark reputation as a favored spot for jumpers. As South Korea's mental health crisis worsened in the early 2010s, Samsung was hired to try and reverse the rising number of casualties on the bridge, and their solution was rebranding to the Bridge of Life, with a set of LED signs running along each side of the bridge's railings. Written on these signs was a series of optimistic slogans and pictures of happy families. But as you can imagine, this only had the opposite effect of what Samsung intended, and in the year after they were added in 2013, incidents on the bridge increased by over 400%. Shortly afterwards, the scheme was scrapped, replaced by more conventional physical barriers. A much higher fence was then put along with CCTV and pressure sensors to alert rescue workers. Multiple phones were installed across the length of the bridge with direct links to crisis hotlines. While casualties did eventually fall, not all of these measures worked as intended, as shown by the Korea Herald's interview with one potential jumper on a similar bridge. Referred to as aid to protect her identity, the 19-year-old woman was just moments away from jumping before she was held back by a passerby. Before trying to jump, she had used one of the crisis phones, but strong wind stopped her. From hearing the person on the other side. In a conversation afterwards, the passerby who had just saved her life asked the girl why she had done what she did. Quote, "Your mother would have been so sad," she said. A then responded, "My mother and I don't get along. She told me you're good for nothing." And this brief exchange shined a light on what could be the root of the problem, something which slogans and guardrails have failed to deal with. South Korea's young people should have inherited the benefits of South Korea's economic miracle. The country pulled itself up from tragedy and poverty to become one of the world's richest nations, both financially and culturally. But that promised utopia has been turned upside down. With the lowest birth rates in the world, political chaos, cultural division, and crushing inequality, life is getting harder and harder for young South Koreans every day. But the biggest pressure on them is how brutally competitive education has become in the country. You see, day-to-day life for the average South Korean high school student is eye-wateringly long and stressful. Let's just have a look. If you're a Korean student, your school will most likely start at 8 AM sharp, meaning you'll have to get up far before then. So let's say if you're living in Seoul, you can expect to spend over an hour traveling to school. Add in the rest of the morning routine, and the tightest you can start is 6:30. Once you arrive, lessons begin, and you'll be working until the end of the day with just a short break for lunch. While most kids have some friends in these classes, they can't ever let their guard down either. As if you're in the system, the competitive nature of your education system pits you against every other kid. Whether it's meddling parents, teachers, or just the way the tests are graded, it's all set up for you to create harsh rivalries, especially at the top. And as you get older as a student, these rivalries will get even more intense as the end draws closer. Finally, you'll finish school around 4:30, but you'd be mistaken if you thought that was anywhere close to the end, as you might only just have enough time to make some instant noodles for dinner as you then head for your extra classes at night school, or otherwise known as Hagwon. As you arrive, this will be even more intense and strict than just your regular school. Every hour you spend, it has to be paid for.
Hold up. Hold up. Hold up.
Every minute is an investment from your family. Your entire parents' life savings often hang in the balance, and the pressure is insanely immense. To put into perspective, lower income families spend nearly as much on private education as they do on food. So it's obviously a lot of pressure to have on your shoulders. And then finally between 8 and 10 PM or sometimes even later, Hagwon lessons end and your school day is finally over. But of course, that's only if you forget about homework, one of the most important things of all here. Now you'd be forgiven for thinking there just isn't enough time for that. How could schools ever expect kids to get this done? Well, the answer is that most of them don't really. It's incredibly common for parents to do at least some of these assignments for their children. The kids are unlucky enough to have parents who are too busy just have even more work on their plates. And with that hour-long commute, kids might be getting back at about 11 PM or sometimes even later. Then they've got to somehow get sleep as quickly as possible despite the fact that they've been sitting still and staring at books and screens all day with incredible stress. And if you don't fall asleep, you'll barely get 6 hours of sleep before school happens all over again.
A recent survey showed that young South Korean students are suffering from lack of sleep, and more than half of students chose study as a reason of their sleep deprivation. Especially high school students average 6 hours and 3 minutes, which is about an hour and 15 minutes less than the US high school students' sleep amount.
This is a silent killer, and one of the worst physical aspects of this whole system. The sleep deprivation is no joke. Studies have shown that this will impair teens' development while making it harder for them to resist their own impulses, which is not a good mix when their life demands so much discipline and hard work for them, or whilst an entire culture bases your worth on how well you rise up in this education system. So then, what is all of this building up to? Well, after years and years of these long days you're doing, the end goal is a good score in the final exam, the CSAT. This 8-hour marathon is mostly a test of memorization, with harsh time limits and some of the hardest questions in the world all mixed in. Just like most of the tests our students have been taking throughout their time in school, the final result is decided by how their score compares to the average. It means everyone is always competing with each other. The reward for making the top percentile is massive, a coveted spot at the top Seoul University. The big companies that dominate South Korean society like Samsung and Hyundai almost exclusively hire from them. One of these jobs will give you and your family access to a good wage, a good reputation, and a higher place in Korea's hierarchical society. Of course, at these jobs, you'll probably work even longer hours, but that is the best outcome. Failure for these kids who can't afford a redo is almost a dead end. It means the shame of disappointing your family, your culture, and your country, and then a choice between destitution or a lifetime of hard, menial labor. You can see the effects of all of this pressure just by watching interviews with students from just after they've taken the exam.
워낙 기대했던 시험이었고 또 1년 동안 되게 열심히 준비했던 시험이다 보니까 시원섭섭하네요.
머리는 어떻게 이렇게 됐을까요?
이게 항상 그 고비인 부분들이 있을 때마다 제가 머리를 쥐어잡는 습관이 있어가지고 그것 때문에 좀 이렇게 붕붕 뜨게 된 것 같아요.
One described the feeling of ending it like being let go after being tied up for a long time.
하다가 묶였다가 해방된 느낌이라고 해요.
지금까지 준비했던 이제 여러 가지 노력들을 이번 시험에서 다 표현할 수 있었던 것 같아 좋은 경험이 됐던 것 같고요.
Others scream as they let out all the pent-up emotions they've had to contain for years. Most are just relieved, looking forward to a brief period of life that isn't all about studying or working. However, for those kids thinking they didn't do as well as they could have, other emotions are flowing through their heads.
수능을 본 후 어머니가 쓰신 돈이 굉장히 크신데 죄송하다는 죄책감이 먼저.
These interviews are great for accessing young people's personal experiences, but this small collection fails to illustrate just how widespread and deadly young mental health problems have become for South Korea. For years, it's been the leading cause for loss of life in South Koreans under 40. South Korea also has the highest rate for any OECD country, a collection of developed economies like the UK, the US, and Australia. While academic stress is a major part of this, it definitely isn't the whole story. Lots of countries and cultures put the same kinds of pressures on their young people. Maybe not to the exact same extent, but it doesn't work as a full explanation, as we still haven't revealed why South Korea's young people are so much worse off than the rest of the developed world. Instead, social media use stands out as a likely suspect, as South Korea also leads the world in both internet coverage and download speeds, as over 97% of the country is interconnected online. Social media use is also somehow much higher than in Western countries, as 92% of South Koreans now use social media in some way, with the average user spending over an hour on it every day. The landscape is quite different, however, a mixture between the Chinese model and Western apps. Like in China, nearly everyone uses a domestically made app, which offers a mixture of different uses and services. Korea's version is called KakaoTalk. But unlike China, the market was far more open for Western apps to take hold, and of these, Instagram was by far the most successful, with over 60% of Korean social media users having an active account. And it's also taking control of the youth market. Despite being less popular with the overall population, young people spend nearly twice as much time on Instagram compared to KakaoTalk. Its popularity does make sense. South Korea is a very image-dominated culture. South Korea, just like China because of their shared Confucian heritage, puts a bunch of focus on reputation and saving face. The image you put forward to your friends and community means everything, because acting against cultural norms reflects poorly on you and your family. And this isn't necessarily a negative thing. A brief stroll through most Western cities proves some people could definitely use a bit of shame sometimes. But regardless, the harsh competition we mentioned before has its roots in this kind of culture. Instagram, as the ultimate image-focused platform, has played incredibly well into this culture. It has spiraled things out of control, popularizing the promotion of complete fantasy life for everyone else to see. Airbrushing and filters that were once reserved for beauty magazines have spread to every part of the online world. It's been pushed forward by the entertainment industry, which has always looked for any way to chase perfection and unrealistic standards. And this shift in culture is epitomized by the rise of so-called virtual influencers in South Korea. Even with all the filters, makeup, and surgery, regular influencers and models still weren't perfect enough for marketing teams, so they just turned to completely artificial people to advertise their products. Oh Rosie was the first of these corporate creations. Permanently 21, she popped up on South Korean Instagram in 2020 to fill whatever advertising niche she was required to. The benefits for these companies were endless, as she never gets tired, never refuses a job, doesn't need training, never acts out in public, and never asks for a pay rise. Sometimes she appears on her own, other times her mathematically perfect head is stuck on the top of real human models. In the following 3 months, hundreds of different virtual influencers just like her came onto the scene. They created virtual actors, musicians, and even whole K-pop bands, any celebrity niche you could name could be filled, and these virtual influencers are now slowly making their way across the ocean. As of late March 2025, H&M have begun using virtual models in their advertising. By superimposing AI images of the models on top of pictures of real people, they can easily attain these inhuman levels of perfection. South Korea is at the forefront of this very dark revolution and is having awful effects on its young people, something that's an omen for the West, and regular people dealing with the body image problems this causes often fall through the cracks. But it's telling that even the most beautiful and famous celebrities can also fall victim to the same types of negative thoughts. The K-pop industry blends the worst parts of South Korean competitive pressure with the negative effects of its body image culture. Soo Lee was just one of the many men and women pushed into this industry at a young age and molded into a K-pop icon. Now at first her career seemed like a classic success story. Trained from a young age, when her K-pop group FX released their first singles and album, they immediately shot up to the top of the charts. Before the rise of BTS, they were the most internationally recognizable K-pop band in the world. But unlike most K-pop stars, she challenged the constant demand for perfection. She would often post pictures on social media without any makeup, challenging the beauty standards of the time. She would even openly talk about subjects that are taboo in South Korean culture, like mental health or even romance. This brought her wave after wave of unrelenting hate comments, personal insults and death threats, and after a period of depression relating to the constant abuse, she sadly took her own life.
Singer and actress Sol Lee, a former member of the K-pop girl band FX, was found dead Monday afternoon. Sol Lee had been harassed by malicious online comments throughout her career and had openly spoke about her experiences on cyberbullying. Police said in a statement that the 25-year-old had been suffering from severe depression and how for now they suspect she may have taken her own life.
In the wake of her passing, South Korea then implemented strict laws on cyberbullying, allowing anyone to report it and enabling law enforcement to expose people's real names if they ever leave hate comments. But the systemic issues that led to this tragedy remained, and it's no wonder with such a massive focus on your outward image that people are willing to do anything to match the insane beauty standards. So it's not really a shock that South Korea is the plastic surgery capital of the world. The industry is literally worth over. Not really a shock that South Korea is the plastic surgery capital.
Argentina is number 2
of the world. The industry is literally worth over $1.7 billion and is predicted to grow to over $5 billion by 2032, truly showing how normalized plastic surgery has now become in South Korean culture.
You obviously don't need it at all, both of you, but would you ever consider having surgery done yourself?
있어요. 저도 이제 눈이 조금 작아서 여기 뒤에 살짝 이렇게 톡 하고 싶거든요.
더 예뻐지는 걸 보면 부럽다는 생각은 해본 적이 있지만
Most of the time in South Korea, people get surgery to try and look more naturally beautiful. For years, beauty standards have aimed at this idea, characterized by features like a V-shaped chin, pale skin, a small nose, large eyes, and a clear complexion. Never mind that lots of these things aren't all that common in Korean people to begin with. Eyelids are a common cause of tension for people concerned they don't match this standard. The so-called double eyelid surgery is now one of the most common in Korea to replicate this feature. It's often given to young women by their parents as a graduation present. In an interview, one anonymous woman talked about how this had happened to her and how she had felt pressured by her family to get the surgery. Quote, I was satisfied with my own appearance, but my mum and grandmother seemed unhappy with how I looked before I had the surgery. I was pushed to feel grateful that my parents could afford the surgery cost even though I never asked them for it. And if family pressure wasn't enough, these surgeries are often pushed by advertisements and influencers as well. Posters and billboards show before and after images, promising that they can make you beautiful in the eyes of society as well. Unfortunately, the rise of Instagram filters, airbrushing and AI enhancements will only push plastic surgery further. As the beauty standard becomes even more artificial, the results of plastic surgery will only get closer to matching this look. The results are just lots of people left worrying about how they look more than anything else. Like narcissists from Legend, they miss out on life because they can't see beyond their own reflection. And we've only just scratched the surface of the amount of pressure on South Korean society and especially on their young people. It's especially bad because lots of these costs and societal factors have determined the birth rate.
But the Kims need help. They've just applied for a recently introduced government child rearing grant. The grant of 500 to 700 euros per month for 2 years is the latest attempt to address South Korea's growing demographic crisis. Many blame the low birth rate on the high cost of living, which has soared in recent years.
The culture around education and the costs associated with it mean that people are less likely to have children. It's just too expensive, especially recently with the crushing rise in the cost of living. And as South Korean society has gotten more focused on appearances and moved further into the virtual world, it's also ruined the relationship and dating scene. The standards are sky high because of social media. People are more anxious than ever, as everyone just works so much they never have real time for themselves. And the result of all of this is the lowest birth rate in the world, and it's going to be putting even more pressure on the few people that are left. They're not just facing all of these problems, but they're also facing the prospect of supporting a massive generation of elderly people in the near future. And as millions of people leave the workforce and need full-time care or financial support, there aren't going to be enough young people to shoulder the societal burden. All of this pressure has understandably led to a lot of societal division. South Korea has lots of Western ideas, brands, and influences, but most people still adhere to strict gender roles and traditional values. However, today women are increasingly rebelling against them. The 4B movement has been gaining traction for years, and it promotes women completely cutting themselves off from men by saying no to kids, marriage, intercourse, or even dating. Meanwhile, there's also been a huge backlash against all of this happening. Remember the Mapo Bridge from all the way back at the beginning? Well, one of the most high-profile cases where someone lost their life after jumping was based on this. An activist protesting against the changing social landscape threw himself off the bridge as a stunt, apparently assuming he would survive and swim to the shore. But despite having a very high average success rate at saving people, rescue workers took 3 days to find his body. And it doesn't matter where you personally stand on these issues. The fact remains that gender is just one of the many divisions that has actually crept into South Korean society. Age, income, social status, appearance, they're all being used to keep South Korea divided. With all of these long-term problems, you have to wonder why it's all been allowed to continue uninterrupted. Well, the answer actually reveals itself when you uncover the final piece of the puzzle. Who is benefiting from all of this? Ever since the dictatorship ended, and even a bit before, the real power in South Korea has rested with the chaebol. These family-owned conglomerates own nearly all of South Korea, and they can get away with anything. We've seen their sinister influence throughout the story, like Samsung's dystopian signs on the Mapo Bridge. But everything that's damaged society has been a benefit to them. Take the academic competition. You've got millions of people competing and putting money into this exam to get into the top universities. And the end goal after all of this is a stable job at a chaebol like Samsung or Hyundai. It's a system that indoctrinates people for a lifetime of work, filtering out everyone who can't deal with the hardest problems in 12-hour days. The image-based culture also helps them. It keeps people occupied and concerned with other things. People's eyes will be on themselves or on the entertainment industry, never on what's really going on. The virtual world is just another level to this, and it also stokes the fires of social division as well. That helps them keep fighting over each other rather than the chaebols or their control over politics and life in general. In many ways, South Korea represents the future. In technology, entertainment, and culture, it seems like they're racing ahead. But all of the problems we've discussed are also becoming more prevalent here as well. Competition over earning a good living, an image-focused culture, and falling birth rates are all hitting the West right now. This is what happens to a society when it's left in the hands of a few and designed to serve their interests. And it's why South Korea is both a dystopia and a warning to the West.
What is Marathon? I keep hearing this game.
Marathon is gonna shake up gaming forever. And I know that sounds crazy, but hear me out. Bungie has just revealed their latest
Twitch time.
Where are the games, dude? Okay, Stars Reach.
I figured I'd talk about this today, just a quick and easy topic, because people do keep asking me, and I've had a fever for the last 2 days and I've been in bed, so just want to get this out the way, and you know, maybe it'll be a little bit dry. Stars Reach, right? I'm the Kickstarter guy, I'm the MMO guy. Why have I not talked about Stars Reach? There's a few reasons, really. One being I didn't think I ever really needed to, because the game, at least when I originally knew it was going to be being made, it didn't require... we didn't have anything to talk about in the first place, and then when I did, it was like behind the scenes. So I got in contact with Raf and the team through a mutual third party, and they basically said, oh, we're going to announce the game in a week or so. Do you want to come and you speak to us? We'll take you through the game. We'll show you what's going on. We'll answer your questions. And then, you know, you can give some input and feedback and things like that. And we'd really appreciate it. So I was like, yeah, cool. Okay. Did that. Really cool guys. Super nice guys. Can tell they're very passionate about what they're doing. And then, obviously, they asked for some input and potentially to, like, you know, pay me to do some form of work, consulting, whatever it was going to be. I can't remember how it was worded. And I simply did what I always do, not reply to their emails or DMs for multiple weeks at a time, and then said, no, I'm good, thanks, actually. And the reason for that is because whenever I've got involved with any game behind the scenes, it's made me feel a little bit weird. And also the one time I like became friends with people, or, you know, spent any kind of time with somebody behind the scenes that was making a game, it didn't end super good. So I just decided not to get involved in this stuff, especially because I'll say this to everybody who ever asks me this stuff. I'm not a game designer, I'm not a game developer, I'm literally stupid as fuck, and I just make videos talking about my opinions. So definitely don't ask me for input on anything or related to this. And for the people that reach out all the time asking me like, oh, can you give me input on my Kickstarter? No, never. I will never give you input on a Kickstarter, because you would then use my expertise, if that's what we're going to call it, in Kickstarter and all the projects I've looked at over the years and deep dived and interviewed people about, etc. You'd use that to potentially raise more money for a product I can't guarantee will ever exist. So never going to do that. Please stop emailing me about it. But basically with Stars Reach, money's never changed hands, so there's no bias here. Apart from the bias of, like, I think Raf's a nice guy. I think that people working behind the scenes on this are really into it. And also, it's probably the closest we're ever going to get to a Kickstarter MMO that will launch and do well, because, as we'll get into in a minute, this Kickstarter is not like, oh, we need X dollars, and then for that X dollars we'll be able to release the game and it'll be finished and it'll be amazing, blah blah blah. This game is It's already had multiple years of development. It's already had tens of millions of dollars of private equity, or however the wording is of the investment privately in the game, and it's in a pre-alpha state and people are playing it. Some people like it, some people don't. It's the nature of video games in and of itself. And I guess that's the first point of criticism that I will always levy, and it would be unfair for me not to do it here. That any Kickstarter that's like, oh, we just want to gauge interest, so that's why we're raising money, and here's a small sum of money that we're trying to raise. I'll always think that's weird. I understand why they're doing it in this case, and this is provable in their case. This isn't just like some random people who have never raised money before from private equity or whatever. These are people who understand the games industry, have tenure in the games industry, and have also been working with a strict budget for multiple years now to get to where they've gotten. So it's, I guess, unfair not to mention that I do find that stuff weird, but at the same time, like, totally understandable. And one thing contextually that a lot of people don't understand when they come to criticize things like this, and by this I mean raising a relatively small sum of money for what is going to need a lot more money to finish, is that realistically in the games industry right now, we are in the first ever, for like multiple decades, shrinking period of revenue and investment into the games industry. So where this project could have probably continued getting investment without any kind of like push for publicity, or oh, we can reach thousands of backers, so people want this, so will you invest with us now? You can't anymore, because if you look at like the stats that have been released based on like venture capital and money coming into the games industry, flowing into these studios for products that are not finished, it's like 10% of what it was 2 years ago. People are just not putting money into gaming projects anymore due to the decline in revenue and increase in revenue in other sectors in the world in entertainment. So it's like where the money's being made is where the investor money flows to, and currently in the video games industry, it isn't that. So with that being the case, I understand why they're doing it. With that also being the case, there is a good chance that they raise this money, and this is always going to be the risk. They raise this money, we've seen this a million times, they say, okay, now we've got a baseline, we know people want the game, we know they're going to put their money where their mouth is, let's try and get some more investors on board. And they don't, and they can't, in which case the end result is going to be what? The game not coming out? I don't know. I have no insight on this in terms of speaking to the team or anything. I'm not going to either. I'm just going to give what makes sense in my brain. And then maybe if we find out later on, we'll let you know. But that's going to be a risk, and always will be. In terms of Kickstarters in general, on principle, I will never, ever, ever back a Kickstarter for an MMO. I back Kickstarter for games all the time. Furniture, coffee products, all kinds of shit. Physical products, Magic the Gathering artists making altars, like all kinds of stuff. I'll never back an MMO for a Kickstarter. Even if this is the most likely to come out and the best one. I just won't do it on principle. I've covered way too many of these things. Even if I know everyone involved has the best of intentions, I just know how difficult the MMO industry, the MMO genre is compared to everything else, and I would never suggest anybody else do it as well. Unless, and this is the big unless, the big caveat, if you actually understand what Kickstarter is actually functions like, and not just, oh, I'm buying something and I will get it eventually, which is not traditionally how Kickstarter has always panned out, and you understand that you are giving a donation and maybe you'll get something later down the line, and even then maybe it'll be something you actually want and like by the end of it, then feel free to like do what you want to do with your hard-earned money. If you're going into this eyes closed thinking like, oh, I just like Raph and I like the team and whatever, and they're definitely going to deliver this thing, even if it's a 99%, even if it's the most likely we've ever seen from Kickstarter, you need to understand that your money is just a donation at that point, because that's basically how these things pan out. Hello? My dad's called me, he's bringing me coffee, so I've got 5 minutes to wrap this up, otherwise I'm going to have to go AFK. So yeah, if you understand that and you're an adult and you've got disposable income, who gives a fuck? Back the game, go buy tiddlywinks and put them in your ass. Like, who cares? Realistically. The problems I've seen from people that have messaged me and said, oh, you should cover this, you should talk about it because you're Kickstarter MMO man, of course, is people are upset that there's so many tiers to the back-in, because for some reason people see like a tier for $10,000 or whatever and they're immediately like, oh my god, this is a scam, this is crazy, blah blah blah. I don't like this, but this is industry standard practice, so I can't criticize them for doing something everybody on Kickstarter does, because if somebody wants to give them 10 grand for, you know, having a one-on-one with Raph and getting, you know, a special title or whatever, and you've got that disposable income, congrats, I guess. Never me, never you probably, but congrats for the people who the 4 people so far have decided to do this. Fantastic. With that though, there are like pay to winny aspects to this, where, you know, claim a planet, choose a climate and planet type, have it named after you, and assume immediate governance of the planet when the game launches. Disclaimer: maintaining a planet requires an active population. Is this pay to win? Are people gonna be reminiscent of like Star Citizen, buy a thing for an unreleased game, and then that immediately puts you ahead of other people? Sure, like, yeah, but at the same time, is this going to be like such a big deal that people are sincerely going to care about it, when these people are taking on the biggest risk to potentially get a game made that otherwise might not get made? Like, you can weigh this up. Personally, this wouldn't massively bother me, but I understand if it would for other people, and I think it does come down majorly to how do these things work, how big of an advantage is it, and without knowing anything about the game, I can't answer those fucking questions, so it's kind of like, you know, whatever, what do I care about this? I will say there are a lot of weird people on this topic that are just posting fucking nonsense, like this dude who posts the 3D art assets are legit just copy paste of assets from EQ Landmark, EQ Next. Fact me, I do not care, it's literally the same art style. Art style, like the art style for this game is certainly not unique in that it looks like, you know, a lot of games that have released recently for probably like the last 10 years, and there's probably a good reason for this, because you gotta have realistic graphics with what they're doing with the game, right? To say that this is copy paste of EQ Landmark and EQ Next is silly, and also to say that they've like used the assets, they don't have access to the assets, and if you think that they do, you know nothing about the industry, and therefore your opinion's kind of fucking worthless here. How the fuck would they have the assets? The company that owns the assets still exists. It's Daybreak, or is it Embracer Group now? Whoever the fuck it is, it's some group that owns Daybreak, or that company's been sold so many times, they've been passed around the campfire like a peace pipe, with no better things coming out from it ever. But yeah, Raph responds to this and says exactly what I'm saying here. It's just silly. Sony owns that stuff. How would we even get it? And he says, Dave Georgeson, who was part of the EQ team, I mean, is that really much of a stretch? It's literally the same art style. Saying something has a similar art style and saying something copy pasted as assets are two totally different things, and hopefully most people understand that. But I will say there are a lot of people on Reddit, specifically the MMO subreddit, that are very upset about this game being on Kickstarter and being successful on Kickstarter. It got funded in 30 minutes. And I will just say, you can be as skeptical as you want about this. You absolutely should be, because it's on Kickstarter. But this game actually exists. This is not like one of those, you know, fucking John from down the pub shows up and says, oh yeah, I'm a brickie, 9 to 5, been laying bricks for the last 25 years, but I've decided now, because I love MMOs, I'm going to make the next best MMO, and all I need is for you to, you know, fund me 8 pints of Stella per day for the next 5 years, and I'll definitely deliver on the best MMO ever. And if you pay 10 grand, you can come on a jolly up with me, and I'll even throw a curry in down at the local curry house. Like, this isn't that, is it? This has been developed for years. It's had tens of millions of dollars poured into it. The people involved are some of the most tenured in the MMO industry. Full stop. I am not even massively the target audience for this game, because I'm not a big fan of the art style, and the combat doesn't seem like my cup of tea. If I think of like sandbox MMOs, I'm thinking, you know, I want some really skill-based PvP combat and stuff. Maybe this will get there, maybe it won't. But that's a problem with my expectation being projected onto what this game is, and what the game's trying to be is probably not the thing I want it to be, or thought it was going to be. when I first saw it announced a couple of years ago when I learned of this game being made and who was involved. Whether we like or dislike this game is completely irrelevant to like the situation with it being funded. There are a lot of people who say things like, oh, you know, why would you back a Kickstarter or buy an early access game? Why don't you just wait till it's done? And that kind of ignores the point of why these things exist. If everyone did that, the things would never get made. So somebody has to do it, and then you're lucky if you're interested in it later on. If it does get made, you can show up when it's finished, buy in, don't buy in, criticize, not criticize, whatever it's going to be. And other people have basically afforded you the ability to do that. And there are many games out there that never would have existed if everyone thought the same way. A lot of games have taken money from people. Kickstarter has a terrible reputation for MMOs for a good reason, and I'm part of the reason of explaining that to people and deep diving these things. And I'll be the first to tell you, if you feel like, you know, a donation to this project is not worth it, that's fine. It isn't for you. And if you want to do that, that's cool. If you want to give them money, just know that what you are doing, again, is paying into something that may never get you anything back. And even if you get something back, it might not be what you want it to be. It might not be good. You're taking that risk, and that's just where you're at with it. So there's nothing really like groundbreaking here on Megamind for me to say. I'm not going to go deep diving into this. I trust that the people involved in this like have the best interest of making this game, because the people involved in it could literally go work any cushy job anywhere and not be making a game that they're really passionate about. And that's one of the things with like indie startup games like this. This game is never going to be made by like the next big AAA company from the West that takes a nosedive into the pool that is the MMO failure industry for the last decade. So if you want to see stuff like this made, just like if you want to see games like Warband made back in the day when it first launched on early access, somebody needs to bite the bullet, and the market will decide ultimately whether or not people want to actually do that or not. And it seems like people have with this. So luckily for anyone who just wants to pay attention to it, we'll see what happens, because you don't have to give them any money now. Because they're already funded, and hopefully that means the majority of the money now is going to come from private investment, and we can just wait and a good game will come out. And maybe it'll be for you, maybe it won't be for you. I don't think it's going to be for me. We'll have to wait and see, I guess. But honestly, there's nothing really to say about this other than the people writing like fucking dissertations on Reddit about how, oh, Raf said this and it was mindly inconsistent with this thing he said 2 years ago, and then I spoke to him very passive aggressively on this, and he replied to me and he said things that I didn't like. Like, bro, it's really not that deep. Please, look, it's just a Kickstarter MMO. Probably the best one we've ever seen in terms of the likelihood of it coming out and the amount of work that's been done to it. That being said, I'm going to be called biased and a shill or whatever. Again, no money's ever changed hands. I literally flat out ignored and didn't participate in any of the stuff that would have been beneficial to me, and I'm still not going to tell you to back the game, because I'm never going to in any crowdfunding situation. Even if this is playable, like, I guess it'd be no different at this point from saying like, oh, this new early access game's on Steam and I like it, so, you know, if you enjoy this kind of game, go back it too. Same shit here, but I've not played this, and therefore I can't really give an opinion on whether the current state of it would be worth, you know, getting into to go and play. But yeah, it feels like that's all that really needs to be said. If there is anything, if you have any actual legitimate concerns, feel free to email me. Like, put a document together, a Google document, you know, a lengthy DM that's well worded and points to things that you're concerned about, and send it to me. I might not reply, but I will always read everything that people send to me. It's just sometimes what people send to me is not worth replying to, or I just forget if it's not something that's like actually worth looking into or whatever. But if there's concerns, if you've got like some smoking gun that this is a really bad Kickstarter project and Raf's a bad person or whatever, let me know and I'll look into it and publish whatever I find. But I don't think that's the case here. So I don't think this is Caspian, Chronicles of Valeria, fucking Fog of War 10 years later. We've got 17 games, none of them's the one anyone paid for. I don't think it's Camelot Unchained, you know, running around in the gym jams upstairs, banging on the floor, making the parents shout at us to go to bed. I don't think this is Crowfall. There's no point even having like a comedic fucking sentence about Crowfall because no one even remembers it existed. So yeah, thanks for watching as always, guys. I'm gonna probably go back to bed because I can already feel the the aching in my body coming back from even recording this video. But yeah, click the links in the video description, buy some gamer subs to support me, Patreon, throw me a few dollars if you want to, suggest content you want to see me cover, and buy the game if you want to. I don't recommend it because you're basically donating for something that's completely unsure, and don't if you don't, but probably going and attacking the people involved or constantly being upset on the MMO subreddit is entirely unhelpful for how you spend your time. But there we go. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Peace.
Peace. Game developers going to prison. Okay, I want to hear this. I want to listen to this.
Hardcore, full loot PvPs are fun, but they're not as popular as you think, and I can prove it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm Josh Dreyfus. Not a week goes by without someone messaging me on YouTube, Discord, or Twitch saying that they wish someone would make a hardcore, full loot PvP MMORPG. The kind of game that doesn't hold your hand, where death is around every corner. And they know that if a company made that, every player would play it. And I try and explain to people every single time that these games exist, and they do not do very well because they don't appeal to the casual player base, and the hardcore full loot PvP MMO player base is not as big as you think. Let's discuss. Before we begin, a massive thank you to the Patreon supporters and Twitch subs who keep this channel alive. More on how you can support at the end. Hardcore full loot PvP MMOs. What are they? Well, they're perpetually online adventure games where you can kill other players and take their stuff. Usually you can attack other people without their permission, and this is what many players consider the hardcore part. These are games with very little safety. You are always at risk. These games are usually sandbox in design and feature large open worlds with no central narrative or plot. The focus is very rarely on an overarching story. The focus is on the brutal player versus player combat and the risks that brings. There are games like this out there right now. The sci-fi space game EVE Online has its high-sec and low-sec areas allowing players to destroy others. Mortal Online 2 is a game built around crafting your own weapons and then killing other players or hunting down NPCs. And the upcoming New World and Ashes of Creation are both putting heavy emphasis on the player versus player aspect, allowing factions to control territory and fight others for dominance. These types of hardcore PvP full loot MMO games do exist. There is a market for it, but it's nowhere near as big as the vocal minority would have you believe it is. The MMORPG genre is relatively niche within the gaming landscape in general, and the hardcore PvP MMO players are even more of a specific niche within that. Fans of the hardcore full loot PvP design like to claim if only a big company made a good game in that style, it would succeed. But let's just have a look at some numbers against your claims. Let's take Activision Blizzard and look at the 2020 finances. This is the financial report available for all to read online. On page 31, you can see the following yearly increases listed. World of Warcraft made $186 million more than last year due to Shadowlands. But look just above. The Call of Duty franchise made $1.7 billion more than last year. King Games' Candy Crush, also owned by Activision Blizzard, made more money than World of Warcraft. This table breaks down in millions the income from each source and the total. Blizzard are consistently the weakest aspect because World of Warcraft, one of the most profitable MMORPGs in the world, is tiny compared to Call of Duty and Candy Crush. The highest earning video game in 2020 was Call of Duty Modern Warfare, raking in $1.9 billion, followed closely by FIFA at $1 billion, then Grand Theft Auto 5 at $911 million. Then you've got NBA 2K 2K21 and NBA 2K20. In fact, there are no MMORPGs on the top 10 list. But if you think that's a lot, it's nothing compared to freemium games. In the same year, Honor of Kings, a Chinese mobile game, made $2.45 billion. Peacekeeper Elite made $2.3 billion. Roblox pulled in $2.29 billion. Hell, even Gardenscapes made $1.4 billion. Gardenscapes made more money than Call of Duty, which made more money than Warcraft. To put that into perspective, Jagex, the company behind RuneScape 3 and Old School RuneScape, reported income of $110 million in 2020, one of their most profitable years. RuneScape made 4% of what a freemium mobile game made. MMOs do not make that much money in the gaming world. What MMORPG players tend to forget is that the MMORPG genre is actually relatively small within the greater gaming medium. You can even walk into a game shop and say MMO to someone, and a regular gamer might not even know what you mean. The bigger MMOs like The Elder Scrolls Online, RuneScape or Final Fantasy XIV might attract millions of players, but the more casual games like Call of Duty, FIFA or one of any Battle Royale games will attract hundreds of millions. The MMO isn't a casual genre, even though it does have casual players. Despite being massively multiplayer, it's not massively popular. And now, let's break the niche down even further into MMO players who specifically like hardcore full loot PvP games, and you end up with even fewer people. Again, I'm not saying there isn't a market. I'm saying it's not massive. When a hardcore full loot game releases like Life is Feudal, Mortal Online 2 or Albion Online, we do see a surge of players at the start give it a go because novelty is interesting, but these games then struggle to hold on to players because of some of the design issues with full loot design in an endless game. The MMORPG is known as a forever game. It's designed to be played forever, and because of this, it needs to have gameplay loops that can be repeated but don't actually change the game that much. You cannot destroy a dungeon and prevent others from ever using it. You cannot permanently kill an NPC shop vendor and prevent other players from trading with them.
Alright.
You cannot kill a player so hard their account deletes itself. The world will reset to its standard equilibrium often enough for players to not get frustrated, and because of this, any change to the world is never permanent. If permanent changes could be made to the world, the game wouldn't be a forever game. If it had the potential to break the game for every future player, it wouldn't survive long. You wouldn't get new future players. This means PvP isn't about total domination of a town forever or ownership of a mythical critical item forever. The game needs to reset to standard equilibrium for new players to be able to join, which means the fight is the focus. The moment-to-moment PvP battles, they must be fun. So in full loot PvP games, you have players killing each other to get their stuff. Well, where does this stuff come from? Because this is another design paradox. If you spend hours and hours grinding dungeons and finally get the ultimate sword drop and then another player kills you and takes it, you will become extremely demotivated and not really feel like getting it again. But the player that killed you is now super happy he got a rare sword. One player is extremely saddened, another is elated. Unfortunately for player retention, this has been shown to lead to the defeated player quitting and the player base dropping. Now you might be saying the defeated player needs to just toughen up and go and grind again, but player base drops over time have shown the majority of gamers are not fans of hardcore design like this. There is a market, but it's not massive. Most players will instead gravitate toward games which require less time investment and then contain less risk. As MMORPG players either age, find a job or have a family and have less time for gaming, games that demand more time of them become less appealing. Some people have suggested one of the ways to balance this is to have the stats held on the character, not within the items, or to have weapons and armor be easily craftable or achievable, so killed players can restock quickly. But if this is the case, the armor another player can drop now isn't as valuable. You're not getting the super rare sword they spent days grinding for, you're getting the armor they spent 10 minutes crafting. Yes, you've removed the sadness from losing valuable items, but you've also removed the elation from gaining valuable items in a kill. Full loot hardcore PvP isn't a bad design choice objectively. It has its place and there are players that like it, but the subset of players who enjoy this game design isn't enough to sustain multiple MMOs of the size they claim they could sustain. There's a post on the New World forums which sums this up quite nicely. The very first alpha tests were full loot, and it was fun but crazy wild. Lord of the Flies wild. Eventually it devolved into naked fights with epic wooden swords because you didn't want to lose your shit over and over, plus you could run fast. So you would farm and run, and when it was time to battle for town, it was all tier 5 gear, and after battle you loot the bodies. Well, fun and a sense of danger all the time, only safe inside outposts which were tiny. You couldn't be a casual player. It was all hardcore PvP all the time. Basically Fantasy DayZ. Devs got too many complaints, and in 2019 it was completely rebuilt into its current style. This last iteration waters combat down even more, but we can adapt to it. We're capable of that. As we've seen, casual players generate much more revenue than hardcore players, and casual games generate much more than MMORPG games. Many people have said to me, well, you can make an MMORPG that makes enough money focusing on just hardcore players, and while I'm sure that's true, if you have spent the money, the time and the effort to make an MMORPG game, you will not be happy with a small amount of profit. If you have put in the capital to build an MMORPG, you will want a massive return on investment. This means you will need to cater to the casual audience as well as the hardcore. The MMORPG genre is relatively niche within the greater gaming sphere, and the hardcore PvP is niche within the MMO genre. There are, of course, players. There is a market. People still play Ultima Online, EVE, Mortal Online 2 is releasing. But there is nowhere near as many players as the vocal minorities of these games would have you believe. Now, I'm probably going to get some hate in the comments saying, we don't want casual players, go back to your casual theme park MMO, we're only for hardcore, tough, serious, full loot players. And that's another one of the issues with the hardcore, full loot PvP demographic. They tend to be incredibly aggressive and confrontational with anyone that doesn't believe that genre is the best. In order for a game to survive long term, it needs to become more than just a game. It needs to become a community, and communities in general founded on mutual cooperation and teamwork tend to form strong cooperative bonds and stick together much longer than communities founded on aggression and insults. Even strong guilds in PvP focused games like EVE or Mortal Online 2 focus on cooperation rather than destruction. The hardcore full loot PvP design style attracts players who value value the aggression and destruction it allows, and this bleeds into the general attitude of the community and often creates an extremely hostile environment for new players. When your MMO doesn't have a central story or PvE content and a new player joins, that new player's role within society instantly becomes target, and they get killed. And this happens as long as they try to level up. For as long as that player remains anything less than the most powerful player, they will repeatedly be a target, and then hardcore full loot PvP players wonder why so few people stick around for such a long time. Because the majority of players are casual, they are not hardcore. So a new casual player joins your game and you will scare them off by killing them repeatedly. A new hardcore player joins your game and they might stick around, but they are much rarer. PvP is a great game design space, and matches of skill and tactics are great, but the MMO is designed to be a forever game, and what this allows is an advantage to be gained and then held onto, and expanded and grown over time. While the NPCs in the physical world may reset, the player base does not. Higher level rich players continue to gain more levels and get richer. Lower level new players continue to get curb stomped. When you start playing a hardcore full loot PvP game on anything other than day one, what you will see is the MMO equivalent of intergenerational wealth built up and compounded. The strong get stronger. I know the Mortal Online 2 fandom dislike me, but they need to realise I'm not saying Mortal Online 2 is a bad game. I'm saying the hardcore full loot PvP design style isn't mainstream enough to support multiple MMOs. There are players who like this style out there, but not enough to supply multiple games with a consistent player base. And this can be seen in the numbers of players in the majority of hardcore full loot PvP MMOs. Mortal Online 1 peaked on Steam with 1,172 players. The Life is Feudal MMO shut down. Now some of you might be saying, but the New World closed beta hit 200,000 players. And that's right, it did. I was one of them. And do you want to know what pretty major change they made from the alpha of the original design of the hardcore full loot PvP MMO to now? They've made the PvP opt-in, added a narrative story, and removed the full loot bit. You don't lose items on death. Amazon looked at the alpha feedback for their hardcore full loot PvP MMO New World, and what they decided was best for the future of the game was to make it more narrative driven and casual friendly, removing the hardcore, equipment damage instead of drop on death, removing the full loot, and the chance to opt into PvP instead of forcing you. They designed a hardcore full loot PvP MMO. They released it for alpha testing, and the majority of the alpha feedback was don't make a hardcore full loot PvP MMO. Hardcore full loot PvP MMOs do have a market. There is a demographic playing them. However, these games often have difficulty maintaining their player base. Even if they start with a surge of players, mainly because of the novelty, they will slowly follow a downward trend. They have trouble with player retention. I hope if a hardcore PvP MMO releases, it does well. I don't like seeing MMORPG games die, but history has shown us that this design style is not casual friendly, and it's the casuals that really keep your MMORPG alive. If hardcore players want to say a hardcore game would last, they might need to face the reality that there are far more casual players than they would like to admit. If you're a fan of hardcore full loot PvP games and think I'm wrong, or if you've played some hardcore full loot PvP games and just have any input that you'd like me to see, either agreeing or disagreeing with me, leave a comment below and we can discuss the future of full loot hardcore PvP games together. Another massive thank you to the Patreon supporters and Twitch subs who keep the channel. Join the Patreon, Twitch, Twitter or Discord, and as always, have a great day. What is an MMORPG? A question asked by scholars and philosophers alike. How do we define this genre? This question is actually so volatile and divisive in the MMO community, it really needs its own series of videos split over several specific topics. So let's do that. Let's dive into this fascinating genre and really ask, what is it? From the acronym MMORPG itself to the games we know as MMORPGs to the games we describe as MMOs which aren't quite. What are we actually talking about? As always, thank you to the supporters on Patreon who allow me to keep making these videos. Several YouTubers far smarter than me have already made excellent videos examining what an MMORPG even is, from breaking down the acronym to analysing games that we would commonly describe as MMORPGs. And while we've made some advancement into working out what the hell this genre even is, there's only two things we really, as a community, agree on. One, Steam doesn't know what an MMO is, because the MMO tagged games are always quite strange. And two, an MMO is a game in which there is a fishing minigame. That's about as far as we've got. As for why fishing specifically, Adam Millard has a brilliant video on why so many games turn to that exact thing. If you're interested in game design, go and give it a watch, I'll link it in the description. But beyond fishing, what is an MMORPG? Well, the acronym stands for Massively Multiplayer Online Role-Playing Game. So I wanted to break this down and examine each bit individually. How massive? Multiplayer in what context? Is it always online? And what level of freedom is given within the RPG aspect? Some games we would know as MMORPGs aren't necessarily massive. Some of them don't even require multiplayer. Some of them aren't even always online. But while I was writing a brief outline of all the important points I wanted to cover in this rather long topic, I saw this tweet by Mrs. Sticks, retweeted by MMO Byte. The original tweet reads, "Why do we like MMOs so much if we keep playing it like a single player?" And MMO Byte replies, "It's such an unusual direction to take the genre, making it solo-friendly, less massively multiplayer. I think soon we're going to see MMORPGs simply become online role-playing games." The interesting aspect of that reply is he left out the MM, massively multiplayer. So if encouraging solo play of a multiplayer game is enough to justify changing the acronym, then the multiplayer element must be a core design pillar of this genre. This seemed like a good place to start exploring. I'm not saying MMO Byte is right or wrong in his reply, it's just a solid starting point. Because is it a different direction? Or has this aspect actually always been there? Before we look at whether older MMORPGs even allowed solo play, never mind encouraged it, we have to ask a simple question of why would someone want to play solo? MMORPG, massively multiplayer, a genre which prides itself on giving you the ability to play with millions of other people, players from all around the globe.
Millions.
Why
More
would
like
anyone
thousands.
choose to take on a multiplayer adventure on their own? Well, the answer's pretty simple. It's because you want to. The gameplay
like
of
thousands,
an
not
MMO is
millions.
usually a fantastical adventure, broken down by slow, monotonous grinding between the exciting bits, leveling skills or killing the same enemy again and again. And while it can be nice to have company during these long stretches of repetition, it's not always wanted. People enjoy doing lots of things by themselves. I like real-time strategy games, but I also like playing against the computer. I like Unreal Tournament against bots. I like painting Warhammer by myself. All things which are considered boring and repetitive by some, and which could likely be improved by sharing the experience with someone else. But here's the thing. I do share those experiences with other people when I want to. If I want to play multiplayer games with other people, I will. Or if I want to paint models with other people, I will. The important thing is, I have the choice. When someone says they enjoy playing MMO games solo, it doesn't necessarily mean they avoid all human contact at all costs. It usually means they prefer to enjoy the game either alone or with a closer, more specific group of friends, because those friends enjoy the game in the same way they do, either focusing on the lore, the mechanics, or min-maxing. It's important to not simply have a large player base for the sake of having a large player base if you don't actually interact with them. A fun play group who enhance the game for you is worth far more. Playing an MMO can often be a relaxing hobby, while constant interaction with people can be a draining hobby in both the real world and the virtual. Sometimes you just want to come home from a day surrounded by people and go and exist in a fantastical virtual world by yourself. Yes, there are other people also in this world, but that's actually a calming element of it, because you don't need to spend energy interacting with them, it's just nice to have them there. Other players are acting as free-thinking, feeling background characters framing your own adventure, lending the world weight and reality. Knowing that your actions affect a living world without the emotional effort of constantly needing willing to be social in that world is enjoyable. Playing an MMO with a group means you will have certain expectations, requirements of you. You'll have to keep up with any chat that's going on or play your class. You have a role to fulfill and you can't let your team down, and that's pressure. Sometimes you want to experience the gameplay of an MMORPG, the world, the music, the characters, the lore, the story, or the mechanics, without that pressure of feeling like you need to fulfill a role in a team. You can have the game on in the background while you watch a film, watch Netflix, read a book, or even do some work, or most likely what you're doing right now, which is watching some YouTube videos. It can be nice to experience the MMORPG without the pressure that being in a team puts on you. When I play MMORPGs on stream, I often have people following me around, but I would still consider myself a mostly solo player, despite the fact I enjoy dungeons and team-based events. So how does that work? Well, the simple fact that I'm playing with people doesn't mean that I'm interacting with them or connecting to them in any meaningful way, and I think it's this lack of meaningful connection to other people that people often confuse with the lack of multiplayer elements. There is a long-held belief that newer MMORPGs are pushing people more towards solo-focused play. You exist in a world with other people, but you don't necessarily interact with them. I've even made a video called Social to Solo, where I look at how the design philosophy has changed over the years, allowing people to experience the games solo. But were older games actually more cooperative? Did they demand more teamwork, or do people simply remember them as more cooperative because hanging out with people online was novel for the time, so people did that aspect more? The massively multiplayer part is a major point of contention within the MMORPG community. What is massive? It's not quantified, it's far too vague. From games designers to players, we don't know what you want massive to count as. 1,000 players? 10,000? 100,000? A million? Or 10 million? If you count 1 million players as massive, can I have 1 million people on my friends list? Could I have an ignore list 1 million players long? Will there ever be a zone where you could actually have 1 million players all at one time? Could you even interact with 1 million if you wanted to? If you have a number higher than the amount of players a single player could realistically be expected to engage with at any one time, is that enhancing your player base, or is that simply padding it out? How big is massive, and how big does massive need to be for the players to actually notice? Old school RuneScape has hundreds of thousands of active players, so it could rightfully be called a massively successful game, and it's definitely multiplayer, but each individual world holds up to 2,000 people, meaning even if you had every single player on a given world in the same space, you'd only be interacting with a tiny fraction of the total player base at any one time, and you wouldn't likely be able to form any meaningful connection with any one of them in the mass of players. The Elder Scrolls Online has its mega servers, shards, all existing simultaneously, but instead of showing you every player around you, it has phasing, where you'll always see enough players for the world to feel full, but never so many you feel overwhelmed, which makes it easier to form connections. But is this still massive if you're experiencing a curated version of the player base? Is the word massive more about the reality of who you interact with in the game, or the greater community around the game? If the majority of your game is dungeons and raids with say 5, 10 or 25 people in a raid, are you actually interacting with 25 people? Or are you interacting with thousands of people in groups of 25 at a time? Or are you interacting at all? Does a dungeon run with no connection to another player even count as interaction? You're as close to a random player in a random group as you are to a stranger you walk alongside while walking through town, or someone sat 2 seats behind you on a roller coaster. Just because you're going on the same journey doesn't mean you're taking the journey together. MMOs are often broken down into the styles of theme park versus sandbox. Would going to a theme park alone count as interacting with everyone at the park? Could you say you've had a multiplayer experience? And should anyone be stopped having that experience if they are alone? Most often it's less about the potential of who you could interact with and more about who you actually do interact with. A small group of 5 to 10 friends talking and adventuring together will feel a lot more social and connected than 500 players silently running the same dungeon again and again. Quality really does beat quantity when it comes to meaningful human interactions. Psychologists have even studied how many people we can actually feel connected to. It's known as Dunbar's number, and it's around 150 people. Any more and you simply cannot connect to them on an individual personal level, meaning even if your game does have 1 million 1 billion players, only 150 of them may be close enough to you to be meaningful to play with. The massively part of the acronym can sometimes be a bit of a false selling point. Having 1 million players means nothing unless you're required to interact with all 1 million, and if you are, that's overwhelming. Having enough players to make your game feel fleshed out and full, but not too many to overwhelm, while still maintaining those personal relationships, is a good amount to aim for. The potential for connections is massive, but until the player chooses to realize those potentials and actually interact with and connect to people, it remains potential, not realized. Many modern MMO games are designed so you don't need to interact with people, but you can if you choose to. The potential is there, but it's not required. It's this change in design, this facilitation of solo play in a genre which prides itself on multiplayer aspects that many people point to as the downfall of the genre. They say MMORPGs used to be games which needed player interaction and so forced those connections between players, resulting in long-term friendships, guilds or clans. And now taking that away, the genre is weaker for it. And this is of course subjective, but I decided maybe I should go back and play an older MMORPG and see how that handles the facilitation of solo play to gather some information on this strange phenomenon. Now, I've played a lot of MMORPGs, some for thousands of hours, some for only a few, but most of them have allowed me to have a pretty decent solo experience, teaming up with people when I wanted to, playing alone when I wanted to, and I value this. MMORPGs often advertise themselves by saying you can have your own adventure, especially the sandbox games. Live your own way, forge your own path, and if I want that path to be alone who occasionally teams up, that should be something I can choose to do. If you look at many of the modern MMO offerings, you'll see solo play is not only viable, but often encouraged. Old school RuneScape and RuneScape 3 both have their Iron Man mode, literally cutting off a layer of interaction with other players by removing trading, forcing you to survive this harsh world on your own. And most of the endgame bosses can be soloed. Indeed, when I spoke to Mod Kieran and Elena about the latest raid coming out, I asked specifically if they designed this to be solo possible, and they had. The Elder Scrolls Online has a solo-focused story with fully voice-acted cutscenes and lots of solo instances as you travel to save Tamriel, and the world bosses are possible solo but incredibly tough. Guild Wars 2 is the same, a deep involving story with a vast majority of the game being solo-friendly. And when the grouping does happen, if it happens impromptu, it gets organised behind the scenes, so just by being near someone, you're automatically working toward the same goal as them, meaning you can now work together alone. Star Wars The Old Republic is one of the better single-player Star Wars games and Star Wars stories, which just happens to be online. It takes place in an online world with other players. Even the flashpoints, team-based dungeons, will supply you with AI-controlled NPCs to complete them if you don't have a team. Now, I'm not saying these games don't have multiplayer content. Old school RuneScape has Barbarian Assault, a minigame which needs a team. The Elder Scrolls Online has its dungeons. Guild Wars 2 has the PvP battlegrounds and the fractals. These games all have content which cannot be completed solo, but this isn't usually early game or story focused. These multiplayer experiences are usually extra, in addition to the main game. Indeed, Star Wars supplying AI NPCs to accompany solo players through dungeons by fleshing out the team is a mechanic I've been a big fan of for a long time. Allowing solo players to experience what your game has poured endless hours of design into is a good idea. It's the same reason I really like the henchman system in Guild Wars 1 a lot, but we'll get onto this later. So we can see that modern MMOs are mostly accessible to solo players, with the choice to connect to others if you want to. But let's go back and see how older MMOs handle this. I decided to go back and try and play EverQuest 1 on Steam, the live version, not the Project 99 original. I even streamed the whole thing on YouTube. The VOD is available to go back and watch if you want to. And I'll likely stream more because I actually really enjoyed EverQuest 1. It's janky in places and it's far too convoluted in others. It relies a lot on keyboard shortcuts and typing your interactions, and target enemy is bound to F8 in the tab, and it's hard to click through things, which threw me a little, but all in all, it's a very well made game. Now, EverQuest released back in 1999, and it's not only still going, but it's still being actively updated. It's had 28 expansions, with the 29th planned for release in 2023. That is an insanely successful lifespan for an MMORPG. It is testament to the quality of the game that it still has an active player base. Now, EverQuest is often given as an example of an old-school, hardcore MMORPG. It's harsh, it's unforgiving. You need to rely on your team to survive, and that is indeed true. EverQuest is a hard game, both in gameplay and in the meta elements of the gameplay. Understanding the UI and navigating all the keyboard shortcuts will take you some time to learn. The thing with EverQuest is there's a lot of downtime between the gameplay moments. As a mage, you need to sit down to recover your mana, and this means as a fighter, you'll be waiting for the mage. There's a lot of moments where nothing is happening, and so you will talk to the players in your group. When EverQuest was big in 1999 and 2000, you didn't have Netflix. You didn't have a second monitor to watch YouTube on. You would focus entirely on the game, and therefore you would find the fun within the game, which, for the majority of the game, was talking to other people. So when I played EverQuest, I decided to read all the classes, and what really stood out to me was the description of the Necromancer class. In character creation, the class is described as Necromancers are a very self-sufficient class and often choose to adventure alone, though they can provide great value to a group as well. The Necromancer is an excellent choice for the independent player who enjoys a wide variety of abilities. On the EverQuest wiki, the class is described as one of the best soloing classes throughout the game. Now, EverQuest has seen many changes throughout the years. I assumed maybe this was a modern update, but there's a version of the game known as Project 99 which emulates the original experience without any of the quality of life upgrades. And the Project 99 wiki entry for the Necromancer describes it as such, the Necromancer is very independent. Few support classes are able to offer anything that the Necromancer does not already have, and items and gear do not carry the same importance as they do for other classes. The Wiki Class Highlights section even says, Necromancers are one of the most independent of all classes, being designed with a number of self-only spells that certain other casters can cast on others. Example, self-only invisibility and self-only evacuation, making it a prime choice for those that plan to solo the majority of their careers. However, because of the wide variety of abilities, many not gained until higher levels, a Necromancer must constantly learn new ways to play their class. So even back in 1999, before the popular argument that MMORPGs were becoming too solo-friendly, in the game that many consider one of the grandfathers of the genre, there was a class specifically designed to allow people to adventure alone. When I played Meridian 59, considered the first 3D MMORPG, the opening crypt tutorial section has a door which requires 2 people to open. You must pull 2 levers at the same time. And while it is technically possible to do solo with almost frame-perfect inputs, it's not a required room. It simply leads to an optional boss and some low-level loot. In fact, nothing about Meridian 59 demands you team up to play. How about Guild Wars 1, considered by many to not be an MMORPG, but instead, including by themselves, an online role-playing game? How does this differ? Well, in Guild Wars 1, the world is broken down into maps, both safe or dangerous, and the only times you will see other players in Guild Wars 1 is when you're all in a hub city or a safe outpost. When you travel outside of the city, you'll only ever see yourself or any other players you specifically teamed up with while you were in that safe area. So if you leave town without talking to another player, is the game going to force you to adventure solo? Well, no. There's an NPC henchman system. By the exits of any safe map, you'll find a row of henchmen you can invite to your team, and they'll fight by your side throughout the map, acting as regular players. In fact, once you're a higher level, you can actually turn your own characters into mercenaries, meaning they will now be available as NPC supports when you play on other characters. So you're supported by your own old characters. And it's this lack of open-world player interaction which leads people to describe Guild Wars 1 as an online RPG, not necessarily a massively multiplayer online RPG. Even Final Fantasy XIV is considered an RPG first with an MMO second, meaning it's focused more on the personal journey of the player through its story with multiplayer elements added on, such as the dungeons and the raids, and then the daily roulette allowing you to find a team quickly to receive your reward for playing. But just look at the memes. People say the end game of almost any MMO, including Final Fantasy XIV and Guild Wars 2, is fashion. Just chatting in Limsa Laminsa, or trying to turn yourself into a light bulb. Extremely social things to do. Socializing is alive and well in many MMOs because the choice is there, while it's also not being forced onto the solo connection player if they don't want to. This means the MM part of the acronym, massively multiplayer, seems to relate to both the player base size and the potential to interact with them in the game world at random, not the social need or demand to party up to to experience the majority of the game. Yes, you can form connections with people in online games. You've always been able to. That aspect hasn't gone anywhere. You can still do that. You just don't need to do it as frequently. People often say to me, yes, I know you can still do that, but older games encouraged it, so people did it more. And that might be true, but if people are doing something because they're pushed to do it without a choice, that doesn't necessarily mean they would do it if given the choice. In modern day MMOs, we see that choice exist more, and more players are choosing to play with smaller, closer-knit groups of friends, or refer to themselves as solo players. A playstyle which has always been on some level supported, but is now much more popular. So have MMORPGs become less social? Not really. All of the elements to be social are still there, there's just other stuff to do as well. Unlike the downtime in EverQuest when you would sit down to restore your mana and therefore you had nothing else to do but talk to someone, you now have hundreds of other things to do, both in and out of the game. Why play an MMORPG solo? Because you want to. At that exact moment, you maybe don't want to interact with people. You maybe don't want to be relied upon to play your role within a team. It doesn't mean that you won't interact with people in the future, or wait till your mates log on and join up with them. It doesn't mean that you won't talk to someone as they cut a tree down or mine a rock next to you. It just means that you have lots of other choices other than being social to distract you. It just means you want to exist within this multiplayer world as a single player for a short time. And there's nothing to stop you from doing that, and if you play an MMO solo, you're not playing it wrong. You're just enjoying your adventure your way. As for that tweet, I think MMORPGs have always, to some players, been solo-focused online role-playing games that exist within a living world. The massively multiplayer bit was, to several players, more of the potential for social connection and not a demand to do so. And just like the potential was years ago, it's still there, it's just not as novel as it used to be. So people aren't specifically selling the games on the fact you can do that. The social players exist within guilds and clans, discords and forums. Still connected, just not chatty within the game itself. Modern MMOs do indeed have more systems that facilitate easier solo play than ever before. But this isn't driving the games to become solo only, it's simply increasing the amount of choice in how you play. There's nothing stopping you teaming up, just like the old days, with a huge group of players and adventuring around together. But unlike the old days, there's now much more choice to not do that, and people are choosing that much more frequently. But how do you play? Are you a solo-only player? Are you social with everyone? Or do you prefer mostly solo play until your mates log on where you'll team up with them? Let me know in the comments below. And as always, have a great day.
Okay, what up, friendos? We're back again to talk about Nexon. And what's Nexon doing? Well, apparently having games stolen from them repeatedly. This is not going to be a video about Dark and Darker, which I don't think we've had any updates as of yet, other than obviously the being found not guilty of copyright infringement, but being found guilty of trade secrets and being fined millions of dollars. But basically, in the back end of 2024, there's... Oh, okay, a little bit of context, I guess. weebs exist, right? They fucking walk among us. Some people are gonna go, but Kira, you're a weeb. No, I'm not. I don't watch anime. It is what it is. But people play these gacha games, right? And one of the big popular ones is called Blue Archive, apparently. And this is schoolgirls with halos around their head and guns, right? Super high-level design, really, really interesting.
Now.
But people love this shit, and Nexon make it, and the game makes crazy money because it's a gacha where you collect waifus, and they do very, very well. And then this company appeared called Dynamis One, right? D1, and they said, we're releasing a new gacha game. It's gonna have schoolgirls with halos on their heads with swords, not guns. And people were like, whoa, oh my god, this is fucking crazy. This is gonna be the greatest video game ever created. But obviously within like a couple months of it being announced, it got cancelled. And the reason it got cancelled is because these motherfuckers been stealing, because they all worked for Nexon, and then they left Nexon and decided, hey, wouldn't it be cool if we just, you know, made the game we were working on but on our own? And this is where people are going to come in and go, Kira, you've fucking gone and done it this time. You're outing yourself here. You should be allowed to leave your employer and recreate their entire game one-to-one and then sell it as your own. And I'm going to say, no. No. But obviously that's a little bit of... there is some nuance here that makes it even worse. And that is... basically when the game was cancelled, everybody thought, oh, well, that's it, that's done. Obviously, Nexon sent them a cease and desist and said, don't do this or we're going to sue you. And then they said, okay, fair enough, we understand, we'll not release the game. And then everyone moved on with their lives. That is up until the end of Feb 2025, when the actual building that this studio was based out of was raided by the police with a search and seizure because of what Nexon are claiming to have been pretty much kind of like the Dark and Darker situation, but worse and appearing more clear cut. So I'll read you some of this stuff, just so you know. There is a 45-page Google Doc here. If you want to go and read this, I read it when it was linked to me first a few months ago, at the back end of 2024. But I didn't massively pay attention to it, didn't think I was going to make a video till this point. And then with it being, you know, escalating and probably something that will have court records and stuff to look at in a little bit, once this goes through the process a little bit more, and it being similar to the Dark and Darker thing, but interesting, like the perception of how people are treating this versus Dark and Darker, I figured it'd be interesting to talk about. That being said, don't remember a lot of this stuff, so you're going to be seeing it first time with me here. I did pre-read a little bit of this. Basically, it's another case of Nexon. We're developing another game internally, this time called MX Blade, which just reminds me of the classic old mouse, the MX518, which was a banger. Used it for like 15 years. Best mouse ever. But it was in R&D in 2021, and the people that were working on that were incredibly high paid, even higher paid than like some of the executives of Nexon, people that were obviously coming from Blue Archive, that had been earning crazy money on like a huge bonus scheme and things, and because the game's doing super well, they were getting loads of money. And then they decided, nah bro, we're just instead going to steal the data. We're going to steal this game, and we're going to also poach the members. And according to this South Korean article here, there's summaries on Reddit, after the South Korean police raid of D1, which, by the way, again, you're never going to win in this conversation, because if you have somebody on video performing a crime, if that crime was committed in Korea and a large corporation in Korea presses charges against them, people will still say, oh, but the police and the court system favors the corporations in Korea. It's really bad, so how can we trust any of this happened? And it's like, well, just think about it for a minute, look at the evidence, and you'll be on your way towards coming to a conclusion that isn't just everything's a conspiracy, because everything needs to be a conspiracy nowadays. Because that's what people were doing with the Dark and Darker stuff. It's like, here's all the facts, here's all the circumstantial evidence, here's all the context, and then people would still be like, but I like Dark and Darker, and I don't like Nexon, so you're a liar, Kira TV, hate you. And now even the court sided with Nexon, but the courts are biased, so there's no winning. But basically, to get the police to fucking raid somebody in Korea, the same as it is in most other places, they need to have some form of evidence, right? To even open an investigation, to even consider doing this, they need to have been shown enough stuff to go and fucking bust some doors down, serve some warrants, and grab some people's shit and start talking to people. So they had all that, obviously, and then this is what's being presented from the press in Korea. And bear in mind, this is another instance where all of the South Korean games industry, all gamers in South Korea, are all on the side of Nexon again. And traditionally, they're not always, so that should probably tell you something. And funnily enough, unlike Dark and Darker, where people played the game and again Slackjawed said, oh, but we like Dark and Darker, so all objective reasoning goes out the window. Nobody had played this one, so even the Western audience, the global audience, was against this company, other than a few people that we're going to highlight in a minute because it's fucking funny. But they raided them, and this is what popped up. Basically, according to the article, the raid was conducted by the Industrial Technology Security Investigative Unit in the Seoul Metropolitan Police Department, a unit that operates to protect industrial technology and companies' business confidentiality. During the investigation, raids Nexon also revealed that the D1 members, one, established their legal entity before leaving Nexon. Not the craziest thing in the world, right? Oh, I'm gonna be jobless soon, I'll make my own company. Till contextually, that company that you made is making a rip-off game of the game you're alleging to have stole. You know, kind of fucked yourself over a little bit there. Just gonna register this that requires my signature and money to be exchanging hands and dates and everything to be on it, to be official, before I've done it. Couldn't go wrong, never. Conspired to take key information from MX Blade, the unannounced project, one of Nexon's internal projects, and used it for KV without authorization. Project KV being the thing I just shown you with the fucking schoolgirls with swords, you know, this thing. Amazing. They obviously just had like key art here for this because the game was nowhere near being done. But obviously, if this would have got a few more months in, you'd have seen kind of what happened with Dark and Darker, same shit. It would have been popping up and you'd have been seeing gameplay and maybe even people playing the game. Because obviously it's easier to develop a game when you steal your prior employer. Additionally, the members of D1, based on their previous roles as BA leaders, organised a specific plan to sabotage BA here being Blue Archive, sabotage BA's future development blueprint and ongoing game services. This is crazy if true, and if this is true, these people are going to prison. Maybe not everywhere in the world, but again, there is precedent here of people in the games industry in Korea going to prison for doing this. In the MMO industry specifically, this has happened. So yeah, if they've got evidence you're doing this, you're 100% going prison. Good luck, I guess. There's no fucking schoolgirl waifus in prison, mate. Well, maybe in South Korea there is, I don't know. Embezzlement and violation of employment rules. Could make sense. Additional rumours on Blind. Blind, if you don't know, is a verified anonymous message board in Korea where you have to sign in with like your official company email address, which then verifies to the website you are who you say you, not who you say you are, but you work where you say you are, and then people just post leaks. So not everything there's going to be 100%, obviously, but it's a really interesting idea actually, and something that I'd love to see. A version of this in the West would be fucking straight super hot fire. You think of how many leaks nowadays are coming out from, leaks are coming out from unscrupulous, lying, grifting fucking culture warriors. And then we could just have like an actual thing where developers could go and post, and it exists, and Korea has it, and we'd see some crazy, interesting stuff. But instead, we just have to rely on the mainstream game press, which, according to Jason Schreier, has like 12 people working in it. Or we have to rely on the culture warriors who Google people's name and then post whatever they've told them, even though they're not real. So posted to blind, these are the rumors. D1 members still have their own informants within Nexon, who have access to sensitive information inside Nexon. They are in possession of discarded development materials from within the Nexon development team. This would make sense and would be strong circumstantial evidence to have the police raid them. If they're in possession of actual assets and code, then yeah, that's going to get you. They are attempting to poach internal Nexon personnel through their own informants, extended the offer to Nexon game client employees. It was recorded, which we'll find out, I guess, once this ends up going further. But basically, this whole thing is posted from the perspective of and using sources from the Korean games industry and insiders and people following along. So there's some interesting stuff in here. Specifically, there's evidence supporting the fact that Dynamis One founders leaked confidential information on the project and were trying to use said information for their game development, and it was found by Nexon. As such, Nexon Korea and Nexon Games, I think Nexon Korea is the parent company, Nexon Games is the subsidiary, I believe. Both have opened multifaceted investigations into the illegal leaking of confidential information by Dynamis One's founding members, leading to the currently ongoing investigation by the police. It's mentioned that during the process of looking into the matter, Nexon Korea and Nexon Games have found evidence that points to the individuals who would later resign to go on to form KV having plotted to form Dynamis One during their time at Nexon Games, as well as evidence supporting the claim that the Dynamis One related individuals plotted to illegally leak critical information on MX Blade for use with their own game. So this part is going over what I just talked about here, with the section saying that they were planning to, right here, of the sabotage. This is just a more detailed explanation of what the sabotage was going to be, allegedly from Nexon. So they were planning to sabotage the game, cause harm, including to areas such as future content and the game's live service, and evidence supporting activities relating to fraud and violations of the rules of employment. So this is what they're basically saying happened, which again is just reminiscent of the whole Dark and Darker thing. They had a project running, MX Blade, and it was running at the same time as concurrently as the internal project that was called Project MX. So MX Blade and Project MX. I'm gonna guess, right, that Project MX that turned into Blue Archive, where they've got the guns, MX Blade would have just been Blue Archive but with swords. You call me crazy, but that naming scheme seems to make sense, which would then make sense when you look at Project KV, where it's just Blue Archive but with swords. So, you know, might be putting my tinfoil hat on there, but it seems like that's the case. But basically, the team that was working on MX Blade were also heavily involved and were basically the management of Project MX, which turned into Blue Archive, which, as we know, released and has done well, and was earning these same people like $400,000+ per year or something in bonuses. They were earning crazy money for their part. It's not like these are just, you know, people who made a game, saw it go mega within Nexon and then felt hard done by because they could have been rich or whatever. These people were getting fucking piss aid, as we used to say back in the day. So they're working on this, and then because Nexon cancelled MX Blade and went with Project MX, you know, again, it released and they were being paid, they met outside of the job and just start talking about making an independent sequel and talking shit about Nexon, which, you know, we all love a bit of that. And they tried to divide the company to create more people on their side. The same person also emphasized that all of these actions were also already in the making far before any of the resignations happened, supporting the idea that this was something that was both premeditated en masse and also a long time in the making. But what's interesting is this right here, because as you can see, the Dynamis One Twitter has not posted fucking anything since they announced that the game was closing down, right? This is the announcement. We would like to inform you about Project KV. It's closed. You know, we're not doing it anymore, which was, funnily enough, like not even very long after it had been announced. But because this was in September, early September 2024, in here, again, bear in mind that the police raided them a couple days before I'm recording this video. It says that during the search and seizure, they discovered that they were developing a game, which obviously there's nothing to say like this was going to be based on that stuff. But the problem is if they, again, like Dark and Darker, if they had illegal materials and then were using some of those to make the game as a reference, even if they're not using code directly, some people get this confused. You can't take something from your previous company that would be considered like a trade secret because it's theirs, and then go to another company and then just like copy their homework. You just can't do that. And again, this is evidenced by court decisions depending on where you are, but definitely in South Korea where this is going on, not allowed. There's nothing to say that they were doing that, but obviously that's why they'd go in. And if they were developing a game, interesting. I would have expected Nexon to have sued them civilly if they were still, they might do now that this is come out and whatever shared with them by the police. If they were making a game based on something that they had that was Nexon's, I wouldn't be surprised for that to be the case. But if they were still making Project KV, which again they did announce that they were cancelling, we would have already seen probably civil litigation from Nexon against them in South Korea. But if they're not, it would make sense why they'd go the criminal route first, and also why they'd pursue them even if they had cancelled the game, because you just can't let people get away with this shit. You really can't, especially, and again, I said this originally when the Dark and Darker stuff was happening, the reason why so many Korean people in video games and in the industry, just fans or people that work in the industry, were against Iron Mace and Dark and Darker, is because this has happened and is happening with increasing frequency, and it's fucking their industry up big time. And it's going to continue to, because obviously if you're not making examples of people and showing them like, oh, you can't do this because you will go to prison, they're just going to keep doing it. And apparently they are, because this happened obviously way after it had already happened with Dark and Darker. But the reason that they found out that they were still working on the game is that they were still, Dynamis 1 was still looking for development assistants, PM, technical artists, and posting job listings. Listed needing a high Japanese fluency level, possibly signaling that they are still interested in aiming at the Japanese market. Cuss anime, and then obviously the weebs would love it more because it had Japanese in it. The article points out that given the fact that the first project of the studio was cancelled before even making it off the drawing board, and a significant portion of the studio's higher ranking members being investigated by the police, it's highly unlikely actually talented personnel would be willing to join such a risky endeavour, never mind risk having a potential disaster on their resume. Nexon's original statements here, I'll read this and then I'll just end the video because there's no point really going mega in depth on all this because it's just super information dense, and I think we've hit the big notes to know roughly what's going on for when we inevitably cover this later down the line in more depth. So Dynamis 1 is a company, this is Nexon saying this by the way, it's a translation provided from this Google Doc. Dynamis 1 is a company that was formed primarily by certain individuals who were part of Nexon Games in the past, and said members have worked on a classified new project, MX Blade, and its development while they were still resided in Nexon Games. We found in our internal investigation that certain Dynamis 1 employees, prior to their resignation, actively plotted for a prolonged period of time to illegally export/leak crucial information pertaining to MX Blade project to use under a new legal entity, the one they're talking about, to develop a new game as their own. As we believe that this instance fundamentally takes aim at the roots of our game development environment, where mutual trust is of absolute importance, we see this as a grave crime and will cooperate to the best of our abilities with the police investigation to hold those accountable to the law. Now, obviously there's going to be like a cultural divide here in terms of what companies typically say. Like in the West, I don't think most companies would have made such a strong statement like this, but I don't have enough of a reference point to compare it to in South Korean culture. I'm sure somebody in the comments can let me know that's from there and understands more and sees this on a day-to-day basis. But from what I know from when Nexon talked about Dark and Darker and what Iron Mace had done, they were also quite firm in laying out like this is what they did, which you don't really see as much of in the West in my mind. Like typically they'll either not say anything or say something kind of vague while it's being handled legally. So the reason why I'm bringing that up is because I don't know if this indicates that like Nexon are 100% dialed in and they know that they have all this stuff as a dead cert, like a dead certainty, so they're comfortable saying it, or because it's just kind of like acceptable to do and normalized to do. That being said, I don't think we're going to see the last of this here, and also, as I outlined in the previous video talking about the Iron Mace situation in the court order there, the Korean government is like actually considering changing laws and bringing in more robust measures to deal with shit like this because it's so prevalent in the games industry at the moment over there. Not just that, but I might as well give you this little snippet since if you're here you're probably interested in the topic. Krafton, who were developing Dark and Darker Mobile, which I'll remind you used 0% of the assets from the actual game. They literally are just licensing the fucking name and the like aesthetic, I guess, like the name and the setting from Iron Mace. They're now changing the name and they're saying, oh, it's nothing to do with the fucking legal situation that they found themselves in. This looks like Krafton a distance what they even licensed at this point. They developed the whole game themselves. They used no code, no assets or anything from the original game because, in my mind, you know, just as an opinion, they probably didn't want to use stuff that was currently being both criminally and civilly litigated and pursued for grounds of like theft, you know, theft of trade secrets, copyright infringement, etc. So they developed this themselves. So they were just using the name and the setting, essentially, using the same classes and stuff like that. But now they're not even using the name. They're going to change it. They've not said what it's going to be, but it's not going to be Dark and Darker. So you got to ask, what the fuck have they paid for? And you've come out and said, oh, it's nothing to do with the lawsuit and nothing to do with the legal problems. But the funny thing is that a lot of people, this is just, again, it's just really bad for Iron Mace. I don't want to seem like, because everyone's going to always call me the Nexon shill and whatever for just stating things that were true and were now provably in court true, you know, fucking really got me, guys. You know, the king of misinformation right here. Reads the documents, does the research, says the opinions as a non-legal expert, non-Korean person, and then it comes to pass and then people are still like, fucking shill. Like,
3 and 2
okay
hours?
then, guys. I'll probably go into this more in depth in another video specifically about Dark and Darker, because this is a big deal. When the court said, oh, you've got to pay all this money, and it's backdated, so you owe fucking 12% interest on this money as well. When that happened, people were like, oh, well, they're going to have loads of money because the Dark and Darker mobile game's coming out, so obviously they're going to be getting paid loads of money from that, from Krafton. Well, unfortunately, with the rename change, Krafton and Iron Mace are, and I'll quote here, the licensing agreement signed with Iron Mace will be terminated after an amicable agreement, and we plan to maintain a friendly relationship going forward. This is really bad. If your business partner licensed your game,
there you go, Portland, nice,
just for the name and the setting, didn't refuse to use your assets because they might be contaminated and get them in legal trouble, you have a legal judgment against you in a civil court with pending criminal actions that could see you go to prison, and then that partner comes out and says, can't use your fucking name now, like, we're gonna have to change it, so we're gonna have to cancel the agreement, so you're not getting shit, they ain't gonna be getting a lot of money for this, we're not using the name anymore, we've used none of the assets, we've used none of the code, we're literally, it's just gonna have a similar setting, like, which funnily enough they could probably just use, and then Iron Mace could be like, oh, you fucking copied our game. Unlike us, we definitely didn't copy our game from Nexon. But obviously this is just really bad. It's a really bad look if everyone's distancing themselves from you, and then you've obviously got up and coming more legal action. Nexon are pursuing the case to go to higher courts in South Korea civilly, and then there's a good chance that some people go to prison for the ongoing investigation. And you've got all this money to pay. So But there we go. I guess we can end it there. Thanks for watching as always. Hopefully you enjoyed. We will keep up with all of this stuff as usual. I tend to try and take a look whenever I can, and people ping me when there's an update on these big things, because there are a bunch that are just on my list and it's hard to keep track of, and in my brain all these fucking legal documents and stuff that I've read. So I will deep dive the whole KV thing if anything more comes of it, so that we can have like a more detailed explanation with like a timeline and everything. But as of now, you probably know as much as you need to know, because chances are if you were interested in that game anyway, you knew about this. But there we go. Thanks for watching as always. Hopefully you enjoyed. Check the links in the video description. Patreon if you want to throw me a few dollars every month. Game subs if you want to buy really cool merchandise like these pajamas, super comfortable hoodies, do all kinds of crazy stuff. Waifu cups, they have a trading card game now, and they also, obviously the main thing they do is powdered drinks. You put it in water, shake it, drink it, real good, caffeinated, uncaffeinated, whatever you like. And there we go. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Peace.
Last one. They are winning.
There has very much been a cultural revolution within the video game industry between the players and the publishers and the media, and a lot of it has been platformed off of Steam. Not actively, so to say, more passively than anything else, because it's one of the only places, it's one of the only platforms where the customer still has a voice, and that voice can be heard. We just don't see that in a lot of other places. And I don't think a lot of people have picked up on this, but not only has Steam been getting more popular, they've been on a warpath. They've been setting up rules and regulations for all of these other publishers to follow, and if they don't fall in line, well, then they're not going to be on Steam, and these guys want to be on Steam. And I realize that a lot of people are going to push back and say that's a lot of power for one company to have, and you're absolutely right in that. But from my perspective, they've also become our de facto legislators in an industry that is wildly underregulated. They are putting consumer protections in place in an industry where those consumer protections don't exist. And why are they doing it? Well, it's because they value their audience. We've had plenty of conversations about an industry at war with its own audience. Well, this is the last bastion of that industry where they still care about us. So from hitting 40 million concurrent players on Steam and exposing Activision Blizzard to beating Amazon and not even knowing it, today what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the continued success of Steam and how they're drawing battle lines nobody wants to cross. If Steam was ever going to have a competitor, it would have been Amazon, because they have the money, the infrastructure, the Twitch integrations they could do to be able to create something massive, but instead they threw billions at a problem and made nothing. A former Amazon executive admitted as much in a recent article from Windows Central written by Michael Hoagland titled "Amazon Admits Defeat to Steam as Former VP Declares, We were 250 times bigger, but Goliath lost. Just because you're big enough to build something doesn't mean people will use it." Michael writes, in a LinkedIn post, Ethan Evans recalls his loss to Steam when he led the division. "We were at least 250 times bigger, and we tried everything, but ultimately Goliath lost." That's an interesting choice of words when you compare market share. While it's true Amazon by itself is a company that vastly outsizes Steam, no other company has ever held a portion of the PC market like Steam has. To me, they've always been Goliath. It's just been other Goliaths coming to battle them with similar tools and identical features, but a simple change of attire. Ethan admits to misunderstanding what it took to take on the giant. At Amazon, we assumed that size and visibility would be enough to attract customers, but we underestimated the power of existing user habits. We never validated our core assumptions before investing heavily in solutions. The truth is, gamers already had a solution to their problems, and they weren't going to switch to another platform just because a new one was available. When a person is happy, they don't go look elsewhere because something else is available. When a player has a large library of games, achievements, friends, and hours spent on a product platform, what's the reason for them to shift? Beep boop does not compute. We fail to understand user habits. These suits are complete bots failing to understand anything about the industry, the games, or the players. Just one time I would hear these guys say something that genuinely reflects the perspective of the players. Just one time I want them to put themselves in the players' shoes. They were so close saying gamers already have a solution. The issue is these suits don't understand the problem being solved is them. Amazon thought that they could brute force their way into the PC gaming space, but they never understood why people use Steam in the first place. Steam's not just a storefront, it's a platform that's built on trust. Valve isn't some faceless mega corporation chasing quarterly earnings reports. It's a company ran by people who actually understand games. When they make changes, it's almost always in the favor of the developer or the player. They give developers real tools. They don't try to nickel and dime their players. They treat the ecosystem like a living thing, not a cash register. Meanwhile, Amazon thought that they could just throw some money at Twitch streamers, slap together a launcher, and all of a sudden compete with Steam, but they were wrong. Nobody cared. Nobody wanted to use Amazon's half-assed gaming service. Even with all of their unlimited money, they still couldn't buy relevance. And that's why Steam is untouchable. It's not about the games, it's about how the platform treats you. And unlike every other company within this industry, Valve doesn't treat its customers like walking ATMs. Amazon failed, Epic failed, Ubisoft failed. Every single competitor who has tried to take on Steam has failed, and it's because Valve actually respects their customers. Imagine that, a company that doesn't hate us. You know, I'll be honest with you guys, if it wasn't for me actually reading these headlines, I wouldn't even have known that Amazon even had a storefront. That's how little people were talking about it. That's how little people were interested in anything other than Steam. And Steam's success isn't going to be stopping anytime soon because it's part of a much bigger shift in this industry. PC gaming is growing faster than ever, and the data proves it. As reported by IGN in an article titled "Steam Tops 40 Million Concurrent Players for the First Time as We All Jump In to Play Monster Hunter Wilds," Vicky Blake reports Steam, the most popular digital game distributor for PC players, has once again broke its own concurrent user record, reaching 40 million concurrent players for the first time. Over the weekend,
Damn.
which just so happened to coincide with Monster Hunter Wilds launch on Friday, February 28th, Steam logged 40,270,997 simultaneous players, breaking its previous record of 39.9 million players set in February 2025. In fact, according to SteamDB, Steam's concurrent record, seen by some as a way of measuring the success of Valve's digital platform, has been broken almost every single month since May 2024, with the concurrent peak rising from 35.5 million players to 40.2 million in just 6 months. So now let's put all this into perspective. Steam isn't just growing, it's growing faster than ever. While gaming platforms are struggling with engagement loss, live service failures, and subscription fatigue, well, Steam is doing the exact opposite. Every single month, their records keep breaking. Every year, their foothold in the industry gets stronger. And that's because PC gaming isn't slowing down, it's accelerating. Consoles used to be the convenient option. Plug it in, press start, and play. But that illusion has started to crack. Next-gen console hardware launched with big promises, but what did the players actually get? 30 FPS modes, aggressive upscaling, missing features, and all the while, these platforms have done little to improve the
Once you get into PC gaming, it's hard to go back to console.
customer experience. I mean, we have people that are buying the hardware outright, subscribing to play online using the internet they already own, and they're being filtered into a limited ecosystem of games where their reviews mean nothing. They're being bombarded with ads on their dashboard, and they're locked out of basic features. What exactly are these people playing for? Of course they're going to start going to PC. And then we have streaming culture, because more players aren't just playing games anymore, they're creating content. They're streaming on Twitch, editing clips for YouTube, and engaging with gaming in ways that consoles just simply weren't built for. The Steam Deck has made a huge difference as well. This is one of the smartest things that Valve has ever done, because it's not just a handheld PC, it's a bridge. It pulled in console players who had never touched Steam before, and once they saw what was possible, no paid subscriptions for online, full access to an entire library of games, the ability to tweak and mod things whenever you want to, why would you go back? More games, fewer restrictions. Steam doesn't have the same walled garden nonsense that PlayStation, Nintendo, and Xbox do. Early access thrives here. Indie games have a real shot at success. Modding is alive and well, and Valve isn't strong-arming developers into exclusivity deals and trying to push a storefront that nobody wants. But arguably the biggest catalyst for Steam's recent success is actually the launch of Steam China back in 2021. While initially the adoption rate was pretty slow, we've seen with the launch of Black Myth Wukong and more recently Monster Hunter Wilds just how much of an impact that can have. I myself am welcoming my Chinese brethren into the fold because these guys do not put up with poor optimization. Did you guys know that most of the negative reviews on Monster Hunter Wilds were written in simplified Chinese? Steam now has access to one of the biggest consumer markets in the entire world with a population of 1.4 billion people. That's going to have an effect. The numbers don't lie. PC gaming isn't just growing, it's pulling in players away from consoles, and Steam is leading the charge. Not because they're trying to force anybody's hand, but because at the end of the day, they don't need to. When given a choice, players choose Steam, and that says everything. And Steam's only going to get bigger, especially because of Steam China, because we've already seen that month after month, we're going to see more and more of these Chinese games release, and we saw the effect of Black Myth Wukong and how many players that brought into the ecosystem, and with some of these Chinese games that are going to be coming out, they're going to get national support, and that's going to act like a bullhorn that's going to bring in more Western players that are going to be attracted to that game and how popular it is. That's how this thing continues to work. And other than GOG, see, I mentioned GOG, praise me in the comments, I don't see any reason for me to use any other platform that's out there because none of them are as consumer friendly and as convenient as Steam is. Sure, I realize that that's monopolistic, but I really like it when a monopoly works for me. And that's exactly what Steam does. Steam works for me. At a glance, I can see everything that I want to about a game. I can see how many people are playing it. I can see what people are saying about it. I can see screenshots or the trailers or people streaming it. They have streams right on Steam. I can see what content's included in the version I want to buy. Maybe it's included in a bundle or maybe it's on sale. It'll put up in big, bold, yellow text whether or not it has any type of third-party software like DRM or whatever else it might be. If I don't like it, within 2 hours I can return it, no questions asked, and you just do not have those things on any other platform. Not a single one of them. It makes no sense to me how any of these companies would try to compete with Steam if they will not compete on their terms. If you are not trying to iterate on the things that make Steam successful, the reason why people go to Steam in the first place, then why are you even trying? all you're doing is wasting time and money, because every single month that you're not doing what they do, the players are buying more games on Steam, they're becoming more invested on that platform, and it's getting even more popular, and you won't stand it. But I think that's the critical issue. It's not that they don't understand why Steam works or why Steam is popular, it's that they hate that it does. Because they hate how user-friendly it is. They hate how much control and how much transparency it has. They had how much control the players have, how much choice the players have. And they really don't like the fact that they have to operate on Steam's terms instead of their own. Steam isn't just a storefront, it's an industry watchdog, and that becomes more obvious every year. Activision Blizzard recently tried to sneak in AI-generated art into Call of Duty without telling anyone, letting players assume that they were paying for real handcrafted content, until Steam's latest policy forced them to come clean. As of 2025, Steam requires full transparency. If a game contains AI-generated content, it has to be disclosed up front. AI itself isn't necessarily the issue. I don't think that players are necessarily against it, but I think that players are against paying more for less. AI should, in theory, lower costs and improve efficiency, yet somehow publishers are using it to cut corners while still charging premium prices. That's what players hate. Not that AI exists, but that it's being used to shortcut and pump out lazy, overpriced content. And if Steam hadn't stepped in, publishers would have kept pretending like it wasn't happening at all. And this isn't the first time that Valve has forced publishers to play fair. In 2024, EA openly discussed adding in-game advertisements, one of the most profitable ways to be able to nickel and dime your customers at the expense of their experience, but Steam shut it down immediately. They banned forced advertisements in games just like that. While other companies may see gaming as another passive entertainment platform to monetize like streaming services, Valve made it clear players should not have to sit through a commercial break to play a game that they paid for. No wonder Sony's been so hesitant to move to Steam. I'm sure they'd love to cash in on that ad patent they've been sitting on. But if that wasn't enough, and this is something we've talked about in a previous video, Valve also cracked down on one of the biggest publisher scams, selling season passes and DLC with no intention on delivering the content on time. For years, developers have been getting away with promising post-launch expansions, collecting money up front, and either delaying their content indefinitely or just canceling it altogether. But Steam changed the rules. Now, if a developer misses their content or their DLC deadline and they don't notify Steam of the delay, Steam will automatically refund players. No waiting, no arguing, just instant refunds. Name another platform that does that. You can't. But what really pisses off these publishers about Steam isn't their policies, it's their transparency. Valve actually gives the players the information they need before making a purchase. And that's a serious threat to an industry that's built on hype, artificial scarcity, and manufactured popularity. Taking current player data, for example, Steam lets players see exactly how many people are playing a game in real time, a feature that Ubisoft reportedly wanted to see them remove, but it's obvious why they would want to have it gone. Publishers do not want you to see the actual numbers. They want you listening to journalists to tell you that the game is popular. But on Steam, you don't have to take anyone's word for it. You can go see the numbers yourself. You can go see if a live service game is thriving or barely hanging on. You can decide if it's worth investing your money into or if it's already a ghost town that won't last another 6 months. And that's a problem because this directly conflicts with their financial goals. These companies have no problem making players spend money before they eventually pull the plug, and they have no issue gaslighting players into believing a game is alive and well when it's not. You know what else directly impacts their sales, or at least should? Reviews. And nothing forces publishers to be more honest than Steam's review system. This isn't just a feature, it's one of the most powerful forces in gaming. A single bad decision can sink your game overnight. When Sony tried to force in PlayStation logins into Helldivers 2, Steam players review bombed the game so hard that Sony backtracked in record time. This wouldn't have happened on any other platform, but on Steam, negative reviews can actually affect sales, which means developers can't ignore them. And it's not just PC players that are checking out these Steam reviews. Console players are relying on them too, because let's be honest, gaming journalism is dead. IGN, Kotaku, GameSpot, these outlets have turned into nothing more than corporate mouthpieces, handing out 9 out of 10 scores to garbage, half-baked games, dismissing real player concerns and treating criticism like it's toxic. Nobody trusts them anymore. Players aren't going to waste their time and money based on some paid-for Metacritic score. Instead, they're going to go check out Steam because that's the place where real, unfiltered player opinions actually matter. Steam lets players organize and warn each other. Unlike other platforms that try to suppress discussions that might hurt their sales, Steam allows open, unmoderated discussions. Take Sweet Baby Detected as an example, a group that tracks a specific game consultancy agency that was involved with writing different games. Whether you agree with them or not, players deserve the right to know who is shaping their games and if they want to buy something that they are involved in. The gaming press wanted Steam to shut it down. Developers tried to call for its removal, but Valve, they didn't cave. They didn't censor it. They left it up. Here's the truth. Steam doesn't just compete with these other storefronts. It is regulating the entire industry. Anytime Steam makes a change or bans something entirely, these publishers and developers have to fall in line. Otherwise, they're not going to have their games on the biggest platform in the world. And with how hard it's been for some of these companies to actually profit off of some of their games, they cannot afford to not be on Steam. That's why Steam is such a threat to modern gaming. It exists in direct opposition to everything that these big publishers have been wanting. It's too user-friendly. It gives players too much control. It's too transparent, and it forces them to play fair. And that's why these companies keep trying so hard to replace it. Epic burned billions trying to make a competitor. Amazon failed before they even got started. Ubisoft, EA, and a bunch of other publishers have abandoned their own PC launchers because nobody wanted
It's McDonald's. McDonald's.
them. Every attempt to take Steam down has failed. And why is that? Well, that's because when given a choice, players are always going to choose freedom over control. And that's why they're choosing Steam. Valve isn't just another faceless corporation. It still operates like a game developer. It's not run by marketing executives or analysts that don't play games. It's run by people who actually understand video games. They make video games. That's why Steam has a clear identity and one that prioritizes the players over the publishers. And that's why every single competitor is going to fail. Amazon, Epic, Xbox, EA, Ubisoft, every single one of these PC platforms was built by people who only put profits first and players second. They don't understand their audience because they aren't their audience. But Steam is different. It was built for the players, and because of that, Valve is the only company that is actually regulating the industry. I, for one, am completely happy that we have Steam on our side, and they are the ones that are laying out the rules right now. Because if they weren't doing it, then nobody would. Because, well, you know, in a lot of cases, there's nobody that's actually trying to fight on our side legislatively. It's governments and whatnot. Half these people are too old to really understand video games to begin with, and they don't really care about it. And even if they did, well, they just probably have some people that would lobby against it, and then it'd make it worse. So, yeah. But there isn't a single company within this industry that could compete with Steam. And I say that with the utmost confidence, because you have a company that, one, isn't publicly traded, so they're not being influenced by investors or trying to make money for other people. They're just trying to make money for themselves. And on top of that, these guys make more money per employee than Apple and Google. They're making more than enough money that they don't even care. And the only way for them to make more money, at least from their perspective, is just to invite more players in and then protect that audience, protect those customers, because that's the way that they stay. If you use them and abuse them, well, they're going to go leave. They're going to go somewhere else or something like that. That's not what you want. No. That's the reason why when we look at Steam, for the most part has been on autopilot. They don't need to change anything. They don't need to do anything to it. You don't need to add anything other than video games, more games for me to play and buy. That's the reason why these guys are going back to making video games right now. That's the reason why they're going and making a Steam Deck, because they're making ways to invite more players into the ecosystem rather than milk the players that are already there. That's how their vision is completely opposite for the rest of the entire industry, because these guys are so focused on trying to squeeze every drop out of whoever they have, they end up scaring everybody else away, including the people they're squeezing. That doesn't work out in the long run. Now, while Valve has definitely betrayed us in the past, I'm not going to pretend like they're a perfect company. They are the ones that popularized loot boxes in a lot of ways. From my perspective, they're one of the very few that are still on our side and they're still working for our best interest. They're still working for us, and that's the most important thing. Well, I think a lot of people believe that Steam's going to change one day, and fair enough. All companies change, things change. It's how the world works more than anything else. You know, this company is so small. They make so much money. Only have 300 employees. They have such a focused philosophy on video games and players and customers and their platform. I don't see that going anywhere. When you have a company that small with that strong a leadership, that doesn't just disappear overnight. That doesn't disappear when Gabe Newell leaves the company. Yes, I know we have a 62-year-old man that basically has the health and fairness of the entire video game industry weighing on his shoulders, but he doesn't really take me as the kind of guy that would just walk off and leave somebody else to burn it down. You're likely going to pick somebody that's going to be a solid successor. So yeah. Man, these publishers have to hate Steam. They are stomping all over every single dirty little nasty trick they want to pull. And they're not going to get away with any of it. Not unless they want to make money. If you want to make money, you better be on Steam. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. I enjoyed it. Thank you guys for watching. Share the video. Subscribe to the channel. Follow me on Twitch. Like the video. Comment on the video. Follow me on Twitter. That is all I have for you today. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. I'll catch you in the next one. Peace.
Family, 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 family.
Seems like I'm not gonna get the last one. Got a hairband again. Freaking. Ah. Damn. Well, want to watch this? The decline of the Paramount. The Paramount.
Paramount is a major film studio and has been for well over a century. They were like one of the original big ones. Over that time, many of the most iconic movies ever produced have opened with that graphic of the stars forming a circle over that mountain. I'm guessing most of us have seen that dozens of times. Well, sadly, by most measures, things have not been going well for Paramount lately. This right here is probably one of the more dramatic visuals that I could show you. $100 invested in the company in 2019 would now be worth around $30, showing that people have been losing faith in Paramount. Part of that lack of confidence stems from the $14 billion of money that they owe, which has been slowly decreasing, but looking less likely that they will be able to keep up with the payments that include nearly $1 billion in interest each year. In early 2024, it was big news when their credit rating was downgraded, and about a month later, there was more big news when their CEO, Bob Bakish, left his position that he had held for the past 8 years. Reportedly, it was due to disagreements with the owners and the board of directors, who felt that his business plan was not aggressive enough to get them back to where they needed to be. He was then replaced by 3 executives from within the company who put together a new plan that they believe could reduce their costs by $500 million per year. As part of it, they have already shut down their TV studio and laid off about 2,000 people, representing 15% of their workforce. But probably the biggest news of all is the pending merger with the production company Skydance Media. If it all goes through, the leader of Skydance, David Ellison, will take over at Paramount, who happens to be the son of Larry Ellison, the co-founder and former CEO of Oracle.
We believe to meet this moment that technology and content need to work seamlessly together.
Clearly, there's a lot happening here, so in this video, I want to talk about the 3 segments of Paramount, specifically how they began, how they evolved, and how things are looking today.
30 minutes.
Starting off with filmed entertainment, mainly referring to the movies, and historically, this was their main business. Back in the early days of film production, Paramount was practically leading the industry. For example, their 1927 movie Wings won the first ever Oscar for Best Picture. They had the slogan, "If it's a Paramount picture, it's the best show in town," because they were known for making quality movies. Part of the genius business plan at the time was vertical integration. They would not just make the movies, they would own the company that distributed them and then own the theater that played them, which ultimately ended up backfiring. That same year that Wings was released, competing studio Warner Brothers released The Jazz Singer, considered to be the first commercially successful talkie, as they called it, a movie with talking and sound. By the 1930s, talkies were outnumbering silent films, and that meant that Paramount had to invest a lot of money into upgrading their theaters that were originally built to display silent films. All of this was happening right as the Great Depression was setting in, so as you might expect, ticket sales were down. The combination of factors placed Paramount in a bad position, and they were forced into bankruptcy. But as the economy improved and they attracted people back into their theaters utilizing top actors like Bing Crosby, Paramount was able to recover for a while. In 1948, owning those movie theaters backfired a second time when the Supreme Court essentially ruled that the company that made the movie could not own the theater that showed the movie, otherwise that company would have too much control and it would be too much like a monopoly. The ruling applied throughout the industry, but Paramount was singled out, and likely the most affected by it. Within the year, they sold all the theaters, sales were severely reduced because of it, and to complicate things even further, that happened right as televisions were becoming more common in American homes, which, again, as you might expect, was impacting their theater sales because people were staying at home to watch TV. By 1966, Paramount was among the lowest of the film studios when it was acquired by Gulf and Western, who slowly helped them recover. Throughout the 1970s, Paramount released a bunch of popular movies. I would say the most notable ones being The Godfather Parts 1 and 2, and I also want to mention that Michael Eisner served as Paramount's president until 1984. As you may already know, at that point he went over to Disney, where he really helped revive things. I just wanted to highlight some of the major ups and downs when it comes to Paramount Films, because it shows how they have such a long-standing and strong foundation in the industry, but also how much of their success or failure is based on the public's response to the movies that they put out.
Boom.
Today, Paramount is typically considered to be the smallest of the big film studios, responsible for less than 10% of total box office sales. However, in 2022, they did have an abnormally high year, mainly because their movie Top Gun: Maverick was the highest grossing movie of the year. That right there was far above anything else that they put out recently, and sadly, it does not seem to be the ideal movie to try to turn into a franchise with big releases each year. Paramount's highest grossing franchise of all time by far would be Transformers. However, that one peaked in 2011, financially anyway, with Dark of the Moon.
I think I'm done.
Each one has been making less money, and Michael Bay has not been directing them since the 5th one. So my point here is, unlike some of the other studios, Paramount does not have billion-dollar franchises that can generate reliable revenue each year. Today, their biggest properties are probably Mission Impossible and Sonic the Hedgehog, both of which have been doing well, just not as well as the company needs them to right now. Alright, I've been talking about movies this entire time because Paramount is mostly known for being a film studio. However, the Paramount Paramount Company has gone through a lot of changes to a point where filmed entertainment only accounts for about 10% of its total revenue. Paramount's biggest of the three segments accounts for 64% of revenue, and that would be TV media. I recommend this video I made about Viacom if you want to hear about the details of how it happened, but just a quick overview is that a controversial figure named Sumner Redstone is mostly responsible for joining Paramount with a bunch of television stations. In 1987, his family's company, National Amusements, bought Viacom for $3.4 billion, who already owned multiple cable channels like MTV, Nickelodeon, and Showtime. Later on, he would add more channels into the mix like Comedy Central and BET. The significant part here is in 1994, Viacom bought the majority of Paramount for about $10 billion. That was the deal that made Paramount heavily invested in the success or failure of television. It gets tricky, but in 1999, Viacom became even more invested in television when it bought CBS, split apart from it in 2006, then reconnected with it in 2019. In 2022, that company was going by the name Viacom CBS, but changed it to Paramount Global. I know, this is one of the more complex businesses as far as naming and the structure of it, but the name Paramount now represents much more than just the film studio. I think it is almost ironic that Paramount struggled when television first became popular in the 1950s, and now Paramount is struggling because television is becoming unpopular. And that part, I guess, is mostly straightforward, right? People call it cutting the cord when they cancel their TV bundle and sign up for some streaming services instead, or just start watching YouTube or whatever. That has been the direction of things for a while now, and it has been hurting Paramount. TV media revenue has been steadily declining, and that is bad news when TV media makes up the majority of the company. In 2024, Paramount wrote down the value of its cable TV business by $6 billion, which actually happened the day after Warner Brothers Discovery did a similar write-down for $9 billion. So almost across the board right now, television channels are not doing well. I think it is interesting that when Viacom and CBS first merged in 1999, the reported value of that combined company was $80 billion. When they merged the second time, 20 years later, the reported value of the new company was now $30 billion. And today, the value of that company on the stock market is now down to around $8 billion. Now, since the world seems to be transitioning away from traditional television, and there is probably not much that Paramount can do about that, it seems like they may want to transition away from it as well and invest in some other areas. Paramount's final and newest segment is direct to consumer, consisting of multiple streaming platforms like Pluto TV that they bought back in 2019 for $340 million, but mainly Paramount Plus. It was launched in 2021 as a retooled version of CBS All Access, and finally, I can show you some more uplifting graphs here, like how Paramount Plus has gained 77 million subscribers. I mean, this is their fastest growing segment by far. It is basically their only growing segment, with revenue more than doubling since the service was launched, now accounting for more than a quarter of their business. I know this all seems so great so far, but there are some major downsides to it. For one, 77 million subscribers is a large number, obviously, but maybe not large enough. Back when they changed their name in 2022, they said that their goal was to reach 100 million Paramount Plus subscribers by 2024, so clearly they are not meeting their own expectations. 77 million subscribers is actually trailing far behind some of the bigger platforms, like Netflix, who recently surpassed 300 million. Also, if you remember, Paramount has a lot of debt and has been desperately searching around for places where they could cut costs, so they don't exactly have the same financial means to invest in content that some of the others may have. In fact, when you compare just the stock prices between the two, Netflix is almost 50 times more valuable. So I just want to convey how far back Paramount Plus is behind the industry leader. But probably the most concerning part of all of this is the fact that Paramount Plus has not made any money yet. They have invested billions of dollars into the service without any tangible return. Now, the losses have been shrinking, and they claim to be on track to become profitable very soon, but there is a lot of uncertainty here. It is not the ideal situation when your most profitable segment is shrinking and your fastest growing segment isn't profitable, and there's a lot of debt that has to be addressed. So it is going to be interesting to follow where everything goes from here. Let me know in the comments, what do you think about Paramount? Are all of these recent moves going to be enough to pull them out of this situation? situation, or do you think that they will continue to struggle? What do they have to do to revive the business? We have seen them recover many times before, so how can they make it happen again? I do want to say that there have been other factors working against them as well, like the $50 million severance to former CEO Bob. Factors working against before, so how
That looks beautiful, dude. Look at the architect.
can they make it happen again? I do want to say that there have been other factors working against them as well, like the $50 million severance to former CEO Bob Bakish or the impact of the recent strikes, but the video focused more on what I believe to be the core of the issues. Also, I'm curious, what is your favorite Paramount property? I realize a lot of us might just think of them as that graphic before movie, but Paramount has been behind a lot of iconic stuff. And any other thoughts you have about Paramount or anything else in this video, leave them in the comments. I'd like to hear what you have to say. Thank you for watching.
I don't know about that one. That's kind of... Damn, this is 2 million? Critical rate. Critical rate. Alright, I'm done for now. Damn, that was a long ass stream. Shit. Alright, thanks guys. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. If you're on YouTube, subscribe. If you're on Twitch or Kick, follow me. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace out, guys.